British civil servant. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251. Excited Derek. In the telegram, Alan Wilson had already made it clear that a company of the size of US Steel could not possibly be uninvolved in politics, so naturally they must be very familiar with the words of civil servants. When facing such people, it is best not to talk too much, just present the data directly. When Drake brought Bette Davis to the door, Vivian Leigh took out the separate data part of the telegram sent, and did not forget to fight for her good brother, Mr. Derek. This is confidential information, related to the important industry of British India. Derek frowned slightly, thinking that the female star in front of him was going to show off her skills again. Vivian Leigh kept saying, everything needs to be paid, and there is a certain risk if it is leaked. So that's the case. Derek nodded and said, Ms. Vivian, it is natural to get rewards for hard work, which is a very reasonable thing. As a large-scale company, US Steel will certainly not do something that damages the company's reputation. Bette Davis, who came with him, seemed to be a tool at this time, and could not get a word in. Not only she couldn't get a word in, Katharine Hepburn couldn't get a word in either. After all, they were not experts in what they were talking about. The profession of actor is not a high-paying profession in general, but at the level of Bette Davis and Katharine Hepburn, it is very high-paying. They have already gotten used to their current lives, so how can they have the motivation to learn knowledge from other industries? I think the content mentioned in these telegrams alone is worth $200,000. If it is indeed in line with our verification, there will be subsequent remuneration. Derek pretended to be generous and offered a price. I believe this is definitely a satisfactory reward for a civil servant in British India. After this, even Vivian Leigh was shocked. You know, when she was filming Gone with the Wind, her salary was only $25,000. Now, just based on these unverified data, the person in front of him offered $200,000? Isn't it too easy to make money like this? You know, many well-known actresses now, when they have a certain degree of fame, usually only have a salary of about $10,000. As for actresses without fame, it is very difficult to survive. Fame is very attractive to actresses. Even Katharine Hepburn, who has now achieved success, is not immune to this figure. Derek also said that there will be more remuneration once it is verified. Several shocked female stars did not even look at what Alan Wilson gave. If British India was an independent country, what he is doing now would be enough to be shot. Fortunately, it is just a colony. Among these materials, the iron ore part especially caught Derek's attention. The Dalimaran iron mine. The mine is located in the Bellary area of the Mysore state, with an average grade of 64%. The ore is transported to the port of Madras for export. The Balada iron mine is also in the Mysore state. Just by the distribution of several iron mines in the telegram, Derek remembered the name of the Mysore state. But Derek, who didn't know much about British India, didn't know what the Mysore state was. He could only ask proactively, hoping that Vivian Leigh would at least know a little bit. Miss Vivian, you were born in British India, right? What is the Mysore state? If Derek asked some detailed questions, he might be able to directly expose Vivian Leigh's character as an Indian daughter, but it was precisely the issue of the state that Vivian Leigh had heard Alan Wilson say more than once by her pillow. How to extract benefits from the state so that India after independence would get nothing occupied a considerable proportion in Alan Wilson's work. Vivian Leigh happened to know it and answered directly. The British Army had launched several wars against the Mysore state. This state was at the southern end of the subcontinent and was indirectly ruled by British India. There were commissioners in the state. My good brother was once the commissioner of the state adjacent to the Mysore state. The local Maharaja should be a pacifist and was called a sultan. Britain and the Wadiyar dynasty of the Mysore kingdom had fought several times. After Mysore was defeated, part of its territory was divided by the East India Company and its ally Hyderabad. The remaining territory was reorganized into the Mysore state. The Wadiyar dynasty regained power, with Krishraj Wadiyar III as the prince, and the capital was moved back to Mysore. Later, Tipu Sultan's descendants rebelled, but it was quickly quelled, and the instigator was sent to Calcutta. The British seized the prince's ruling power for a time on the grounds of peasant riots. After the Indian national uprising, the royal power was returned. Thank you, Miss Vivian. Derek's eyes lit up, and he had already memorized Vivian's words in his heart. If he didn't understand something, he could find a consultant to answer it after leaving. Now he needs to go back to Pittsburgh immediately. Pittsburgh is the headquarters of the US Steel Company and has the title of Steel City. The local area is also a place of outstanding people. In addition to being Carnegie's base camp, local Andrew Mellon established the Mellon Consortium. He became the richest man in the United States at the time, and later became the US Secretary of the Treasury. George Westinghouse, an American engineer and manufacturer. He obtained more than 400 patents for his many inventions, including air brakes, railway brake signal facilities and practical methods of transmitting electricity. Later, he founded Westinghouse Electric Company, and Eames founded the world's food industry giant Eames Company. With the outbreak of World War II, Pittsburgh was at its peak at this time. The permanent population had exceeded 600,000, and steel workers were constantly coming and going. The towering chimneys supported the Steel City. Except for the poor air, the rest was fine. Derek, who had obtained confidential information about British India, immediately expressed his intention to return to the headquarters. He even ignored Bette Davis's concern. After all, men should focus on their careers. If the bottom can be successfully purchased, the benefits contained in it are unimaginable. In the United States Steel Company, Derek will definitely rise with the tide and have a greater voice. Maybe he can become part of the ceiling of the United States. The opportunity has already appeared, and it is worth making 120,000 efforts. The gray gas that lingered over Pittsburgh seemed to remind the visitors of the city's unique position in the United States. Derek said that US Steel only occupied half of the US steel industry, which was just a modest statement. Among many American trust companies, US Steel's influence on the US steel industry is very high. It can even be compared with Standard Oil, which was not split up at that time. Otherwise, why did Morgan, who risked his life in history, spend nearly $500 million to acquire Carnegie Steel Company, and how did he send Carnegie to the position of the richest man in the United States all of a sudden? Pittsburgh has witnessed many major events that have affected the United States, such as the battle between Standard Oil and Morgan Bank for Carnegie Steel Company, the emergence and implementation of antitrust laws, and Mellon, who became the richest man in the United States as Secretary of the Treasury. There are too many things. Compared with the past, what Derek said today is not a big scene, but it is definitely not a small matter in the general sense. After all, internationalization has always been pursued by companies of the size of US Steel. After taking over a country, they want the whole world. The Rockefeller family's famous saying, 90% is not enough, I want 100% also works in the steel industry. Decades ago, the Rockefeller family led Standard Oil to embark on an international journey. At one time, Standard Oil of Britain and the United States and Standard Oil of Germany and the United States were established. Today, the situation faced by the United States Steel Company is better than it was then. Why not give it a try? As mentioned before, a company of the size of the United States Steel Company is certainly impossible to be unrelated to politics. On the contrary, they are very concerned about politics and even participate in it. The loosening of the British Empire's colonial system is clear to them. After hearing Derek's words, many directors nodded in their hearts. I think the time is ripe to start internationalization, and I have inquired about it. The iron ore is located in a place indirectly ruled by British India. Derek said confidently, I'm not saying that there is no British influence there, but I want to say that the difficulty will be reduced, and we have reasonable and legal purposes to invest in local development, and the British have no reason to object. Derek, there are still risks. Of course, we don't disagree. On the contrary, we have listened to your opinions. It just needs some evaluation. Our company has many shareholders. It is not possible for a few of us to make decisions about the future of the company by just saying a few words. Several directors looked at each other, and the middle-aged man in the lead said, it requires the approval of many people, especially Wall Street. I see. Derek understood as soon as he heard it. If he needed the approval of Wall Street, he would go to the Morgan family, the people behind US Steel. The establishment of US Steel was promoted by the Morgan family, and it had a strong influence on US Steel until this year. It is normal for such a decision to be approved. Derek returned to Pittsburgh and ignored the charming Bette Davis, but Vivian Leigh seized the opportunity to form her own group of close friends, practicing the micro-manipulation master's initiative of gathering together for warmth. In essence, Vivian Leigh understood the desire of these seemingly successful and radiant female stars to improve themselves, because she also wanted to improve herself, otherwise she would not have gone to British India alone. After the sponsor left, Vivian Leigh used kind persuasion to make Bette Davis understand that it is better to rely on oneself than on others. It's right that we want to step into the upper class, but in the process we can't put all our hopes on men. We also have to show our own abilities so that people will look at us with new eyes. Chapter 252, Vivian's Apprenticeship. It is normal for a female star to want to achieve class advancement. Vivian Leigh understands this because she has also had such a time. However, after arriving in British India, she realized that even in the most impoverished places, there are also wealthy people. During his time in Hyderabad, he saw Alan Wilson and Ali Khan, the former richest man in the world, getting along. Whether it is personal struggle or the course of history, Alan Wilson became one of the top civil servants in British India after returning to British India from Europe. In British India, the most important colony of the British Empire, he holds the power of life and death over 100,000 civil servants, and can also influence most of British India through 100,000 British Indian civil servants. But in front of Ali Khan, the man who has the final say in British India in Vivian Leigh's eyes also maintains enough humility and kindness. That is called authority. Vivian Leigh's previous goals were so naive and ridiculous in front of that kind of authority. You have to know that Alan Wilson was only in his early 20s, and he had already achieved this. The British Empire still had so many colonies. Would the British colonial governments in those colonies be like this? That's called authority. After a few months in British India, Vivian Leigh was completely awakened, and even believed in Alan Wilson's words. She had never been so obedient to a man. Now that man said that forming a group of girlfriends to keep warm can best consolidate influence, so it must be like this. For Vivian Leigh, who is forming a group of girlfriends, there are still many candidates, because Vivian Leigh is British, and does not need to fight face to face for fame like the Hollywood actresses of this era. Vivian Leigh can live well in the UK, which means that in a sense she is not a competitor for the current Hollywood actresses. What's more, she is no longer interested in this now, and has maintained a decent relationship with many female stars. Even if she doesn't know them, she still has her good friend Katharine Hepburn. Katharine Hepburn is about to turn 40, but she is still very well known, and now she has reached the ceiling of Hollywood awards, leading other female stars in awards. Katharine Hepburn's record can only be broken by herself. The key is that Katharine Hepburn has a very good image, and the public has no negative impression of her. If Vivian Leigh can get the help of Katharine Hepburn, this matter is actually not difficult. Since Vivian Leigh arrived in the United States this time, she has lived in Katharine Hepburn's home, because Katharine Hepburn is single and lives alone. As always, Vivian Leigh is still enthusiastically helped by Katharine Hepburn. When she mentioned that she hoped to gather more female stars to expand her influence, Katharine Hepburn did not doubt it. I haven't seen you for a few years. Why is Vivian so hardworking? I hope she won't be like Joan. Katharine Hepburn smiled and shook her head, which was a reminder to Vivian Leigh not to live as hard as Joan Crawford. Joan Crawford's life was very difficult. She almost climbed from the lowest level of society to her current position. Before she was born, her father abandoned her mother and her brother, and her mother remarried. When she was 11, her stepfather abandoned them again. Later, her mother kept changing lovers. She went to Chicago to try her luck. In an agent's office, she saw other girls who were prettier than her. She couldn't help crying. This touched the agent, who introduced her to a job, striptease. Oh, by the way, Vivian, Joan and Betty have a bad relationship. Katharine Hepburn kindly reminded her when she saw Joan Crawford's name on the invitation list. Running for the Indians on the brink of starvation is a good thing, but you have to mediate the relationship between the two of them. The relationship between the two of them is very bad. Is there such a thing? Vivian Leigh's experience in the United States was limited to filming. After filming, she returned to her country. She didn't know about this inside story, but immediately joked, "Katharine, I didn't expect you to be so gossipy. Although I have a boyish personality, I'm also a woman." Katharine Hepburn covered her mouth and chuckled, telling the story of the two people. In 1931, Universal Studios held a press conference for the potential newcomer Bette Davis. Like all newcomers, Betty cherished the opportunity to give her first public speech. Betty went on stage after the male lead. Media reporters, spotlights, everything was perfect, but at this moment the door to the hall suddenly opened. Joan Crawford and her husband Douglas Fairbanks Jr. walked in hand. Betty, who was expecting a murder film, watched the media turn around and go to the hall. The flash that should have shone on her all ran to Joan Crawford and her husband. This was the beginning of everything. Bette Davis came from a scholarly family and received systematic higher education in drama. Her first public appearance was disrupted by a cool girl in her eyes. Bette Davis publicly said that Joan Crawford had slept with every MGM executive and was a bitch. The discord between the two was a well-known thing in Hollywood, and only Vivien Leigh, a British person, did not take it seriously. Isn't it acting? To promote each other's fame? Vivien Leigh asked in disbelief, could it be a way to maintain the popularity? Others are possible, but they are definitely not. Katharine Hepburn shook her head solemnly. It's not difficult for an actor to act, but they can't act all the time, right? It seems that it is definitely a very difficult thing to invite two people at the same time. Vivien Leigh asked herself, and Katharine Hepburn nodded beside her. It's almost like that. No. Vivien Leigh, who had successfully completed her studies in British India, felt that if Bette Davis and Joan Crawford did something at the same time, it would attract more attention. Vivien Leigh, who had already made a preliminary apprenticeship, understood that this call for attention to the famine in British India had caused such a hot topic in the United States. As long as she made an invitation, whoever did not come would be called a vicious woman by the other party. She didn't even need to say anything on her own initiative. As long as a newspaper speculated about it, the two would take the initiative to join in. Alan Wilson, who was presiding over the British India Drought Relief Conference, would never have thought that Vivien Leigh would come out so soon and form a Hollywood luxury girlfriends group that had never appeared before. The recent price increase? Of course, this has nothing to do with the gentleman. It is due to natural disasters. Alan Wilson said with a heavy face at the meeting on how to fight the British India drought. However, the price of some precious metals, such as gold, has risen by a large margin, which is very worrying. Once there is a natural disaster, people will choose gold as a safe haven, and we can't do anything about it. Andre, the chief executive of the Bengal province, with a Cuban cigar between his fingertips, said indifferently, everything is due to natural disasters. Please forgive me for asking a hypothetical question first. Suppose a colony has 2 years to become independent, but because the local institutions have done something wrong, the colony is unstable and the maintenance expenses of the colony are increased. Suppose this matter is known to London, and London decides to withdraw as soon as possible. Alan Wilson said this, and changed the subject. Then will the consequences of this hypothesis be a bad thing? The provincial governors in the conference room were all silent. Burke, a senior official of the United Provinces, spoke up to smooth things over. This hypothetical question is very forward-looking. We assume that this hypothetical future is valid. If it were us, we would of course do our best to maintain the stability of this hypothetical colony and strive to hold on to the last moment. This will benefit everyone. That's right. In fact, gentlemen all understand a simple truth. It is definitely easier to combine work and rest if you use 2 years to do things than half a year. The same 2 years' salary is more than half a year, isn't it? Sir Baron said calmly, there are many things we can do directly, but we can't let others find out that we have done it, especially London. Whether it is the cabinet or Whitehall, with enough time, we can complete what we have to do step by step, instead of being like the colonies in the hypothetical question, wishing to return to London, to live as residents tomorrow, which is an act of evading responsibility. Very ungentlemanly. Alan Wilson said, Sir Baron does not want the situation in British India to be affected by this drought. We must strictly abide by the date set by London. The Prime Minister said in his speech in the House of Commons that the problem of British India must be solved before February 1948. Then we have to persist until February 1948. Sir Baron raised his wrist and looked at the time. It is now 11 hours, 47 minutes and 52 seconds on July 16, 1946. Generally speaking, we still have about 1 year and 7 months. It is expected that under the worst circumstances, this famine will not exceed February of next year. In other words, excluding the time affected by the famine, we still have a whole year to work for the happiness of the people of the subcontinent. Don't panic is the purpose of this meeting. Sir Baron put down his wrist and stood up directly. Lunchtime has arrived. The entire conference room was empty in an instant. Only the thick smoke like Pittsburgh indicated that the conference room was bustling just now. Regarding the outcome of this meeting, the newspapers on the second day expressed the solidarity of the subcontinent and the general praise from the international community. The whole process was handled completely fairly and transparently, which was the key to curbing this drought. In particular, the subcontinent people were praised for their tenacity and spirit of sacrifice in the face of drought. The film industry practitioners in British India were highlighted for donating money and materials and calling on wealthy families to provide assistance to the disaster-stricken areas. The performance of public figures was shocking. Finally, it called on the entire British India to unite, put aside past prejudices, and unite closely around the colonial government. Of course, the last paragraph was for the Congress Party and the Muslim League to listen to, so that they would not come out to cause trouble at this time. Chapter 253 Plague can break out. But then again, has Gandhi's hunger strike ended? Sir Baron spoke vaguely. The veal steak in his mouth obviously had a certain negative effect at this time. The gravy flowed out from between his teeth, hindering the clarity of his words. A week of fasting, plus a month of eating once a day, is probably over. A trace of thought flashed across Alan Wilson's face. He took a sip of whiskey and continued, the good news now is that we probably already know the scope of the drought. It's already mid-July, the drought should not expand. This drought has mainly affected the upper reaches of the Ganges. The United Provinces and the Central Provinces are both severely affected areas. The precipitation in other places has also decreased compared with previous years. The Deccan Plateau has also been affected, but the losses are still acceptable compared to the north. They are all inland areas. This is good news, which will help us control the situation. Sir Baron nodded, with a relieved expression. Like the Bengal famine, the important coastal industrial areas couldn't even cover it up. That was a big deal. As far as the current situation is concerned, it's okay. The problem in the Deccan Plateau is not big either. It's mainly in the upper reaches of the Ganges. What Sir Baron said was not big was compared to the drought in the upper reaches of the Ganges, not that the situation in the Deccan Plateau was not serious. The 1876 Indian famine mainly affected South India, with the Deccan Plateau being the first to suffer. Many photos of the Indian famine in later generations were left behind by that famine. In the eyes of some people, although the Deccan Plateau is a plateau, it is located in a low-latitude tropical area with very good water and heat conditions. It is rich in production, just like the Barafin Plateau in Laos. Although it is a plateau, it is the country's granary with the highest rice production. The main thing about a granary is not its production but its stability, otherwise Punjab would not have become the granary of British India. The climate in most parts of British India is not stable, so we have to mention the role of the roof of the world. For the subcontinent, the Himalayas are a ladder to heaven. Just looking at the straight line distance, the snow-covered plateau should have belonged to India since ancient times, but in fact, this is the same as the meaning of Siberia to China, both of which are out of reach, not far away but never reachable. In general, the governor's office is still optimistic about this drought and famine. The loss on the books is only 200,000 people, most of whom died of dehydration. heat stroke and other diseases caused by the hot temperature, not because of famine. The statistics show that tuberculosis and cholera are too conspicuous. Sir Baron, who was holding the statistics, shook his head. He knew the inside story very well. He just put the death toll caused by famine on the disease. He said heavily, "Didn't the plague break out this year?" Alan Wilson slapped his head, took the report handed over with an apologetic expression, and solemnly assured, "It will break out soon. I neglected it. Aren't there statistics on plague? Even in the 21st century, the Indian subcontinent has almost all the diseases in the world, including diseases that have long been eliminated by various countries. Plague is just a small matter." In the context of the plague being almost eradicated worldwide, there was an outbreak of plague in India in the 1990s. The hospital in the industrial city of Surat, India, received 30 patients with similar conditions. Their symptoms were high fever, coughing, sneezing, and vomiting blood, and soon they fell into a coma. Within half a month, more than 1,000 people were hospitalized with this symptom, and then the news of the outbreak of plague spread like wildfire. In order to avoid this disaster, the residents, carrying the elderly and children, used all available means of transportation to hurriedly flee the plague-stricken city. Then, as expected, the plague was brought to the whole of India. Even India in the 1990s was like this. It was still the British India period. It was normal for the plague to occur. Otherwise, how could Sir Baron be the commissioner? Alan Wilson was convinced, and quickly said, that the disaster was an order, and it would be too late if the plague did not break out again. That's good. In many backward areas, the prevention and treatment of diseases is still very primitive, which is really worrying. Sir Baron said with a look of suffering, "We also want to develop colonies, but the people in the colonies generally have a confrontational mentality. It is not easy to help backward nations. So it seems that the next stage of the work goal of the governor's office is to formulate a comprehensive health bill." Alan Wilson still held the report and nodded to Sir Baron before leaving the commissioner's office. To make matters worse, when British India was united under the leadership of the governor's office, the Congress Party and the Muslim League gave up their differences and were as quiet as a chicken. A plague struck, making the British India, which was already gritting its teeth, even worse. This plague came suddenly and violently. Even in the areas where the plague was recorded decades later, the elderly had no impression of the plague and only remembered the hunger that year. When fighting drought, we also have to fight plague at the same time, so it is very normal to add an anti-epidemic fund. Now British India has to supply local needs and fight disasters and epidemics, so the finances are a little tight. A few days later, Alan Wilson, who had ordered a few health officials to formulate a health bill, returned to Sir Baron's office and said that, while delivering benefits to the local area, there would be some financial difficulties in carrying out anti-epidemic work. Plague does not exist at all. Is it necessary to allocate funds? Sir Baron laughed secretly. It was just a matter of a statistical report, and Alan Wilson became serious. What health bill should be formulated? Let Nehru and others formulate it after independence. This is also for the consideration of the legacy of the British Empire. Respected Sir. Alan Wilson lowered his head and whispered, "Everyone is actually not afraid of having a job, but afraid that nothing will happen." Well. Sir Baron, who heard the hidden meaning, leaned back tactically and nodded to continue. "Sir, in fact, there is a way to deal with financial appropriations." Alan Wilson organized his words and thought about how to start persuading work. Issuing public bonds? This is a colony, not a homeland. Sir Baron frowned. He understood the ambition of civil servants to work, but this matter? It's really hard to do. Issuing public bonds in British India requires approval from London. Even if London approves, as a group of colonists, the independence of British India has become a consensus, but it is forced by drought to unite with the governor's office. Whether anyone will subscribe to the public bonds is still an unknown. In fact, we can print some. Alan Wilson said to his boss that he was overthinking. The production line of the printing press in the suburbs is still open. He has been there. Even the recent consumption in New Delhi is the banknotes he brought out last time. The rise in precious metals. In fact, Alan Wilson himself is also partly responsible, but he has never been a greedy person. He also gave some banknotes to his subordinates in Hyderabad for market testing. Printing money? Did you know that unlimited money printing will eventually lead to economic collapse? Sir Baron was shocked and shook his head. Once something big happens, London will definitely hold people accountable. Sir, you are talking about unlimited money printing. We just want to get through the current difficulties, so we are printing money with limits. We just need to balance the appropriations for the Health Act. With the vast territory and population of British India, an appropriation of only 30 million rupees will not make the situation worse. Isn't there still famine cover? Now the flow of funds among the people is almost solidified due to the drought, and this is also to increase the economic vitality of British India. It's not just printing money, it's more appropriate to call it quantitative easing. Alan Wilson, who was flatly rejected by Sir Baron, tirelessly carried out persuasion work to explain what quantitative easing was. In terms of rupees, the annual tax revenue of British India has already reached 2 billion. A mere 30 million health grant will not be noticed by anyone, at least not by Indians. Quantitative easing policy increases the supply of base money and injects a large amount of liquidity into the market. Quantitative easing policy encourages spending and borrowing. Quantitative means expanding a certain amount of currency issuance, and easing means reducing the financial pressure of banks. Quantitative easing policy: when the securities of banks and financial institutions are acquired, the newly issued currency is successfully invested in the private banking system. Alan Wilson is a restrained gentleman who will not exhaust all resources. Last time, he used only 7 million rupees for himself. This time, he used it to serve the health bill of the entire British India, and he only asked for 30 million health grants. Alan, this is a big deal. Sir Baron wanted to veto it, but when he thought that this assistant was quite capable, mainly because of the relationship with General Mountbatten's daughter, he still didn't say the veto when it came to his lips, but just showed the seriousness of the matter. Of course, sir. When we, the civil servants of the empire, defend the interests of the country, we are always responsible. Alan Wilson did not mention quantitative easing, but he still gave a guarantee. You must be restrained. Sir Baron thought for a long time and finally nodded, asking Alan Wilson to be careful about the scale. Alan Wilson nodded, and then left the governor's mansion. It was not the first time for him to go to the Delaru banknote printing plant in New Delhi. He was already familiar with the place. The second time he came here, Alan Wilson was still excited, and his breathing was much harder. It seemed that the air was filled with the smell of money. Anyway, after India's independence, the right to print money will be taken back. If it is not used now, it will not be used in the future. This time of printing money is considered to be a test for the official start of quantitative easing in the future. Alan Wilson will naturally use this method with absolute restraint as promised, and spend all the money on the health bill. As long as there is no problem this time, there will be fewer voices of opposition when using this weapon in the future. Chapter 254. Morgan Stanley. Because he had come here once before, this time with the instructions from the Governor General of British India, Alan Wilson achieved his goal more easily and made an order of 30 million rupees. The more troublesome thing was to compile the archives. Alan Wilson always adhered to the principle of better safe than sorry. Many archives would be handed over to the Independent Republic of India in the future. Destroying archives was not the style of the British Empire, so another method had to be used: editing archives. Because there was no outbreak of plague at present, when editing archives with health officials, it was inevitable to check some information. See if there was any previous plague information in the Governor General's office to use for this out of nothing editing. Of course there was information, but lying required certain preparations. A lie that was exposed at a glance was not what Alan Wilson pursued, so the plague that had not broken out must be as if it had really broken out. Change the place names of places where plague had broken out in the past, but find areas that were severely affected by drought this time to replace the place names so that it would not be easy to be exposed. It spread rapidly, and pedestrians often fell down on the streets and alleys, vomited blood and died immediately. There were many villages around the city, and the epidemic was also very serious, with many deaths. In some cases, the whole family died, and the scene was very miserable. In the Mathura area, there were whole villages or whole families who died. The people at that time had this experience when they got up in the morning and saw that the chimney of a house was not smoking. It meant that the people in that family were all dead. The rapid spread of death caused great panic among people. For the United Provinces and Central Provinces hit by drought, this made the local people very frightened, and the suffocation that followed was like being entangled by an invisible noose. Then came the formulation of the Health Act. Of course, there were health officials in British India, but compared with the huge number of administrative and judicial officials, it was the same as if there were none. The total number could be accommodated in the conference room. Of course, this was limited to the British. Although Alan Wilson was greedy, he really worked hard. He didn't even know that he was following up on the formulation of all bills at the same time, preparing to leave a sound legal system for India's independence in the future. Compared with the insignificant remuneration he received from his work, these bills were priceless treasures that would affect India for decades to come. Did the Indians suffer a loss? Not at all. Out of kindness, when formulating the health bill with health officials, Alan Wilson suggested that it be based on the British Public Health Act introduced in 1848. This was because most of British India was similar to Britain in 1848, or even worse. Therefore, the Health Bill of 1848 should be more suitable than the national healthcare system that Prime Minister Attlee was formulating. There were only 2 or 3 health officials in British India. After listening to the advice of the Assistant Commissioner to adapt to local conditions, they said that what Alan Wilson said made sense, and that the objective environment of British India should be considered. This was all to build a doctor system in British India, which was divided into 2 parts, and established doctor practice standards and strict supervision to ensure that doctors performed standardized operations. This practice broke the hierarchical differentiation order of the doctor profession, allowing general practitioners to increasingly dominate the medical and health service market. Under the hierarchical order, many doctors of high status have transformed into consultants of medical institutions. They have a respected status granted by traditional medical associations and have a great reputation in the medical community. They mainly serve the relatively wealthy, leisure, high reputation, many titles, and socially influential groups, simply speaking, Brahmins and Kshatriyas. Of course, the British Empire does not have a caste system, so it can also serve the rich people of low castes. General practitioners are more tired, responsible for ensuring the individual health and collective public health safety of the general public. This group, which occupies the vast majority of doctors, is used to serve the working people of British India. Alan Wilson suddenly discovered that the British Health Act of 1848 is simply too suitable for the current British India. In order to spend the money reasonably and legally, the outbreak of plague must be announced, but it must not cause a big panic to prevent other countries from knowing it, otherwise it will be easily exposed. This is a headache. At this time, the telegram from Hyderabad arrived in New Delhi. It mentioned that Vivien Leigh and Hollywood actresses were launching a fundraising campaign. This is really a timely help. Tell all newspapers about Vivien Leigh's charity fundraising in the United States. Tell the foreign newspapers of our governor's office about the outbreak of plague in the United Provinces and the Central Provinces. That's it. Alan Wilson, who was recently worried about not having anything to brag about in British India, finally found some good news about how amazing India is. Human power is limited. Although he has tried very hard, from chess to prehistoric nuclear war, the knowledge reserve in his mind is indeed running out. Now that Vivien Leigh's fundraising campaign has begun, it is a good opportunity to promote it. More importantly, the good news about the American Steel Company is not suitable for the people of British India, especially the Indians, to know about it due to the current situation. He believes that Vivien Leigh's fundraising campaign will make Indians happy, and this is indeed the case. The Times of India and the Hindu are the 2 most influential newspapers at present. They praised Vivien Leigh's spirit of not forgetting India, which is in dire straits, in the United States. The Times of India is an English-language daily newspaper reflecting Indian views. It was founded in Bombay in 1838 and was called the Bombay Times. Published every Wednesday and Saturday. In 1850, it became a daily newspaper. In 1861, it merged with the Standard and the Telegraph and the Courier and changed its name to the Times of India. It was originally operated by the British Bennett Coleman Co Limited and was later bought by the Indian Damiya Jain Group. The readers are mainly intellectuals, businessmen, and officials. The main business of the Dhamia Jain group is to open a bank. The name of the bank is impressive, called the Indian Cosmic Bank. Alan Wilson remembered that there seemed to be a cosmic general in history. I wonder which one is stronger, the Indian Cosmic Bank or not? The front page of the Times of India was titled India's Daughter, which said, Vivian Leigh's good deeds in the American continent can be compared with the goddess of wisdom, Silver. She traveled around the American continent and showed the kindness, beauty, and intelligence of the Indian tradition to Americans. Seeing that the opponent had snatched the goddess of wisdom Silver, the Hindu could only use the goddess Ganges Ganga to praise Vivian Leigh from another perspective for her hard work for the current British India. It's like Ganga, the goddess of the Ganges, walking in the world. She is so holy that people are attracted by her charm wherever she goes. The bright moonlight white petals, the dripping pearl flower core, and the copper red stamens seem to smell the faint fragrance of white camellia. Beauty is not only seen, but also smelled. The goddess recalled the sufferings suffered by India, sighed why it fell into such a miserable situation, and couldn't help but burst into tears. Ganga goddess. Alan Wilson looked at the newspaper of the Hindu with a stern face, feeling offended. Although the level of this newspaper is obviously much better than the previous one. Of course, this is just a minor flaw, the effect is still very obvious. Placebo is useful for many people. Indians can't know Vivian Leigh's behavior in the United States. Not knowing the details will make imagination possible. Knowing too much will lose the sense of mystery. This is just like movie actors can't always participate in variety shows. Without the sense of mystery, the audience's expectations will be reduced. With the advocacy of the governor's office and the fact that British India really needed such good news, the Congress Party and the Muslim League also joined in the praise. For a time, Vivian Leigh's image as an Indian daughter was further consolidated. Vivian Leigh, who was still in Los Angeles, didn't know that she had become a goddess in the eyes of hundreds of millions of people. She was still slowly working on how to expand her group of girlfriends and achieve greater influence. While Vivian Leigh was arranging the group of actresses in the golden age of Hollywood, Derek, who felt that British India had great potential through Vivian Leigh, had already changed his place from Pittsburgh to Wall Street in New York. Wall Street is synonymous with American wealth. In the eyes of many people, it is more important than the White House in Washington. It was really a coincidence that when Alan Wilson just encountered financial problems, Derek began to arrange how to expand the influence of the United States to the subcontinent. Wall Street, the managers of banks, insurance, shipping, railways and other companies opened by the Morgan Consortium, Rockefeller Oil King, Goldman Sachs and DuPont Consortium are concentrated here. Citigroup, Morgan, these familiar names, each represents unlimited wealth. The person Derek wanted to meet was a member of the Morgan family, a family with a transcendent influence on the US Steel Company. Even though he was undoubtedly a successful person in the eyes of others, he was a little nervous now. The surname Morgan represented the ceiling in the United States of America. He, a successful person in the eyes of others, was nothing in front of this surname. Derek didn't even meet the Morgan family, but met the vice president of the bank in the Morgan Stanley building. Although he was a little disappointed, Derek still explained his views on this foray into British India. The president has already known about this matter and is currently evaluating it. In order to save time, we will work with Chase Bank to evaluate the value of the iron ore you mentioned. The executive president met Derek and continued calmly, Mr. Morgan has other things to do and will meet with you tomorrow. You won't have any complaints, right? No. Derek said with humility and a smile on his face. It's very exciting for Mr. Morgan to meet me. Chapter 255 Drake wants to improve. The Chase Bank mentioned by the other party is the Chase Bank founded by J.P. Morgan. Morgan Stanley was originally the investment department of Chase Bank. Later, the United States experienced the Great Depression. Congress passed the Glass-Steagall Act, prohibiting companies from providing commercial banking and investment banking services at the same time. J.P. Morgan split the investment department of Chase Bank and established Morgan Stanley as an investment bank in New York in 1935, while Chase Bank became a pure commercial bank. When Morgan Stanley was established, Chase Bank often sent people to assist Now the senior managers of the two banks were colleagues in the same department in the early years. Although there is a distinction in business now, after all, they were established by two generations of heads of the same family and are very familiar with each other. Derek discovered a good opportunity to buy at a low price. As the person behind the US Steel Company, the Morgan family attaches great importance to it. It can be seen that it saves time to let people from Chase Bank do the evaluation together. Oh, my dear brother, you are not a traditional person. Why are you here? Hearing the footsteps, Morgan III did not turn around, and the fishing rod in his hand did not move, but he had already identified who was coming. Morgan Jr., the second generation head of the Morgan family, died of illness in 1943. Now the leaders of the Morgan family are Morgan Jr.'s two sons, Morgan III, who was born in 1892, and his younger brother Henry Morgan, who is 8 years younger than him. Compared with Morgan III, who is already in his 60s, Henry Morgan is indeed in his prime, and his age of 46 is not old at all. The lake where Morgan III was fishing was the private territory of the Morgan family, which was originally bought by Morgan Sr. This residential area, which includes a main building, two cabins and several auxiliary buildings, is located in the upstate New York area, about a 5-hour drive from New York City. This property located on the peninsula of Lake Mohican between the mountains and forests became Morgan III's favorite place to visit after the war. Not far away is where old Morgan docked his yacht, and on the shore is a villa used all year round. The nearby 1,500 acres of land make this place very comfortable, and Morgan III likes this place very much. However, Henry Morgan doesn't come here very often. This younger brother, who is 8 years younger, is still very young in mentality. If they were not very familiar with each other, Morgan III would never have thought that Henry Morgan would come. Sitting on the solid wood chair next to Morgan III, Henry Morgan knew that his brother was fishing, so he said in a soothing voice, "I borrowed the asset evaluation department of Chase Bank for a while. I hope you don't mind. It's just comfortable here, not so comfortable that the phone can't get in." Morgan III's eyes were still fixed on the fishing line, and he asked with two minds, "You seem to think this is a good opportunity to promote the steel industry to Asia? Why not? The Morgan family's footsteps will never stop." Henry Morgan said without thinking, "It would be best if there were no countries in this world and banks had the final say in everything." Morgan III said something irrelevant that seemed irrelevant, but in fact it was an acknowledgement of his brother's ambition. Is Derek's news reliable? As for that small shareholder of the steel company, he only serves to pass on the message. But if it succeeds, I don't mind letting him play a bigger role. It's not wrong to pursue more money, right? Henry Morgan nodded. "We will naturally evaluate whether the news is true. I have already contacted people in the Far East and am preparing to go to British India. If there is no problem, I will give this opportunity to Derek. This is good for the stock of US Steel." Morgan III raised his eyebrows, quickly pulled up a struggling fish with his rod, and said with a satisfied smile, "Isn't that right, Henry?" "Absolutely right, my brother," Henry Morgan said with a knowing smile. "Definitely good news. Let's go back to the house and talk. It's been a long time since we last met." Morgan III greeted his younger brother Henry Morgan. Compared with many families, the relationship between the two brothers was quite good. Before Morgan Jr. died, he had arranged everything. The two did not have any grudges because of who had more or less. The villa has a total of 5 bedrooms, 3 complete bathrooms, and 1 bathroom without a bathtub. The bathroom in the master bedroom retains a huge bathtub, shower equipment, wash basin and toilet that John Pierpont Morgan used when he bought the property. The United States was not as convenient as it is today, so wealthy businessmen created this new way of building, that is, to build American-style camp villas along the lake, using local original ecological materials to build, and they could be self-sufficient before the popularization of railways and cars. In 1897, Morgan Sr. bought this place and built a villa in the same self-sufficient model. Morgan Jr. also often came to live here. Before Morgan Jr. died, the two brothers didn't come here much. Now Morgan III sometimes comes to see it, and Henry Morgan almost forgets about this property. If Henry Morgan had not discussed something with Morgan III today, he would definitely not have come here. The Morgan brothers and Derek were at different levels. Derek only wanted to increase his voice in the US Steel Company by buying the mineral resources of British India at the bottom and to move to the next level. But the Morgan brothers believed that they could also use financial means to push the stock price of the US Steel Company to operate. On the one hand, they could make money from the real economy, and on the other hand, they could make money from the stock market. If everything went well, they would get a win-win effect. Even if they failed in the end, there would be no loss in one in and one out. As a referee and goalkeeper, the Morgan brothers would certainly think that a win-win situation is more cost-effective. If they took a step back, they would not make any profit or loss, so why not do it? Anyway, someone would pay for it in the end. This trick has been used skillfully since old Morgan was still alive, when he acquired Carnegie Steel Company and established the US Steel Company. Even earlier, when he took over most of the railways in the United States in the 19th century, it had already begun. There are so-called railway kings everywhere, but except for a few hard bones, the real railway king in the United States is Morgan. What about the Vanderbilt family? That was a long time ago. Many famous banks represented by Chemical Bank, Chase National Bank, Hanwha Industrial Bank, Morgan Bank, Standard Bank, Guarantee Trust Company, and First National Bank are all in the hands of the Morgan brothers. The Morgan family is still as prestigious today. Where are those railroad tycoons? Compared with Henry Morgan, Derek, who plays a big shot in front of Hollywood actresses, pretends to be relaxed, but is actually very restrained. After arriving at Henry Morgan's office, he dared not breathe a breath. As a director of a steel company, you are very motivated and very gratifying. Henry Morgan tilted his body and looked at Derek with interest. He didn't start to praise until the person was about to hold back. It's all for the development of the company. Everyone thinks that expanding the influence of the US Steel Company is a good thing. Derek finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the praise and spoke modestly. Why is this tone the same as the annoying federal government? Henry Morgan spoke lightly, which directly shut Derek up. Just a few days ago, he had also commented on Vivian Leigh in a condescending tone. Now in a different occasion, and from a different angle, Derek became the one who could not refute the criticism. I have asked people from the Far East to go to British India. No matter how much analysis is done, it is better to see it with your own eyes. Henry Morgan nodded with satisfaction. As for you, if this project is valuable, you can naturally represent the US Steel Company to promote this good thing. It is all for the benefit. What results are there depends on you. Thank you, Mr. Henry. Derek was full of anger for a while and thanked in an excited tone. This was his purpose. A director who wanted to make progress too much now finally got the favor of the big boss. He didn't know what to say. I still have social engagements. Henry Morgan raised his wrist and pointed with his other hand. His face looked like you understand. Derek certainly understood, and he lowered his head and retreated out of Henry Morgan's office. He waited until the other party left before shaking his head helplessly, wasting 20 minutes. As long as financial means are used to operate in the stock market, even if all the bad results appear, the Morgan family will not lose money. It's just that the shareholders pay the bill. Why did the Morgan family want to acquire the steel company in the first place? Isn't it because, if the largest steel company is in his hands, it is easier to be both a referee and a goalkeeper? Derek was so excited that he couldn't help himself after walking out of the Morgan Stanley building. He didn't know that in Henry Morgan's eyes, he was just like the Hollywood stars in his eyes before, maybe even worse. As a famous bank, Chase Bank naturally has branches in the Far East. After the manager of the Magic City branch received a telegram from the New York headquarters, he understood what the mission was this time. Soon he packed his bags and boarded the ship to British India, which was in dire straits, but tenaciously resisted the disaster in front of the whole world. Distance has never been a problem for capital. If there is not enough manpower in the Philippines, there is still the Chase Bank branch in Manila, the capital of the Philippines, which also received a telegram from the local area and assembled a professional team to go to British India to find out the truth. See if things are really like what Derek said. Derek, who still stayed in the United States, was preparing for his official debut with a progressive spirit. He was catching up on everything he knew about British India. preparing to contribute to the expansion of American steel in the most important market in Asia, and at the same time, make the Morgan family look up to him. Chapter 256 Hedy Lamarr. In fact, there were voices of opposition within US Steel. Even Derek's brother thought his brother was taking a risk. After contacting Derek, he said, "I think we have done everything we could in the past. In order to ensure that no capable entrepreneur is left without a place to use their talents, a certain degree of ambition is certainly necessary, but once you step into the battlefield of greed, it will be a very tragic thing." And Derek responded to his brother's advice. "Due to various restrictions, we are still unable to expand our business at a faster pace. Even if you assert that I'm a super radical, I still hope that you can stand in the position of a director, put yourself in my shoes, and calmly review the current problems. Even at the current optimistic growth rate, the purchase of new equipment and expansion of the factory will consume the maximum amount of bank loans, and even the after-tax surplus. When you think about the increasing debts in the bank every year, can you still say that we have gained a firm foothold in the business world? And it will take several years to repay the loans and pay the interest. If nothing unexpected happens, this will be an opportunity with a small investment and a big return. In the context of the domestic economic prosperity, this merger is definitely not a blind expansion. On the contrary, if it succeeds, it will only make our business develop further. The risk is not big, but the return is great." At Katharine Hepburn's home in Los Angeles, Vivien Leigh kept asking Hedy Lamarr like a fan, and she looked completely admiring of Hedy Lamarr. In fact, with the current fame of the two, Vivien Leigh did not need to do this at all, but the world is so wonderful. Vivien Leigh admired Hedy Lamarr, whose film achievements were not as good as hers, and this surprised Hedy Lamarr herself. "Vivien, look at what you said." Hedy Lamarr was flattered by Vivien Leigh's enthusiasm. Hedy Lamarr has cooperated with many well-known directors, and these films have also been nominated for many important awards, but the honors are all from others. Compared with many famous female stars, Hedy Lamarr's awards are nothing to write home about. It is shocking that a female star like Vivien Leigh, who has both fame and wealth, still has her admirers. The recent Vivien Leigh is a typical example of both fame and wealth. Due to various reasons, Vivien Leigh's influence has risen when no movie is released, and praise from all sides has come. Even at the United Nations meeting, she was praised as a positive image. If there is a title like the United Nations Goodwill Ambassador in this era, then Vivien Leigh, who is now working for British India, is the perfect candidate. A female star's name often appears in social news and is mentioned at the United Nations meeting, which makes Hedy Lamarr very envious. This is exactly what she pursues, but what she pursues has never been obtained, and even the patented technology obtained is not valued. Hedy Lamarr began to contact spread-spectrum communication technology from her first husband Fritz Mandl. He supported Germany and even became the Austrian military supplier of Germany's main armaments. They are studying radio signal remote control torpedoes and wireless communication jamming technology. Although wireless communication technology was the highest level of military secrets in the country at that time, when Mandl talked about related technologies with weapons experts, he allowed Hedy to listen in and even record. Later, Hedy Lamarr, who fled Austria, took the spread-spectrum communication technology to the United States and applied for a patent. They obtained a patent certificate issued by the United States and donated the patent to the US government, hoping to help the war. At the suggestion of Charles Kettering, the Navy held a joint meeting with the National Invention Committee and the Federal Bureau of Investigation to study whether Hedy and Mandl's invention could be put into military use. Hedy opened the drawings and tried to explain the mechanical device, saying that some parts of it worked like the basic mechanical devices in the automatic piano. When military officers heard that the principles of military weapons came from the piano, they thought it was ridiculous. For these officers and soldiers, Hedy herself was more interested than engineering drawings. Even because of her marriage in Austria, Hedy Lamarr was investigated by the Federal Bureau of Investigation. They were both beautiful female stars. Looking at Vivien Leigh and then looking at what she encountered, Hedy Lamarr really had a hard time balancing her mind. As the saying goes, heroes are made by the times. Vivian Leigh has the sincere praise of the British Empire, and the United States, which has ulterior motives towards British India, is enthusiastically supporting her with ill intentions, which has led to the current situation. If it were not for the connotation of the British Indian colonial government, would American public opinion be so unanimous in supporting Vivian Leigh? Vivian Leigh could not see this, but there is a macro-manipulation master on the subcontinent who reminds her. The current concern of the United States for British India is absolutely abnormal. If Britain lets go of the subcontinent in the next few years, it will be fine. If Britain stubbornly maintains its colonial rule in British India, it is estimated that the drama of patricide will be staged without waiting for the Suez Canal War. This craze has already arrived in the United States. Anyone who does not express goodwill to British India with Vivian Leigh has already had a problem with his character. Joan Crawford and Bette Davis are typical examples. When it was learned that Vivian Leigh wanted to invite one of Joan Crawford and Bette Davis to help her call for attention to British India, the entertainment news exploded immediately. Many newspapers were speculating about which of the two female stars who had been at odds for many years was the vicious woman in the other's mouth. It can be said that the current public opinion environment on the Indian famine has a bit of political correctness in the future. Whoever does not express sympathy for the drought in the subcontinent is a bad woman, and the only thing missing is a slogan that Indian lives are precious. When the public opinion news was looking forward to who the vicious woman was, Joan Crawford and Bette Davis, who had already felt the direction of public opinion, expressed their willingness to help Vivian Leigh and raised funds for the drought in British India, getting rid of the terrifying political correctness and letting the onlookers experience the treatment of being a clown. It was precisely because Joan Crawford and Bette Davis were dealt with by the terrifying public opinion that Hedy Lamarr, who had been experiencing unfair treatment in the United States in recent years, happily came to the door after Vivian Leigh issued an invitation and unexpectedly received a different look from the dulling of public opinion. Hedy Lamarr's purpose of coming here is naturally to pursue progress. How many people in this world are willing to stand still? Stars instinctively follow the hot spots. Hedy Lamarr is also a star, so she is naturally no exception. In the United States today, sympathy for British India is the biggest hotspot. After Derek went to Morgan Stanley, this hotspot not only did not cool down, but it became more popular because a US steel company expressed its willingness to purchase grain in the name of the company and ship it to British India. Joan Crawford, Bette Davis, Hedy Lamarr, Lana Turner, Tallulah Benedict, Paulette Goddard, Miriam Hopkins, Joan Bennett, Katharine Hepburn, Ingrid Bergman, Claudette Colbert, plus Vivian Leigh herself, a total of 12 female stars with outstanding looks, strength and appearance, have helped boost the interest of the melon-eating crowd. With the blessing of this craze, Vivian Leigh's group of close friends is expanding at a terrifying speed. The circle of friends around Vivian Leigh, the goddess named by the United Nations as the kindest, is expanding at a speed she has never felt in her first 30 years of life. The definition of derivatives is that a series of services or products that can be sold are developed and manufactured using original character images and carefully designed by professional designers, such as audiovisual products, movies, books, and novels, toys, cartoon image models, clothing, beverages, health products, socks, shoes, stationery, etc. can all be developed into derivatives. Alan Wilson was also shocked by Vivian Leigh's efficiency. Although it has the effect of guiding public opinion, Vivian Leigh's efficiency is too high. She has almost caught all the top female stars of Vivian Leigh's era. If this group is successful, the road for those who come later may not be very smooth. But then I thought that most of them are Americans, and if there is a problem, it will also affect the United States, so there is no problem. After receiving the information that the US Steel Company was buying food in the name of the company to aid British India, the assistant commissioner, who had seen through the Americans' ill intentions, could also feel the obvious traces of public opinion-oriented manipulation through Vivian Leigh's telegram. I don't know if it was a trust company or the US federal government, maybe both. Otherwise, why would the Americans have nothing to do? It's completely abnormal to be so sympathetic to British India. However, the Americans can raise funds as much as they want. Anyway, the distribution is still in the hands of British India, and it is still up to them to give it or not. The aid materials appeared on the black market. Can't he do what Chang Gong did? When the soldiers come, they will be downgraded. When the water comes, the earth will cover it. Alan Wilson, who is busy formulating the health bill for British India, just waits. He still has time to help Vivienne Leigh with ideas on how to expand influence, quickly use the current craze to cash in, and gain more lasting influence through derivatives. The 12 people just correspond to the ancient Greek golden 12 zodiac. Alan Wilson has only seen Saint Seiya, an anime with similar settings. Anyway, it's just a suggestion for Vivienne Leigh to find a way to bind this setting, and then pull other female stars to cash in together. As for the $200,000 bribe Derek mentioned, he could have kept it for his career development. Anyway, once the Americans with bad intentions arrived in British India, they would definitely find a way to find him, and that would be the big money. The $200,000 bribe was directly transferred by Alan Wilson to Vivienne Leigh. The great British treasure thought she had seen the world, but this time she realized that the so-called world she had seen was not enough. It's a pity that I lack a novel about the golden age of Hollywood. I started writing about the wrong era when I wrote about the United States. It was mainly because of the internet environment, which forced me to keep writing and wasted time. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257 American Guests. If it were Alan Wilson, he would also want to see more of this world. If he had not dug the Golden Temple, even if he knew that there would be greater benefits behind it, he would not have given Vivienne Leigh $200,000 without blinking an eye. Take British India as an example. Although rupees and dollars are both currencies, dollars can be exchanged for gold. Whether rupees can be sold for gold depends on one's mood. Since the drought broke out, the assistant commissioner, who has a hobby of collecting, found that it seemed to be getting harder and harder to buy gold with rupees. His suitcase was not even full. If $200,000 was placed in front of Alan Wilson, he might regret it, but he didn't see the real thing. In later generations, the development of derivatives in the United States has become very mature. The income of film and television derivatives has exceeded twice the box office. The box office of Super IPE has entered its peak period, and IPE seeks multi-channel realization. The success of the 6 major Hollywood film companies is not only due to the possession of high-quality IPE, but also to the multi-channel realization model. The Hollywood animation derivatives market often starts to promote through various marketing methods before the movie is released, so even if the female star has no works released at present, she can still make money through derivatives. Being the first person to try something new when no one is paying attention is of course very risky, but the rewards of being a pioneer after success are unimaginable. Vivienne Leigh read the telegram sent by the reader with great interest. It must be admitted that Alan Wilson is absolutely a role model in helping others, and he almost gives up everything to help those around him. He himself is willing to live in poverty and work as a civil servant in the colonies. This time, through the concept of derivatives, Vivienne Leigh's future was pointed out, which moved the heart of the great British treasure. Is it Oliver's telegram? When Katharine Hepburn came down from upstairs, she happened to see Vivienne Leigh curled up on the sofa, holding the telegram and grinning, and she joked before she arrived. Vivienne Leigh suddenly turned around, as if she was startled. After hearing what Katharine Hepburn said, she was embarrassed and smiled. "Oh, no, it's my good brother." Vivienne Leigh's urgency made Katharine Hepburn suspicious. Would there be a marriage change? She had traveled across the ocean to England to attend Vivienne Leigh's wedding. The loving scene was not fake. Katharine Hepburn, who had doubts in her heart, did not ask her doubts because of their friendship. She asked as if nothing was wrong. "Is it the boy who is a civil servant?" Mr. Derek said that he would give him a bribe of $200,000. This is not a small amount. Ordinary people can't earn so much in their lifetime. Katharine Hepburn's unintentional words made Vivienne Leigh, who had just been hit by $200,000, agree in her heart. It's just that she almost revealed a flaw just now. Now she can only use Oscar's acting skills and pretend to be indifferent. However, showing off her Oscar-winning acting skills in front of Katharine Hepburn was simply a show of force. She was the current ceiling of the film queen. The more Vivien Leigh did this, the more certain her guess became. That idiot, he just likes to be a civil servant. I guess he has no idea about money. Vivien Leigh couldn't help but mention Alan Wilson. She felt relieved after saying it. She was bored just by hearing others talk about him. It's a pity that he has so many strange ideas in his head. Maybe he has little experience. Most civil servants are unknown. Once they experience fame, it may be different. While speaking, Katharine Hepburn looked at Vivien Leigh's expression with a hidden look. No fame? He is the most famous civil servant in the British Empire. Vivien Leigh couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh, revealing the famous photo of Alan Wilson saving French women on the streets of Paris. That was even a famous scene that could be in textbooks and was widely known in the UK. There is such a thing. Katharine Hepburn couldn't help but smile and exclaimed, "Is he so famous? Not less famous than me at all." Vivien Leigh said with a smile, "The most important thing is that he doesn't seem to know about this. He only stayed in Europe for a few months and then returned to British India." Before Katharine Hepburn asked, Vivien Leigh told her about the derivative plan mentioned by Alan Wilson, saying that this was a good opportunity to make money. Although the female stars involved had already achieved financial freedom, who would dislike having a lot of money? How to use the current craze to cash in? You can try. For these stars, they have seen many people who are popular and out of fashion, and they all cherish the current popularity. All industries are the same. Today's society is constantly growing and progressing. However, some entrepreneurs are more negative. They believe that, as long as the new projects they develop have actual profits, they can think that the most difficult and dangerous period has passed, and they have overcome the debt repayment and all the troubles brought by starting a business. At this point, it can be said to be as stable as a mountain. Since the business has entered the stage of horizontal flight, there is really no need to expand, because even if it encounters one or two crises, the company will not collapse, so just sit back and relax. In this regard, Hollywood actresses can feel a sense of crisis even more than American entrepreneurs. There is a rule that is universal in the film industry, and Hollywood is no exception. That is, it is the male actors who carry the box office. Even when the female stars are the most famous, they are still a world apart from the equally famous male actors. When Vivien Leigh was filming Gone with the Wind, her salary was $25,000, so she was shocked when Derek asked for a salary of $200,000. Her partner in Gone with the Wind was paid $1 million, so she would never show shock at $200,000. Because of this, female stars must expand the market, and for this, they must agree to various conditions to maintain their popularity. Even if it is not for herself, Vivien Leigh wants to help others gain a foothold in the fiercely competitive Hollywood. At the New Delhi airport, as the DC-3 passenger plane slowly landed, the capable team of Morgan Stanley finally arrived in New Delhi, perfectly reflecting the efficiency of capitalism. The world passenger aircraft market in this era, like in later generations, was in the hands of Americans. In fact, the emergence of the Comet airliner itself was a challenge to the order of the world aviation market. The DC-3 was launched in 1935. The DC-3 could carry 30 passengers and could cross the east and west coasts of the United States with only one refueling in the middle. In addition, it was equipped with an in-flight kitchen, which was the first on an airplane, and could set up beds in the cabin, which brought a revolutionary breakthrough to commercial flights. Due to its superior performance, the DC-3 was purchased in large quantities by airlines around the world. On the eve of World War II, more than 90% of the world's air travel was by DC-3 aircraft. The DC-3 has more stable performance, lower operating costs, and is easy to repair and maintain. The military version is the famous C-47 military transport aircraft. In fact, if you want to come to British India, you can arrive very quickly, but there are people who don't like flying and prefer to take a boat, such as Alan Wilson. General Mountbatten is another problem. He doesn't want to come at all. In this regard, the happy civil servants who were immersed in heavy work had no idea. Alan Wilson was so busy, working hard for the welfare of hundreds of millions of people in the subcontinent, and he never tired of it. The business elites from outside the subcontinent were not anxious, but now they were strolling around the two districts of Delhi. Comparing the differences between New Delhi and Delhi, they gained some understanding of British India. The climate here is just like Nevada. Several business elites were deeply impressed by the weather in New Delhi. New Delhi itself is an inland city, and the hot weather is the kind of heat without any other factors. Whether it is the magic city or Manila, they are coastal cities, and hot are also different. After a round of business elites representing Chase Bank, they found a place to stay. After a long journey, they rested first. As for whether there are prostitutes in this city, they will look for them tomorrow. It's not that there are no members who are interested in the Delhi district and want to find the excitement of exotic customs. After 2 days of ignorance, the news that a group of Americans encountered trouble in New Delhi forced Alan Wilson to put down his work and go to deal with it. On this occasion, the two sides met, and the matter was immediately handled. Alan Wilson was also retained. Wilkins introduced himself. "I'm the manager of Chase Bank in Manila. It is a pleasure to meet Mr. Allen. You are younger than I thought. Why can't we avoid meeting each other through troublesome things?" Alan Wilson had learned through telegrams that a group of bastards with ulterior motives for the precious mineral resources of British India were coming to the door, but he still couldn't understand this method. "Because we are really in trouble and have to ask the governor's office for help." Wilkins looked embarrassed and turned his head to glare at a member behind him. He actually molested someone else's wife, which was simply a disgrace to Chase Bank. Oh. Alan Wilson's face turned from sunny to cloudy. He still wanted to find an opportunity to comfort the expatriate couple. "They look very much like the Americans in my impression." "Don't be offended, Mr. Allen. It's just a misunderstanding." Wilkins apologized quickly. "We are willing to make some compensation. Of course, such a small matter is not worth too much discussion. Aren't we going to talk about a big deal? A big deal between us?" "Ah." Alan Wilson nodded with his mouth wide open. If he could see his expression now, he would be shocked at his jaw. How could he open such a greedy mouth? "In that case, I will temporarily contribute to our special relationship between Britain and the United States and receive tourists from afar. Thank you for the reception, Mr. Allen." Wilkins responded with a tacit smile. Chapter 258, The Special Relationship Between Britain and the United States. "It's all because blood is thicker than water." Alan Wilson responded with a fake smile. "You Americans have heard this saying, right? The phrase blood is thicker than water is not a Chinese idiom, but a British proverb. However, the phrase really became famous and known to the Chinese in 1860. The British and French coalition forces were frustrated in their attack on Dagakau, and the American fleet in the Far East joined the war, making this phrase one of the famous sayings in American history. When the commanding general was asked why he violated the neutrality principle of the United States and assisted the British fleet fighting against China at Dagakau, he used the excuse that blood is thicker than water. Of course, blood is thicker than water, but now China is also an important member of the Allies. Wilkins obviously understood the historical origin of blood is thicker than water, and he was quite politically conscious when he answered. "The elites are different from those naive rednecks in the United States who are just farming." Alan Wilson muttered in his heart and stretched out his hand to signal. "Welcome everyone to British India. I have a few reminders before. The currency of British India is rupees. In principle, the US dollars you carry should be exchanged for rupees and used in British India. This is a new rule since the beginning of the year. I believe everyone should be able to understand this. Colonies are colonies." As soon as Wilkins heard it, he knew that this was a closed loop of currency used to reserve US dollars. It is said that people who work in banks have experience in this area, and this is really what it means. No matter how small a mosquito is, it is still meat. Alan Wilson is a civil servant of the British Empire, and of course he always puts the interests of the empire first. Now the mainland is trying to struggle out of the sequelae of the war. As the jewel in the crown of the British Empire, British India must take the lead and play a role as a model. Being sensitive to money, Wilkins said, "I believe we won't suffer any loss, right?" "Absolutely not. I will definitely pay attention to this matter and make a fair exchange." Alan Wilson nodded solemnly. He could even let the other party take advantage of him by exchanging the US dollars in the other party's hands with brand new banknotes that had just come off the banknote printing machine production line, and at the same time wish the other party a happy time in British India. The first contact between the two sides left a deep impression on the other party. In Wilkins' eyes, although Alan Wilson was very restrained, his greed could also be seen from the side. As for Americans like Wilkins, Alan Wilson believed that they should leave British India cleanly when leaving, which would have a positive effect on the financial burden of the British Empire. The two of them dismissed their left and right, chatting casually, talking nonsense without nutrition, and the atmosphere was relaxed and comfortable. For a long time, the United States has not paid much attention to Asian affairs. Wilkins emphasized with a smile, especially British India, the treasure of the British Empire. But I believe that good things are not afraid of being late, and it is not too late to start paying attention now. I believe Mr. Allen should welcome us, right? Of course, we are all family. Alan Wilson nodded with a smile. We face a common threat. We should unite together to maintain world peace. In the face of the threat to world peace, Alan Wilson kept talking about maintaining world peace. If others don't take the initiative to speak, he will not take the initiative to enter the substantive stage. This is the home court of Britain, and the rhythm must be controlled. If Wilkins or even Morgan behind him think that it is just an assistant commissioner who wants to do some ugly things of selling state-owned assets at a low price and enriching himself, then it is too much to underestimate Alan Wilson. Alan Wilson's essential purpose is still to serve the British Empire. He wants to set up a bureau in British India, introduce American capital, transfer the cashed funds to the mainland, and add fuel to the struggle of the mainland from the sequelae of the war. He didn't want to explain it as a trick to get something for free. After all, the other party was no small player. But what would Nehru do in the future? That had nothing to do with Alan Wilson. The money invested by the American Steel Company would definitely become the British dollar reserves, and that was a foregone conclusion. Of course, he, an assistant commissioner of British India, couldn't accomplish all this, but fortunately, the contact between the two sides had just begun, and when things were almost done, he could report to the local government that was looking for money everywhere. However, Wilkins mentioned it intentionally or unintentionally, and there must be benefits to be gained. It was hard to refuse the other party's kindness, and Alan Wilson could not refuse directly. I'm a civil servant, and will not be tempted by benefits. Fairness and integrity have always been my goal. Very fair and honest, I saw it from the first time I saw Mr. Allen. Otherwise he would not have become the assistant commissioner at such a young age. Wilkins hid his contempt in his heart, and gave generous praise on the surface. It should be possible for ordinary tourists like us to go around British India. Of course, this is a free land, but I don't recommend going to certain places. You know, it's a difficult time for British India now. Drought and plague have broken out in some places. I'm not trying to stop anything, but considering everyone's safety. Alan Wilson slowly suggested that Wilkins and others should inform him in advance where they are going, so that he can make arrangements. The Miss or state should not have the above factors, right? Wilkins finally made it clear that this was the purpose of his coming to British India. The local scenery is pleasant and full of exotic customs. I hope that tourists from afar will have a good time. Alan Wilson responded straightforwardly, ending this first meeting of a series of traps. The next day, the US dollars carried by these Chase Bank business elites were exchanged for the currency of British India, rupees. The brand new Indian rupees were placed in front of everyone. The new banknotes are beautiful, and the smell of the banknotes is also refreshing. I wish you a pleasant journey in British India. My assistant AI. And he will help you deal with things in South India. Alan Wilson just finished speaking, and then took out the contact information of the Hyderabad State Commissioner's office. Once we have determined some things, some of the benefits brought by the things will arrive soon. Wilkins took the initiative to reach out and shake hands with Alan Wilson, hinting at the treatment after the matter was completed. Originally, Alan Wilson wanted to say that he could go to Elisa if he had something to do, but when he thought of the group of Americans in front of him, he changed his words temporarily and asked these people to find Andy who shared the same ideals. Wilkins and his people harassed British expatriates as soon as they arrived in New Delhi. They were a perfect match for Indy, who hired prostitutes but didn't pay. They might have a lot in common. As for Elisa, although she wasn't a peerless beauty, she was also pretty. With her long red hair, it was inevitable that the Americans, who had a brain in their genitals, would have wild thoughts. If something happened, Alan Wilson would be in a very difficult situation. He couldn't just shoot them. Now we were in a civilized society. He could only set up cannons and let these Americans enjoy the treatment of the Indian uprising. Have a nice trip. Alan Wilson waved his hand, watched these money-spending boys go on their way, and prepared to return to the governor's mansion. He was so busy as the assistant commissioner, not to mention the health bill, he now had to worry about what Nehru should do, such as formulating a bill to ensure that foreign-funded enterprises did not make much money. It couldn't be completely unprofitable. If it was, no one would invest in British India. It was necessary to ensure that, in addition to British companies, some other countries' companies would not make much money by investing in the subcontinent. Although India did a good job in stumbling foreign companies after introducing them in history, Alan Wilson felt that it could do better. As foreign companies, even if Britain became independent, as long as the hidden stakes buried during the colonial period were not all dug out, British companies would have an advantage over companies in other countries. Even if Nehru promoted social reforms in India in the future, this advantage would still exist. After all, Alan Wilson did not believe that Nehru could really turn India into a country like the Soviet Union. Wilkins did not need to thank him for his small work. Don't ask. The question is the special relationship between Britain and the United States. The work of the governor's office is quite boring at present, and British India is even more boring. Except for the American tourists who just arrived, every day is nothing more than a food problem. However, since the American Steel Company has donated a ship of food and has already set off, it can be used to quench thirst. Although it is not available at present, and even if it arrives, there may not be a chef for the victims, but the spiritual uplift is endless. The spiritual power brought can help many people survive this drought. As for who should be credited for this achievement, Alan Wilson, who is very secretive about his achievements, is definitely not the right person to give the credit. Of course, it should go to the Indian goddess Vivien Leigh. According to an unnamed source, Alan Wilson, some temples are preparing to deify Vivien Leigh. Isn't this normal? There are 330 million gods in Hinduism, and one more is not much more. What's wrong with deifying Vivien Leigh? Since the news has been released by the unnamed assistant commissioner, it will naturally appear in the newspaper. If it appears in the newspaper, there will naturally be people who agree with it, and the voices of dissent will be ignored. The voices that are not taken seriously disappear, and the rest of the people will naturally agree with it, and the matter will be set in stone. Assistant Alan, have you seen today's newspaper? Edel asked during lunchtime, holding today's newspaper, which said that Vivien Leigh was going to be deified. No, I thought you were talking about the second round of debates between the Congress and the Muslim League in London. Alan Wilson said with a look of ignorance. We are civil servants and we need to read some meaningful newspapers. This kind of newspaper is for Indians, and is equivalent to entertainment news in effect. Recommended from the Independent Commission Against Corruption, to dominate Hong Kong films travel to the world of Hong Kong movies, and become an ICAC agent. The first step of the legend begins with the arrest of Leigh Luo. Let us all stand up, and salute the real boss. Chapter 259 Father of India. Alan Wilson didn't know what it felt like to ask a question to the instigator. But as the person being asked, he was secretly happy. Although he took advantage of Vivien Leigh, he also gave her a huge return. The British treasure was definitely not at a disadvantage. That's right. Edel savored Alan Wilson's words, and felt that there was some truth in them. He really turned to the reply of the Congress Party and the Muslim League on the future of British India and said gloatingly, the two parties have nothing in common. There is no identical plan for the future. I believe that the members of Congress now understand that it is unrealistic to maintain the integrity of British India. In this way, if there is a partition in the future, the responsibility will not be on the British Empire. It is their own choice. Alan Wilson was full of pride. Although he was of low status, he almost did everything he could for the British Empire on his own. In the final analysis, he still had to make 120,000 efforts to save the British Empire, which was about to enter a rapidly falling track. to avoid a world hegemon ending up as a follower. Alan Wilson hopes that the future of the Soviet Union is that the United States alone cannot deal with the Soviet Union, but with the help of old Europe, it can easily defeat the Soviet Union. If the United States alone can deal with the Soviet Union, doesn't it prove that countries like Britain and France, that are waving flags and shouting are useless? In this case, if the Soviet Union is gone one day, won't the United States have to feed Britain and France? History has proved that when the Soviet Union was still there, Britain and France looked like this. After the Soviet Union was gone, the status of Britain and France was not as good as when the Soviet Union was still there. Although he wondered if the assistant commissioner was a little too happy, Edel thought about it and thought that this was indeed something worth celebrating, so he didn't think much about it. It can be said that the first debate between the two major political forces in British India still had some tentative words. The second defense that just took place has already shown everyone the attitude of not being able to urinate in the same pot. The first thing to bear the brunt is that the part of the members in Congress who have always advocated the preservation of the integrity and independence of British India have completely silenced. But the advocacy of maintaining the rule of British India in a tough manner did not work out well either. The Congress Party and the Muslim League disagreed on almost everything, except for one point, the advocacy of independence. This was the only common point between the two sides. Those who advocated maintaining the colonial rule of British India in a tough manner were mainly the Conservatives led by Churchill. When they were in the opposition, they spoke in a tough manner and made irresponsible statements. The significance of the Congress Party and the Muslim League arriving in London was mainly to completely reduce the voices for attaining the independence of British India and retaining the colonial rule of British India. Although Churchill was still in the House of Commons and tirelessly criticised the Attlee government. But it must be said that Churchill just wanted to show a tough attitude, not really wanting to do anything to British India, but just asking for a position on the front page of a newspaper. Unlike the members of Parliament, for most London citizens, the mental journey is much simpler. Over the past year, the term British India has become more and more popular in the eyes of London citizens, thanks to the huge amount of negative news. Therefore, after the two delegations of the Congress Party and the Muslim League arrived in London, they naturally attracted the attention of London citizens. After all, black and red are also red, and London citizens are also curious about politicians who come out of the cesspool. Therefore, the first round of debate attracted the attention of London citizens, and of course this craze was not well intentioned. The second round of debate on the future of British India was a little lackluster in the eyes of London citizens. In short, it lost its freshness because the Congress Party and the Muslim League fell into a cliché in the second round of debate. It may be because of the restraint in the first round of debate. In the second round of debate, when the Congress Party and the Muslim League were asked how they viewed each other, they were a little full of fire. You must know that Patel himself is the leader of the conservative faction in the Congress Party. On the topic of the future of the subcontinent, he must show a tough voice, and it is impossible to speak without gunpowder. This disappointed the citizens of London. Do you need to come from British India to spray fesses at each other? The Conservative Party and the Labour Party perform similar programs every day. The new program instantly reduces people's expectations. It turns out that it is still old wine in a new bottle. No matter how the Congress Party and the Muslim League perform, at least they have attracted some attention, so that Prime Minister Attlee does not have to explain it. Now most British people know that the common point between the Congress Party and the Muslim League is a pursuit of independence, and they are consistent only on this issue. This does not require him, the Prime Minister, to explain how to treat British India. The lack of such problems has reduced Attlee's troubles. Now it seems that he finally agreed to the Congress Party and the Muslim League to send delegations to London after consideration. It is a correct decision. The most direct consequence is that the voice of the Conservative Party that has been accusing Attlee of abandoning British India has been reduced a lot. Although it has not disappeared completely, it is also very good. The political environment in the UK cannot make the voice of the opposition disappear completely. Citizens are just spectators, and the opposition party only opposes for the sake of opposition. Otherwise there is no sense of existence. Prime Minister Attlee is in a very good mood now. When people care about the problems of British India, he has time to care about his own policy proposals. Attlee defeated Churchill not just for the sake of going through the motions, but because he really had his own policy plan. He wanted to establish a national healthcare system in the UK. Although he did not have money, this goal did not change. Even from the perspective of national competition, this system was necessary. The national sponsorship system already existed. After the Second Industrial Revolution, Germany's economic and military strength developed rapidly, and it also began to actively expand overseas, becoming the strongest competitor of the UK at that time. In 1908, Lloyd George, then British Chancellor of the Exchequer, was one of the three giants at the Paris Peace Conference. After personally visiting Germany, which had implemented health insurance for many years, and witnessing the fact that the health level of the Germans continued to improve, Lloyd George was very uneasy about this situation, which prompted him to make up his mind to implement a health insurance bill with a broader connotation in the UK. The new National Health Service Act has been formulated, and Attlee is ready to implement the new National Health Care Act to fulfill his campaign promise. It is said that great minds think alike. Alan Wilson is also using the British Health Act of 1848 as a blueprint to do his part for the health of all British Indians. He even took the initiative to tell Nehru the good news, so that the leader of the Congress Party, who was still thinking hard about countermeasures during the period of British India's anxiety, would not be anxious. The governor's office is still doing things. Although this drought has caused losses, it is not too late to make up for the loss. Everyone can start preparing for the next drought from now on. After all, it is a good intention. Nehru also knows that Alan Wilson is really sincere to British India. Since the drought began, he has been busy and urging people from all over the country to rescue the disaster. He appeals and calls, and there is absolutely no problem on the surface. Nehru certainly would not refuse this kind of good thing for India after independence. He immediately formed a team of talents to advance the progress of things with the governor's office. Of course, the Muslim League also sent people. I don't know what the future of British India will be like, but this is a bill that involves the health of hundreds of millions of people in the subcontinent. Everyone must do their best. Unlike the Congress Party and the Muslim League in London, Alan Wilson, who faced the two parties at the governor's house, spoke with deep affection, which deeply moved both parties. When a sound legal system is established, we may be useless. But this legal system, that allows Europe to enter modern society, for example, must be left to you without reservation. This is our responsibility. Alan Wilson's eyes were deep, and his tone was like an old father who wanted his son to succeed. But the subtext was that he would not leave until all the bills related to the future were introduced, and he would use this as an excuse to delay time. The fact that the mainland and British India were promoting the health bill at the same time had nothing to do with General Mountbatten himself. It was related to the Congress Party and the Muslim League. It was like a new animal coming into the zoo, which made him more eager not to take office in British India, but he had already agreed. Even after his daughter's wedding, he proposed to go after the drought was over, and the cabinet approved it. He really had nothing else to say to prevaricate. On the contrary, after the Congress Party and the Muslim League arrived in London, the cabinet knew that the discord between the two major forces in British India had surfaced. The Labour cabinet was more eager for General Mountbatten to take office than before. No matter whether Mountbatten still found excuses, or what excuses he made, the position of Governor General of British India would not be replaced. It must be Mountbatten. The cabinet has repeated to the media several times that Mountbatten's decision as Governor General of British India will never change. When the drought in British India subsides, General Mountbatten will set off. General Mountbatten's own resistance and the cabinet's appointment were also conveyed to New Delhi through telegrams. Our governor seems to be quite indifferent to British India, which makes us very sad. Sir Baron smiled to hide his sadness. I wonder how long the governor can delay. Of course the later the better. Alan Wilson said with an approving look. It would be best to wait until we have finished all our things. He is Pamela's father. Sir Baron said meaningfully. Pamela will be sad if you do this. I'm a civil servant. Alan Wilson stated his position and emphasized, I'm R1. Very good. Sir Baron's tense expression finally relaxed, and he was very satisfied with the answer. Chapter 260 Andaman Riot. In fact, as the Commissioner of British India, Sir Baron had no prejudice against the incoming Governor General. But as the Commissioner's assistant, he had some unclear, indescribable, and mysterious relationship with the Governor General's daughter, which made Sir Baron worried. When General Mountbatten took office, would he still be the authority of British India? Fortunately, Alan Wilson's loyalty was still very effective. He directly stated that he was a grateful person and would never forget that Sir Baron helped him at the beginning of his career. This answer made Sir Baron quite relieved. The young official was still reliable. Actually, Alan, you know about the current situation. We have to wait until the deadline as much as possible. But you also know that General Mountbatten is a person with a more unrestrained personality. I'm afraid that he will not cooperate with us after he takes office. What is foresight? This is foresight. Alan Wilson really admired him. In history, when General Mountbatten arrived in British India, he saw that chaos had already occurred. He wanted to get out of it as soon as possible, so he cut the Gordian knot. British India became independent into two countries, India and Pakistan, a full year earlier than the time originally set by the cabinet, which even caught the local Labour Party cabinet and Prime Minister off guard. Almost as soon as they woke up, the most important pearl of the British Empire was gone. Even Prime Minister Attlee could not accept it, let alone ordinary citizens of the empire. General Mountbatten had been the commander of the Allied forces in Southeast Asia. Although he spent most of his time on vacation in British Ceylon, Sir Baron was definitely not unfamiliar with this new Governor General. He was afraid that there would be disagreements at work at that time. For a head of a British Indian civil service, it was always unwise to conflict with the Governor General, but the interests were there, and Sir Baron could not let it go. So after the cabinet repeatedly stated that the Governor General of British India would not be replaced, Sir Baron called his assistant over to test whether the young official he favoured was reliable. I understand what you mean. Governor General Mountbatten may have some wishful thinking, and this requires someone to give kind advice at this time. Alan Wilson chose his words carefully to maintain the peace and stability of British India. That's right, it's best if this person is not distant. Sir Baron took a high profile and said, the most suitable candidate is you. Only your relationship with General Mountbatten is suitable for the Governor General to listen to professional advice at that time, and sometimes it can also be an opinion. In order for our proposal to succeed, I will do my best. Alan Wilson deliberately emphasized the word we, indicating that he would stick to his original intention and protect the interests of civil servants to the greatest extent. Alan's statement will surely make many civil servants happy. In fact, everyone has always been very optimistic about you. They think you are a model for young civil servants and a role model for them to learn from. Sir Baron nodded and said, the order of the empire needs us to maintain. Of course, this is mutual. If you can maintain everyone, everyone will also maintain you. In some matters, everyone is willing to support you. General Mountbatten will take office eventually, and Sir Baron has made preparations for this. He called Alan Wilson, not just to knock him. After receiving a satisfactory answer, he also expressed a positive response. For example, in some matters, Alan Wilson can be asked to make more valuable suggestions, while others give firm support. After leaving Sir Baron's office, Alan Wilson was refreshed. Before the arrival of the new governor, this conversation had already shown that the commissioner wanted to give the assistant commissioner more responsibilities. Of course, this also represents the determination of the entire British Indian civil servants to unite closely and stand the last shift. The most important thing is Sir Baron's support. To be honest, the position of the assistant commissioner is very easy to be treated as a decoration by the commissioner. Alan Wilson is very lucky that he has not been treated like this. Now Sir Baron used this conversation to show that he would never be treated like this in the future, but he must work with him to safeguard the overall interests of the British Indian civil servants. At this moment, the Commissioner's Secretary Edel hurried over and met Alan Wilson, who had just come out of the Commissioner's office. What happened? Assistant, something happened in the Andaman Islands. Edel spoke anxiously and walked to the door of the Commissioner's office without stopping and pushed the door open. Then Alan Wilson, who had just left, followed in again. He already had a guess in his mind and came in just to confirm it. Commissioner, Japanese prisoners of war rioted in the Andaman Islands. The British on the island have evacuated, but there are only 2 battalions of Indian garrisons there, and they lack heavy weapons. It is not known whether they can quell this riot. Ethel took out the telegram and reported hurriedly. The current news was sent before the British expatriates evacuated, and we don't know the current situation yet. Such a thing actually happened? Alan Wilson said with a serious face. I didn't expect that on an isolated island overseas, where the news is extremely easy to be blocked. Japanese prisoners of war dared to riot. Do they have brains? The point is that it is an isolated island overseas, where the news is extremely easy to be blocked. Alan Wilson's words at this time were malicious in themselves. Sir Baron did not fail to hear it. On the contrary, he immediately understood Alan Wilson's intention. Call General Irwin, and let's talk about the Andaman Islands. Sir Baron made a prompt decision. Once such a thing happened, it would definitely rely on the garrison. It is impossible for 100,000 civil servants and 100,000 soldiers to go to the island to quell the riot, right? At this time, the Andaman Islands were in the midst of a bloodbath. The Japanese soldiers who had followed Yamashita Tomoaki to sweep across Southeast Asia showed their ferocity again after nearly a year. These Japanese prisoners of war were thin and their bodies had obviously consumed a lot of vitality in the long-term state of hunger, but everyone's eyes were full of murderous intent, venting all the abuse they had suffered on the island. The cause of the incident was a leak of a telegram to clean up Japanese prisoners of war, which led to this riot. The telegram was just a fuse, and its authenticity did not need to be investigated at all. In the final analysis, the endless heavy labor and food deductions in the past year eventually wiped out the Japanese prisoners of war with strong psychological qualities. As long as they were not sleeping, the Japanese prisoners of war were constantly working to build a military base that almost exceeded the demand for use, and the deductions in food were accumulated over the years, not to mention that the British instigated Indian soldiers to abuse Japanese prisoners of war in various ways. Finally, this riot was caused, but the instigator had already escaped on a warship and left the Indians on the island. There were more than 20,000 Japanese prisoners of war. Although they had no weapons, their number was 20 times that of Indian soldiers. Once they decided to resist, it was conceivable that less than 1,000 Indian soldiers would be unprepared. There were originally more Japanese prisoners of war who arrived in the Andaman Islands. More than 4,000 people had died due to the local environment and became part of the island. Indian soldiers played a big role in this. After the riot, the situation faced by the Indian garrison can be imagined. The British lived in the largest port in the Andaman Islands, where there were docked warships. They got on the ship and fled as soon as they got the news, leaving the Indian soldiers on the island. Now, all the consequences have to be borne by the Indian soldiers. Since the beginning of the riot, many Indian soldiers who were alone have been killed directly. The Japanese prisoners of war used the weapons they had robbed to complete their armaments and continued to attack the Indian army. At the same time, they looked for all the food they could eat. In the past 2 months, many prisoners of war have starved to death because of lack of food. Many rioting Japanese soldiers relied on their breath to fight against hunger. Tens of thousands of Japanese troops, accompanied by the exiled Japanese traitors on the island, carried out a large-scale sweep of the Andaman Islands. The harsh environment of the jungle on the Andaman Islands is the same as that in Southeast Asia. It would be a tragedy for tens of thousands of people to plunge into the almost uninhabited jungle with wild animals and mosquitoes without roads and the possibility of obtaining supplies. Moreover, the Indian soldiers, who knew what image they had in the eyes of the prisoners of war, did not surrender at this time. They continued to fight with the rioting prisoners of war on the island, hoping that the situation on the island had been passed on, and they would persist until the arrival of reinforcement. 2 Japanese prisoners of war who were shooting at the house from the gate were overturned to the ground, and even the light machine gun that had just misfired was blown up, and finally the rioting Japanese prisoners of war were temporarily suppressed. At this time, the defending Indian soldier got up and saw several more prisoners of war rushing in from the gate. The rifle was no longer working at this time, so he immediately pulled out the pistol from his waist, aimed at the incoming prisoners of war at the moment of pulling out the gun, and fired a volley of bullets. 20 rounds of bullets were fired in a fan-shaped pattern. 3 prisoners of war immediately fell to the ground with blood spurting from their bodies and screaming. The remaining 2 prisoners of war were so scared that they quickly lay down. Before they could raise their guns and shoot, 2 figures rushed out from not far away and started to fight with pistols. However, the house defended by this soldier could not withstand the impact of the rioters. Because of the defense and weapons, the 2 brave Indian soldiers lived for 15 minutes longer. 15 minutes later, a wisp of smoke rose into the sky. The hungry prisoners of war had to eat something. Anything would do. The life of prisoners of war in the Andaman Islands made these prisoners of war feel hungry the most directly. They had to eat. At the governor's house in New Delhi, General Irwin of the British Army in India had arrived. He and the governor's house received the news at about the same time and were now rushing over to discuss countermeasures. No one knew the situation in the Andaman Islands. Chapter 261, a foolproof plan. General Irwin, I believe you also know the situation in the Andaman Islands. In the governor's mansion, Sir Baron came up and stretched out his hand to shake hands with the military commander of the British Army in India. General Irwin stretched out his hand and shook hands with Sir Baron and said, I don't know everything. Now I only know that all the expatriates on the island have been evacuated. As for the situation on the islands, it is not very clear. In fact, how many people on the island participated in the riots, I don't know very much. I wonder if Sir Baron knows? Sir Baron glanced at Alan Wilson, who understood and made a gesture of invitation, leading General Irwin to the side of the Andaman Islands map on the table, and explained, there were 26,000 Japanese prisoners of war in the Andaman Islands at the beginning. They were the direct troops of the Malay Tigers, Yamashita Fengwan, and they were exiled to the Andaman Islands. At the same time, they also served as a military base. The general is a soldier, and he should understand that the Andaman Islands block the Strait of Malacca, which means what it means in military terms. General Irwin nodded in agreement, and Alan Wilson continued to introduce, the Andaman Islands have long been a place of exile, because the isolated location overseas is most suitable for this kind of work. We put Japanese prisoners of war in there, to build a modern military base. After all, the mainland has just emerged from the war, and the situation in British India is not particularly optimistic. No one will pursue the use of these free laborers. It is all for cost-saving considerations, including the prisoners of war at the beginning. There are also pro-Japanese elements from Burma, Malaya, Thailand, and some French colonies exiled on the island. The number of people is about 70,000. 70,000? What a surprising number. General Irwin looked back at the staff officer behind him. The staff officer nodded and stepped forward and said, the military force on the island includes 2 Indian battalions, equipped with 105mm infantry guns. However, if the 70,000 people mentioned by Assistant Allen all participated in the riot, the garrisons of the 2 battalions may have disappeared. There are 2 tribal-class destroyers in Port Blair, and the telegram we received was sent when the warships were evacuated. The situation is still very serious. Even if there may be number 70,000 hostiles on the island for various reasons now, but it is still quite troublesome. You have to know that after the war, the size of the British troops stationed in India was reduced, and a large part of the force went to British Malaya. The part of the British troops that went to British Malaya was close to 50,000. Now there are only 50,000 British troops stationed in India, which is not as many as the number of rioters on the island. It is an isolated island, and the food self-sufficiency rate on it is also very low. In addition to the original indigenous people, even if the Japanese prisoners of war rioted, what would they eat? Alan Wilson was not so pessimistic. Among the people in the governor's office, he might be the one who knows the Andaman Islands best. Not only does he know how many people there are on the island, how much strength the garrison has, how many weapons are equipped, and even how much food is stored. Even if the rioting Japanese turned the island upside down, they would never find enough food to eat. Of course, since it is an island, of course you can fish, but it is also a challenging task to rely on fishing to feed more than 70,000 people, not to mention the population of the indigenous people on the island. Even if the Indian garrison has been wiped out, what can the weapons of 2 battalions do? Alan Wilson said lightly, an unsupported, abandoned group, without supplies and weapons, can only do a very limited amount. Although the noise is quite loud, the environment of the archipelago has caused it, and the situation is still controllable. Yes, mobilizing the fleet can quell this riot immediately. The staff officer behind General Iwin nodded in agreement. There's no need to rush. Alan Wilson shook his head and said, I'm not against a tough policy, but although things are controllable, we don't know the situation on the island after all. So for the sake of safety, we should use the fleet blockade to ensure that the remnants of the Axis powers on the island do not disperse. The Andaman Islands are also 200 miles away from the nearest British Burma, but once all the prisoners of war want to escape, they can still escape using simple rafts. Even if not many people escape in the end, once the people on the island spread to the surrounding areas and enter the mainland, the nature of the matter will change, and we will not be able to control the situation within a controllable range. Alan Wilson had no selfish motives at all, and he was considering the overall situation. It was just that the riot in the Andaman Islands was controllable. Once the situation spread outside the island, it would become a big deal. Considering the current environment in British India and the unknown situation in the Andaman Islands, it would be safer not to send troops immediately, but to focus on the fleet blockade to first prevent the Japanese prisoners of war and traitors on the island from escaping from the islands, and then how to quell the incident. What Alan said is right. It is better for us to wait and see for a few days. Sir Baron nodded and said, at present, there is no one who can make the final decision in British India. The governor is vacant, so if we take too radical measures, it may be difficult to explain later. Then we may need the Pacific Fleet in Hong Kong to transfer some destroyers to help. The fleet in Malaya is closer. General Iwin thought for a while and said, if it is enough, there is no need to use the Pacific Fleet. It should not be necessary to use the Pacific Fleet. If we are facing a group of prisoners of war who only have cold weapons, if they are not holding sticks, it is a bit too much to use the Pacific Fleet. Alan Wilson smiled and agreed with General Iwin's opinion. The Indian fleet plus the strength of Malaya should be more than enough. India currently also has naval power. The Royal Indian Navy originated from the East India Company fleet. It has eastern and western fleets, with bases in Calcutta and Mumbai respectively. With the approach of World War II, the Royal Indian Navy has made great progress. Before the war, the Royal Indian Navy had 2,000 people, equipped with 5 escort boats, a survey ship, etc. By the end of the war in 1945, the Navy had reached 30,000 people, with 4 frigates, 4 small frigates, 7 escort boats, 14 minesweepers, 150 landing craft, 16 tugboats, 32 auxiliary ships, and 245 small boats and motorboats of various types. At that time, the pacifists mainly worked on the decks of ships, while the officer class was mainly Hindus. This means that, if British India were to become independent, the newly formed Pakistan Navy would lack officers, while the Indian Navy would lack well-trained and skilled deck personnel. If the Royal Indian Navy was used, not to mention that the fleet in Mumbai was originally larger, the 2 frigates under its jurisdiction would have to go around the subcontinent to reach the Andaman Islands. Even if all 4 frigates were there, it would be unlikely to blockade the Andaman Islands. As for letting the Royal Navy Pacific Fleet in Hong Kong come over, on the one hand, it was because of the long distance, and on the other hand, it was too much of a fuss. The Pacific Fleet was not the size of the Royal Indian Fleet. Although the fleet commanders were all called commanders, commanders were different from commanders, and fleets were also different from fleets. The Royal Navy's Pacific Fleet is a large fleet in terms of strength. Currently, the Royal Pacific Fleet has 6 aircraft carriers, 4 light aircraft carriers, 9 escort aircraft carriers, and 2 aircraft repair ships. There are 4 battleships, 11 light cruisers, 3 mine-laying cruisers, 35 destroyers, 14 frigates, 18 escort gunboats, 19 anti-submarine ships, and 31 submarines. If you ask for help from the Pacific Fleet, the most basic consequence is that, if the commander of the Pacific Fleet knows, it is equivalent to London knowing, and this cannot be kept secret. Moreover, once the cannon is fired, gold is worth 1,000 taels. The cost of the Pacific Fleet coming over, even if it is just some light warships, is a huge figure. On the contrary, the fleet of British Malaya, although not much stronger than the Royal Indian Navy, is close in distance, so as long as it participates in the blockade, it is barely enough. In view of the current situation in the Andaman Islands, the civil servants and military officers of British India in the Governor's office discussed and determined that the current situation was preventable and controllable. Although the Andaman Islands may have been controlled by the rioters, it is an isolated island and these rioters cannot escape. It is most appropriate to adopt a fleet blockade. It is more appropriate to wait until the true situation of the Andaman Islands is determined before taking the next step. The Andaman Islands controlled by Japanese prisoners of war are composed of two large islands, the north and the south. The self-sufficiency rate of the South Island is even higher. The capital Port Blair is also on the South Island, while the North Island has very few flatlands, which are limited to a few valleys such as Bidhampa and Iglipa. The islands of the Andaman Islands are composed of tertiary sandstone, limestone, and shale, and are deeply cut. The surface of the rock is covered with dense forests, and there are large mangrove swamps in the north of North Andaman Island. There are few rivers all year round, and insufficient water supply is a long-standing problem. This environment makes animals not very happy to settle here. There are only about 20 species of animals on the island. There are small wild boars that can be eaten, as well as long-tailed civets, bats and some rodents. These animals account for 80% of the mammals on the island. Therefore, in the case of food shortages and even drinking water cannot be guaranteed, cutting off the only possible food source, that is, fishing, is the most important thing to quell the riots in the Andaman Islands. Sir Baron and General Iwin reached a consensus on this matter. As long as the blockade is successful and the situation is controlled on the island, there is no need to report to London at all. The riots on the island will naturally subside after a few days. As long as the blockade lasts for a month, the nearby blockading warships will bombard the island, and the landing troops can go up. For the sake of safety, Alan Wilson still suggested extending the blockade time. Chapter 262 Blockade Operation. In terms of distance, there is no need to worry about the rioters in the Andaman Islands affecting British India. The ocean of nearly 1,000 kilometers is not a natural barrier, but it is just that. In fact, it is. On the contrary, British Malaya and British Burma should worry about the escape of Japanese prisoners of war. As for which one should be more worried, Alan Wilson has a sense of happiness and trouble. British Malaya is currently an important rubber export base for the United Kingdom to the United States, and it plays an important role in foreign exchange. It is also the next destination for overseas civil servants in the plan of changing cages for birds. As for British Burma, the situation is more subtle. There are also Japanese prisoners of war working in Burma, with a scale of about 10,000. These prisoners of war are certainly not contributing their sweat for the future of Burma, but purely for Alan Wilson's Emerald House plan. So in the face of civil servants' interests and personal interests, Alan Wilson decisively abandoned Malaya and contacted Burgess, the British Burma Commissioner, a member of the Cambridge Five, who has now been influenced to become a colonial commissioner. It is hoped that Burgess, like the Malayan side, will pay close attention to the movements in the Andaman Islands. After Sir Baron's suggestion, New Delhi did not conceal the riots on the island. Instead, it was packaged with rhetoric and informed London, emphasizing that British expatriates had no losses, and the Andaman Islands were isolated overseas, and it was impossible to let the prisoners of war out. This problem will be solved within a few days. After this evasion, Alan Wilson can contact other colonies near the Andaman Islands to jointly deal with this emergency. This is a great test of political wisdom. He can't say directly that what he most wants to see is to starve the people on the island to death and wait until the killing is almost over, and then the landing troops will go to the island to collect the bodies. In Yangon, the capital of British Burma, Burgess received a polished telegram. This British Burma commissioner has a high prestige in all walks of life in Burma and is very popular. The most important reason is that the suggestions given to the Burmese commissioner by the Assistant Commissioner of British India have been implemented. This suggestion is to expel the Rohingyas in Rakhine back to British India. This policy was implemented when British India was suffering from drought. The Rohingyas are mainly a mixed race formed by the integration of South Asians who immigrated to Myanmar as a helper of the British colonial governments using barbarians to control barbarians after the British took control of Myanmar in the 19th century and some local indigenous peoples. Later, they were integrated into the Bangladeshi refugees who fled to Myanmar after the Third Indo-Pakistani War. This is how the Burmese people understand the Rohingyas, so Burgess's move to set things right after taking office as the commissioner was very popular, but it made Andrew, the chief executive of Bangladesh, very busy. While fighting the drought, Andrew had to take time to resettle these Rohingyas. Neither Burgess nor Andrew had a sense of accomplishment as Alan Wilson himself. Burgess set things right just for fun, and the real person to set things right was himself. This expulsion is good for everyone, especially for the Rohingyas. The Burmese Buddhists that the Rohingyas are facing are not the Buddhism that has been tamed by the Three Kingdoms and One Zhang. The nature of Burmese Buddhism is similar to that of peace religion. If it were not for the modern society, it would be possible for the Rohingyas to be collectively exterminated. Once Myanmar becomes independent, the Rohingyas who remain in Myanmar will definitely be expelled, and the rest are destined to live a life worse than death. In this case, Alan Wilson, based on humanitarian considerations, solved this problem while British India was still there, which would be good for all parties. This suggestion alone has saved countless lives. It doesn't matter if the Rohingyas don't understand it now, they will understand it in the future. The second suggestion to Burgess is that compared with many native ethnic groups in the colonies, the Chinese are not too poor. If British Burma wants to assume the responsibility of blood transfusion for the British Empire, it must be good at using the Chinese group. Therefore, the core of the suggestion that helped Burgess gain a foothold is to identify the ethnic groups in Myanmar. Take some ethnic groups for your own use. To be honest, Myanmar has not been affected by the drought this year, and the grain output has maintained the output of normal years. However, the affairs of British Burma have nothing to do with British India, and British India has already established the spirit of self-reliance. Naturally, the grain of British Burma is transported to the mainland, where it is more needed. Alan Wilson, who made important contributions to Burgess's foothold in British Burma, just hopes to get Burgess's help to closely monitor the coast, to prevent the emergence of fish that slip through the net. This request is not excessive at all. In the telegram, Alan Wilson also mentioned that, if he was not active in British India, would it be so easy to expel 1 million Rohingyas? That accounts for nearly 1/10 of the current population of Myanmar. Myanmar has only 12 million people, and the various Indians of the Rohingya are close to 1 million. If he hadn't taken over in British India, would Burgess, the Burmese commissioner, have the opportunity to establish prestige and show his courage? Most of the mountainous areas of Myanmar are ruled by feudal hereditary ethnic minority upper-class chieftains, and the economic development level of the Rakhine region is very backward. The British developed a large amount of wasteland here, and the demand for labor on the land increased greatly. The Bengalis in the Chittagong area then moved to Rakhine state, Myanmar as seasonal short-term workers. The 12 towns of Bengal had a large population and little land. In addition, the British colonial authorities implemented a land grant system in the Rakhine region, and a large number of Bengalis moved in and settled there. Although the Rohingyas were hated, the Rakhine region was very wealthy at that time. This was why the Burmese admired Burgess very much. Aren't the fields and houses vacated in Rakhine all this? Although the fundamental reason was that Alan Wilson felt that the ethnic groups in British India were unbalanced, he let these peaceful believers return to British India to strengthen the power of peaceful believers in the Ganges Delta and prepare for the future partition. These Rohingyas who had been expelled once, because they had a similar experience, would definitely become the vanguard force to resist the Hindus when the partition came. Occupying more land is also a contribution to the future balance of the subcontinent. Besides, they were originally Bengalis, and there was nothing wrong with returning to the land of their ancestors. Although it hurt some people, the advice given by Alan Wilson was very useful. Burgess's praise in Myanmar was not false, so after receiving Alan Wilson's telegram, he replied after consideration to express his willingness to pay attention to this issue. The Malayan fleet also set out at this time to carry out the blockade mission to the Andaman Islands. At the same time, the local British Army also issued orders to prevent unidentified people from appearing on the coastline. The coastal communities received warnings from the British garrison and ordered them to report any suspicious persons immediately. What happened? As soon as the colonial officials left, the people in the community immediately began to whisper. Maybe something happened on the island, where the Japanese were exiled. A middle-aged man took a puff of cigarette. If Alan Wilson was here, he would be very surprised. He didn't expect that a small British Malaya would have a master of keyboard politics. It was really disrespectful. Unfortunately, he was sending a telegram to thank Burgess for his help and said that he would visit him in Rangoon when he was free. So there is nothing 100% in the world. What's wrong with the Cambridge 5? As long as they play a role in the right place, they can also contribute to the British Empire. It all depends on how they are used. As the Ceylon Commissioner, Maclean upheld justice and opened the fuse for Ceylon's liquidation of Hinduism. But now it is very popular among Ceylonese Buddhists. Burgess felt that the local ethnic groups in Myanmar were hostile to Indians, so he ordered them to be expelled, while the drought made British India busy, and he was also grateful to the Burmese. Who says that the Cambridge 5 cannot become the cornerstone of the British Empire? The problem is that they are still very popular with the local ethnic groups, which can be said to be a win-win result. After the riots in the Andaman Islands, the governor's office in New Delhi responded quickly and pieced together a fleet of Indian and Malayan destroyers and Burmese gunboats. The number was not bad, and the tonnage was very shabby. The Andaman Islands were blocked for a period of 1 month. Any floating objects that went out to sea from the Andaman Islands, whether it was a simple raft or a log, as long as it was floating, this miscellaneous fleet among the miscellaneous brands could directly shoot. This military order was to ensure that the affairs of the Andaman Islands would not affect the stability of the surrounding British colonies, and it must be strictly enforced. Telegrams of the fleet's departure came one after another, and the governor's office was relieved. This crisis seemed to have been passed without any danger. The news of the Andaman Islands riot was currently only known to a small number of senior officials in British India. As for the Indians, being completely kept in the dark, this result can be said to be quite perfect. At present, it is not appropriate for Indians to know about the future of British India. The sea surface of the Andaman Islands is still as calm as ever, and the turmoil on the island has not affected other places. For the British Indian civil servants involved, this is a good result. Sir, when are we going to tell Nehru and his people? Ethel also breathed a sigh of relief, saying, after all, there are quite a few Indian soldiers up there. There are probably no Indian soldiers up there now. Alan Wilson took over the conversation and said, I personally think that Nehru and his people don't need to know about this yet, and it's better to focus on the drought. The most difficult time has passed, but the problem of food shortage may continue for some time. This means that, because the peak of famine deaths should have passed, it does not mean that the famine will stop. It can only be said that the real proletariat has been eliminated, and the extremely poor are still struggling to survive. In the future, there will still be people who starve to death, but not as many as in recent months, forcing everyone to keep it under wraps. Chapter 263 Disney. I would also like to thank British Burma and Malaya for their help this time. Sir Baron sighed sincerely, we civil servants working in the colonies must unite at critical moments. I don't know what Burma is like. I haven't been there yet. Secretary Ethel said curiously, I heard that Burma was not affected by the drought this year. What can it be like? Of course it's the same as here. They are all colonies. Alan Wilson chuckled. Even the financial situation is similar. Burma's current finances are almost at their limit. In the final analysis, the plan of flying on both wings is to use Germany's industrial base and the market of British India to allow Britain to set prices in the middle and drive the British mainland out of the sequelae of the war. This British India refers to Greater British India, which includes almost all the colonies in Asia at present. Nepal, Burma, Ceylon and even the British colonies in the Gulf of Aden. Among them, the subcontinent is of course the biggest, but it does not mean that Burma, Nepal and the like are not important. In fact, Burma's contribution in some fields is not less than that of British India, but the total amount cannot be compared with British India. In fact, the expelled Rohingyas have always been part of the bloodsucking of British Burma. After all, Britain has a small population, and managing colonies has always required a force to cooperate. British India is the most relied on force among the colonies of the British Empire. Now that the independence of British India has become a consensus, and the local area needs urgent recovery, Alan Wilson, after consideration, wants to resolve the hostility of the Burmese on the one hand, and exploit more efficiently on the other hand. He just let the Rohingyas get out and personally took the Indian portion. This way, the exploitation is more efficient, and has a greater role in promoting the local area. The Burmese will also be happy. The only unlucky ones are the Rohingyas, who are the helpers of British imperialism. This cannot be blamed on Alan Wilson. The Rohingyas should blame the Congress Party and the Muslim League. It was the Congress Party and the Muslim League that wanted independence, and the local area needed to increase blood transfusions, which forced Alan Wilson to throw away the gentleman mask first. The effect is also very obvious. After the Rohingyas were unlucky, the wealth distribution in British Burma became more reasonable. The Burmese who had just gained wealth also showed enthusiasm. The grain output did not decrease, but the purchasing power increased. The profits imported into the British mainland increased instead. This situation is of course unsustainable, but what is needed now is not sustainable development, but to stimulate the power of all colonies. As long as the mainland is swept away by the decline, the British Empire will still be the British Empire. I heard that the local civil servants are currently promoting Burmese rice in the British occupied areas. They only need to reduce the cost a little bit, and industrial products can be exchanged for Burmese rice to alleviate the food shortage in Germany. As for the rice not meeting the taste of the Germans, there is a food shortage, and the Germans are still embarrassed to pick it at this time. It's good to be able to eat. It's not our British Empire. Now in Germany, a cigarette can be exchanged for the service of a woman. Isn't the decline in tobacco prices the credit of the British Empire? In general, the plan is going smoothly, and the recovery speed of the British Empire is still very fast. Anyway, Alan Wilson's biggest wish is that the British Empire will end the rationing system before Burma's independence. Of course, the happiest thing is that the situation in the Andaman Islands has not deteriorated, and the quick response of the governor's office has contributed greatly to this. A bit lonely, Alan Wilson, who got off work from the governor's mansion, felt a sense of emptiness after leaving the work state. Back in the apartment, Alan Wilson tossed and turned, but he was not tired at all. Now he especially wanted to experience the feeling of exhaustion, even if it was an Indian car. Under the reflection of the crescent moon, it was bright outside the house. So he got up and leaned against the balcony fence, deciding to walk around in the safe community. He couldn't sleep. Alan Wilson put on his jacket, took a few cigarettes, and began to wander among the flowers on the garden path like a ghost. In his mind, he even thought about whether he should follow the local customs in India and contribute to the rape cases in India. After turning around, Alan Wilson suddenly looked up, looked at the dim night, and cursed with his nose, not his nose, "It's raining." But then regret appeared on his face again. What kind of words is this? Rain is a good thing. It can alleviate the drought in the subcontinent. The weather in the subcontinent is like this. When the dry season comes, the sun shines blindingly in the sky like an angry god, and then the monsoon suddenly blows westward. At first, it is a strong wind, and then it rains heavily and continuously, soaking everything until not even your clothes, bed, and even food are dry. The weather is still hot, steamy, and stuffy. The gloomy jungle paths have become swamps, and the rice fields have become large areas of stagnant water, emitting a stale stench. I just don't know if this rain indicates the end of the drought. Every time the rainy season comes, the rain almost never stops. One day later, the rainfall began to decrease, and finally stopped completely, which meant that the rainy season was over, and the subcontinent's seasons began to change again. While Alan Wilson was sentimental in North India, the business elite led by Wilkins had already arrived in Hyderabad in South India. Hyderabad was hardly affected by the drought this time. As in New Delhi, there had just been a rain, and after the rain the white mist rose like the steam from a huge kettle. People were out hunting ducks and pheasants. There were too many pheasants to count, and flocks of wild geese flew up from the shallows, their cries like freight trains passing over the bridge. The ripening rice was chest high and yellow like waves of wheat. Turbaned Indians went to work, their arms folded, and their faces dark. In the morning, Wilkins walked through the misty, tangled wilderness. The grass on the open ground was wet, much like the grass in the United States, and the trees were bare, with monkeys squatting in the upper branches waiting for the sun to come out. In the evening, when they returned through the path, they would meet children driving buffalo home, the huge horns of the buffalo looming like crescents in the mist. Some fireworks could be seen not far away. The locals were making fires. The servants and coolers squatted at the edge of the light and shadow. They were embarrassed to disturb their white masters, and just slowly approached the flames like dogs. Overall, the business elites led by Wilkins still thought it was a difficult journey. After all, not everyone liked exotic customs, and the skin color of women in South India was indeed darker. When they arrived in Hyderabad, this mentality was better. Although it was not as good as the Magic City or Manila, where some members were, the hardware of Hyderabad was indeed quite good compared to the Indian cities along the way. British officials in British India did not need to be particularly competent. Few of them could work as hard or astute as the postmasters of local towns in Britain. The real administrative work was mainly done by indigenous subordinates, and the real backbone of the autocratic government was not the officials, but the army. With the army, officials, and businessmen could live in peace, even if they were fools, and in fact, most people were fools. This is a boring and respectable group, who hold on to, and defend this boredom behind the bayonets of the British army stationed in India. After a period of experience, Andy has become a master, and like an ordinary British Indian official, he is doing boring and tedious work. After his pursuit of Eliza failed, he has completely let himself go and experience the exotic customs of South India, but he has not done the scandal of not paying. It may also be like what some colleagues said. Eliza is actually Alan Wilson's mistress, and he is destined not to get her. If Alan Wilson in New Delhi knew that his subordinates were arranging for his boss, he might immediately promote him to be a commissioner in the Andaman Islands. Although he did say in the telegram to Eliza not to contact the Americans, it was entirely because of his love for his subordinates, and he did not have any crooked intentions. How could this lead to arranging? If you hadn't found a prostitute without paying, would you have ended up like this? On the same earth, why are countries different? On the other side of the ocean, the United States of America. Katharine Hepburn's home in Los Angeles welcomed a guest today. Katharine Hepburn's guests used to be celebrity friends, but recently the composition of the guests has changed. Excuse me, dear Miss Katharine, I'm here on behalf of the Gannett Newspaper Trust. My name is William Hess. William Hess introduced himself, and then showed his name. The Gannett Newspaper Trust was founded by Frank Gannett. Before World War II, it mainly controlled New York, Connecticut, New Jersey and more than a dozen small and medium-sized city newspapers. The Gannett Newspaper Trust's main influence is in New York, and it has a very good relationship with Wall Street. After introducing himself and waiting for Vivian Leigh to appear, William Hess stated his purpose. Our group wants to work with ABC to produce a documentary about British India so that American citizens can learn more about that fascinating place. This will also be of great benefit to Miss Vivian. With the strength of our two companies in the media field, we can greatly enhance your fame. The most important thing for a female star may be fame. Of course, Miss Vivian is British and may think that the help she has received is not enough. Then we can also provide help in other areas. Many shareholders of our two companies have a wide influence, such as Mickey Mouse, Snow White, and the Three Little Pigs. Miss Vivian should not think that Disney can only make cartoons. Mr. William, why are you looking for me? Vivian Leigh was listening to what the other party said and thinking, but what she was thinking about had nothing to do with documentaries, but the derivatives that Alan Wilson mentioned, as if Disney was an expert in this kind of derivatives. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264 Barbie Doll. In the telegram Vivian Leigh received, the bundling operation of Zodiac was mentioned. Plagiarism is shameful for others, but for the Axis products such as Saint Seiya, the victors have the right to plagiarize. Even the rocket experts of Germany were divided by the Allies. What's wrong with plagiarizing a small animation work? In the United States, although Disney is not entirely an animation company, it is also an expert in animation. Vivien Leigh, who had initially had the concept of derivatives, naturally had an idea when she heard that it was Disney who came to her. As for William Hess's request, what exactly is it? Listen first, and know the other party's purpose, before you can think of a countermeasure. If it is mutually beneficial, it is good. If you want to pay more, find a good brother in New Delhi to find a way. We certainly have sympathy for the difficulties that British India is facing now. I believe Miss Vivian has seen this through newspapers and the media. India is an ancient civilization, and the United States has always respected ancient civilizations. For example, China, we have a very good relationship with China. William Hess's face was full of kindness, but the condescending attitude in his tone could not be concealed. Vivien Leigh did not feel uncomfortable about this, because Alan Wilson was the same. He also despised British India in private, but never did so in public. Vivien Leigh also asked this question, thinking that life with a different heart and words was tiring. She still remembered Alan Wilson's answer. What we call respecting ancient civilizations is respecting antiquity rather than civilization. We wish they would stay in ancient times forever. Don't be surprised. Americans are the same. On a larger scale, this is a common problem among powerful countries, not a problem of any particular race. Mr. William, I want to make a request. I wonder if you can agree to it. Vivien Leigh frowned and said embarrassedly, first of all, I want to know if helping you understand British India will be detrimental to the British Empire. You know, some people in London have complaints about what the United States is doing now. Of course. William Hess shook his head like a rattle, saying, of course not. The British Empire and the United States are blood relatives. We are all descendants of the same ancestor. This documentary is just to enhance the understanding of the world by American citizens. There is no other purpose. We will bear all the production costs of the documentary. Is there a shadow of the country behind it? Vivien Leigh's eyes flashed with suspicion. If it were the past, she would never have thought of this, but now it is different. Vivien Leigh's mind has grown a lot more than before. Mr. William, I may need to discuss this with my family. Vivien Leigh smiled politely. I will contact you as soon as there is a result. It should not be a big problem. No problem, Miss Vivian. William Hess smiled and stood up and left with the farewell of Vivien Leigh and Katharine Hepburn. After seeing off the guests, Vivien Leigh immediately prepared to send a telegram. All this was in Katharine Hepburn's eyes. This time Katharine Hepburn showed her acting skills as a queen of the screen, hiding her gossiping heart. She wanted to know a question now. Who is the family that Vivien Leigh mentioned? Vivian, that's the Gannett Newspaper Trust and the American Broadcasting Corporation. Many actors beg for their help but can't. Ignoring Vivien Leigh's absent-mindedness, Katharine Hepburn changed the subject and distracted the attention of the great British treasure. I know, it's just the first time I've encountered such a thing, and I need time to think about it. Vivien Leigh was getting dressed and getting ready to go out. The telegram to be sent had been written in a short while, and she could just send it out when she arrived at the telecommunications bureau. Katharine Hepburn, who had been quietly following Vivien Leigh out of the house, waited in a coffee shop beside Vivien Leigh after she arrived at a telecommunications office. When Vivien Leigh came out of the telecommunications office, Katharine Hepburn quietly slipped in and asked the telegraph operator, "Sir, where was the latest telegram sent to? How come there are two such beautiful women in a small telegraph office today?" The telegraph operator looked up at Katharine Hepburn and couldn't help but feel bright in front of him. The two women, one in front and one behind, were wearing sunglasses, but they could be seen to be very beautiful. I wonder which rich man will be favored by them. After a moment of stunned, the telegraph operator answered Katharine Hepburn's question. It's a telegram sent to Asia. It seems to be a British colony. Fearing that Katharine Hepburn didn't understand, the telegraph operator explained it, but unfortunately he didn't get Katharine Hepburn's response. This chat was useless after all. I knew it. Katharine Hepburn's eyes behind the sunglasses flashed a trace of certainty. He was sure that the family Vivien Leigh mentioned was not Oliver. In New Delhi, the capital of British India, Alan Wilson had to enter the telegraph room again temporarily put down his work, and answer questions about the British treasure. This time, Alan Wilson, who had a full understanding of the United States and even the future United States, concluded at a glance that this operation was ill-intentioned. The so-called enhancement of the United States' understanding of the local area was a precursor to this spring and that spring, this revolution and that revolution. This forced Alan Wilson to temporarily forget about his work and think about how to deal with it. The work in British India was very simple, and he had been doing it for a while. As a colonial official, his method was very simple. Even in the face of more bribes, he would never give up the right to decide on affairs, because he knew very well that colonial officials with tendencies would leave handles. His method was much safer, that is, he accepted bribes from both sides, and then strictly handled it according to objective facts. This earned him a reputation for impartial law enforcement, and reputation was extremely important to him. With the leading role of his superiors, Alan Wilson's subordinates naturally followed suit. Alice was obviously more trusted by Alan Wilson than Andy, and naturally she was more taught by example. However, there are still some differences between the princely states and the direct provinces of British India, especially in the princely states where the princely kings and the people under their rule have different beliefs. The environment for collecting money is still much more relaxed than that of the provinces. In addition to the income from Ali Khan, the Commissioner of Hyderabad also levied road taxes on all the villages under his jurisdiction, which was purely private taxation. If a village did not pay tribute, Alice would take punitive measures. Groups of bandits attacked the village, arrested the leading villagers on trumped-up charges, and so on. So it would not be long before the amount was paid. She also shared the spoils of all the large-scale robberies in the area. Of course, these things were known to everyone except Alice's boss, the real Hyderabad commissioner, that is, Alan Wilson, but anyone who tried to expose her always ended in failure. There were countless supporters who were loyal to her because of the share of spoils. Whenever someone reported him, Alice only needed to bribe a string of witnesses, and no one would believe the report, and she would soon counter-accuse the other party to make her position more solid. The superiors in the British Indian colonies usually choose to protect their subordinates, regardless of whether the subordinates have really made mistakes. Alice understood this, and sent the income in Hyderabad to New Delhi continuously, and of course kept her own share. Alice hoped that one day, when she left British India, she could leave with a heavy suitcase full of honors. At the same time, Alice pursued Andy without hesitation. There were rumors that she was Alan Wilson's mistress. Of course, she knew that this was not true, but she did not respond to the rumors. The boss did not need it now, but what if he needed it in the future? In the afternoon, Alice received a telegram from New Delhi and forwarded it directly to the British consul in Los Angeles, informing the consulate to ask Vivian Leigh to pick it up. This is the role of Hyderabad as a transit station. The telegram connection between New Delhi and Los Angeles is a single line connection. The telegram sent from Hyderabad arrived in Los Angeles and Vivian Leigh had to pick it up, while the telegram sent back was not sent through the consulate. In the telegram Vivian Leigh recently received, Alan Wilson implicitly explained the ill intentions of the Americans, and that the United States' attention to British India was the idea of taking advantage of the British Empire. However, he then changed the subject, and said that he could agree to the other party's request. After all, the colonial government was still there, and he was not afraid of the Americans coming openly. He also suggested that Vivian Leigh set some conditions and pay attention to the packages in the past few days. There was a sketch of Barbie in the package, and it was stated that it hoped to be made based on Vivian Leigh's circle of friends, hoping that it could become a favorite of American children. There were also ideas about the setting of the zodiac and derivatives. This telegram gave Vivian Leigh confidence in her heart to see if she could get Disney to agree to help her improve. Although the telegram was full of certainty, Vivian Leigh actually didn't know that the sketch of Barbie had not yet been made, and the same was true for the setting and story structure of the Zodiac. The office of the Assistant Commissioner of British India was brightly lit. Alan Wilson worked overtime and rode furiously. The full ashtray the next morning proved how hard-working he was. If the civil servants of the British Empire worked like he did now, the United States and the Soviet Union would just be for fun. The world leadership still depended on the British Empire. Time passed in the increasingly green eyes of the prisoners of war in the Andaman Islands. The package finally arrived in Los Angeles 10 days later and was delivered to the hands of the British treasure. What caught my eye was the sketch proportions of the Barbie doll. The explanation next to it was that it was mass-produced, based on Vivien Leigh's girlfriends group. As for whether he could convince other female stars and whether he could ask Disney for help, Alan Wilson had no suggestions. He was not in the United States, and Vivien Leigh had to take care of these specific things herself. Why is it called Barbie? Listening to Vivien Leigh's thoughts after receiving enlightenment, Katharine Hepburn made a confused sound. Chapter 265, The Goddess's Gift. I don't know, maybe it's what the baby meant? Vivien Leigh smiled and shook her head, her expression full of carelessness. I don't know, you also did what your family wanted. Katharine Hepburn's mouth twitched. What kind of trust can make her do such a stupid thing? Even if she knew that Vivien Leigh was a person who would do anything for love, this was too much. If Vivien Leigh knew what Katharine Hepburn was thinking, she would definitely refute it loudly and confidently. If she didn't understand, she shouldn't talk nonsense. This was the man who respected women the most and cared about women the most. The Barbie doll of the Zodiac still needed Vivien Leigh to do it herself. The production base was different from the Japanese OEM in the original history. At this time in 1946, the best production base was naturally the United States of America, which survived the World War. In the original time and space, the first batch of Barbie dolls were made in Japan, and the name of the exhibition was Barbie, a role model for girls. But unexpectedly, Barbie was not sold out, but was coldly received by toy dealers. After all, she was a brand new thing and a risk. The dealers were unwilling to do so and only imported a few of them with great difficulty. This was just the beginning. Barbie eventually swept the United States within a year and became the favorite toy of American children. After the initial cold reception, Barbie became the most favored toy of dealers, which was really profitable. Alan Wilson felt that with the gimmick of Vivien Leigh and her friends, the fame of these Hollywood actresses at this time would not be like the original entrepreneurs who had a bad start, and they had the potential to become famous overnight. As for copyright, as the most capitalist country, the United States' various copyright protections can be called rogue. What's more, the two companies that took the initiative to find Vivien Leigh and asked her to make a documentary, one of the major shareholders, Disney, was a copyright rogue. There is a famous joke about Disney. If one day you fall on an isolated island, the best way to be rescued is to draw a huge Mickey Mouse on the island, and Disney's legal department will come as quickly as possible to sue you. The most classic sentence left by Disney's spokesperson is, "We are always in litigation." Disney's legal department has a total of 350 lawyers working, and they definitely have time to deal with the lawsuits that come one after another. There are only 365 days in a year, and almost one lawsuit can be dealt with every day. In the telegram, Alan Wilson mentioned that, although the image is based on Hollywood actresses, it should not be too exposed, and the psychological age of children should be taken into consideration. Alan Wilson has done what he should do, and the rest is Vivien Leigh's own business. It is not uncommon to find factories in the United States at this time. Factories that can do OEM are everywhere. Vivien Leigh must first get her girlfriends. This is not easy, because some female stars' personal images are not decided by themselves. Of course, toys like Barbie dolls can also play tricks. Everyone knows that Barbie dolls are made based on Vivien Leigh and other 12 female stars, but Vivien Leigh firmly denied it. This is okay, just like the logo of American professional basketball is Jerry West dribbling, but the president firmly denied it. As long as you admit it, you have to pay Jerry West for his portrait. Later, China Jordan insisted that its logo had nothing to do with Jordan, but that it was justified that the athlete was holding a table tennis racket, and that it was completely learned from the representatives of advanced productivity. Because of the issue of portrait rights, Vivien Leigh still had a lot of efforts to make. Of course, she had to deal with these female stars first and let them know about this. Katharine Hepburn's home almost became the base camp of the girlfriends group and the home of the Zodiac. Ingrid Bergman and others thought that Vivien Leigh, who was no longer limited to the status of a star, had called them to discuss the character setting, but it was not. Today, Vivien Leigh talked about Disney. She told the whole story and then said, "If you don't believe me, ask Katharine." Catherine was also present when the other party came. In an instant, the atmosphere in the room was ignited. A group of female stars talked at once and expressed their opinions, making the room look chaotic, and Vivien Leigh had to agree. The power of Disney is very strong. It is not weaker than the 8 major film companies in Hollywood, but the focus is different. Disney also has a film department, which is a good thing, so it tried its best to get Vivien Leigh to agree. Even several female stars affiliated with MGM, the most powerful company at present, envied Vivien Leigh for getting such a great deal. Look at the Stolanoop that MGM has now. Greta Garbo, Clark Gable, Jane Harlow, Spencer Tracy, Robert Taylor, Joan Crawford, Norma Shearer, etc. Of course, other film companies also criticized MGM, believing that MGM was just a company that made mediocre works and relied on the stars it recruited to make the audience pay IQ tax. Betty, Ingrid, I have a request. Vivien Leigh said her thoughts. We are all female stars, and we are not as well treated as men in movies. We can only work harder on derivatives. In fact, I have an idea, but I may need you to give up some portrait rights. The female stars present all nodded. Vivien Leigh herself was an example. The male lead in Gone with the Wind received dozens of times more than her. This situation still exists now. Many female stars present have never received a salary of $100,000. It's no wonder they worked hard to gain favor. When they saw the hot spots, they leaned forward. Bette Davis and Joan Crawford sat at the two ends of the female stars, but they nodded at the same time. But then they noticed each other's actions. They glanced at each other, and their disdain flashed across their faces. It was not only Vivien Leigh's own problem that they could not compare with male actors in terms of pay, but also the problem of all the leading actresses in Hollywood. When they heard Vivien Leigh talk about this, they couldn't help but nod in agreement. Even Bette Davis and Joan Crawford, female stars who were uncomfortable in the same room with each other, recognized this. Most of the female stars present had their own portrait rights in their own hands. Several of them expressed their willingness to talk to the company about this matter. They believed that it was not a big problem. This made Vivien Leigh feel relieved. The first hurdle was passed. Then they negotiated with William Hess, hoping to get some help from Disney, a company that spared no effort to protect copyrights. After Vivien Leigh revealed this idea, all the female stars agreed very much. With the copyright hooligans cheering beside them, they were more confident when they talked to the company. In the final analysis, the female stars in Katharine Hepburn's family are at least well-known actors, and several of them are actresses. Only then can they have a good talk with the company. If they can only be a little transparent person on the red sofa, what else can they talk about? It is more likely to succeed if you lie on the red sofa and ask for a chance. With everyone's support, Vivien Leigh is very happy. She now feels that she has changed the poor employment environment for actresses and has a sense of accomplishment. Although she is happy, Vivien Leigh has nothing to say. Most of the things mentioned in Alan Wilson's telegram are not necessary to be kept secret, but there is one thing that Vivien Leigh should keep secret. After most of the members of the girlfriends group left with great interest, Vivien Leigh kept Hedy Lamarr and asked with a thirsty look, "Hedy, do the patents you once said belong to me?" Of course, the kind of patents that are not valued belong to me. When Hedy Lamarr heard about this, her expression was a little gloomy, but she still gave a straightforward answer. She could even remember the brief description of the patent. The patent owner, Hedy Lamarr, George Antheil, confidential communication system, frequency hopping technology and a series of wireless signal technology new concepts. Patent application time, June 10, 1941. Hedy Lamarr was suspected by the FBI because of her marriage in Austria until the end of the war, and the patent issue was naturally forgotten. At present, Hedy Lamarr felt that she loved America, but America did not love her. The patent was ignored, and the development of film and television was not satisfactory compared with many people. She envied Vivien Leigh very much. She could get a lot of praise without doing anything. Now even the American Broadcasting Corporation and the Gannett Newspaper Trust came to her and asked for cooperation with an active attitude, which made Hedy Lamarr very depressed. Vivien Leigh did not continue to ask. She wanted to send the confirmed news to New Delhi first. It was the first time for Vivien Leigh to get valuable information, and she still needed the guidance of her family. In Kolkata, the South Asian subcontinent, the news that the first batch of materials donated by the Indian goddess Vivinle in the United States has arrived, has made people in the industrial area of Kolkata sing and dance with traditional skills, proving with practical actions that Indian musicals are not in vain. Because of the news that the waters near the Andaman Islands were blocked, this ship of goods has arrived 2 days later than expected. But it doesn't matter. This is a great British treasure born in British India, and it is a gift to its hometown. This news itself is enough to make the Indians who have been tortured by the weather happy. Andrew, the governor of Bengal province, who has not been seen for a while, has appeared again. The whole person seems to be more plump, and with a loud voice, he sang praises to everything Vivinle has done for British India. British India is proud of Vivinle. This is a gift from the goddess, and it deserves the gratitude of all Indians. Andrew is fully engaged, and his rosy face is definitely not a big splurge in the drought, but a happy news of the arrival of aid. A gift from the goddess. This is also the headline of most newspapers in British India today, expressing gratitude for the fact that Vivinle worked hard for British India, even though she was in the United States. Chapter 266 Ultimatum. The arrival of this ship of supplies can only serve as an incentive, but it is not worth mentioning compared to the losses of British India due to the drought. However, from the perspective of the governor's office, apart from the loss of personnel, there seems to be no loss. And the thing that the subcontinent lacks the least is people. If you calculate it this way, it can also be said that British India has escaped from this drought without any losses, and has completely relied on its own ability to overcome this hurdle. Alan Wilson read the newspaper of British Ceylon with relish. It said, in this happy era, we poor people have been driven by the powerful European civilization, and enjoyed many benefits such as movies and machines. What can be more exciting than the quality of life of our European benefactors? Therefore, we think that our Ceylon may be interested in some things in some inland areas of British India, but for the future development of Ceylon, it is still necessary to get closer to European civilization, in order to live happily in this world. Alan Wilson did not hide the fact that he wanted to meet the editor-in-chief of this newspaper very much. As soon as he opened his mouth, he was an old imperialist. If you don't work as a superior person in the colony for 20 years, you won't be able to reach this level. Just like Andrew. Mumbling the name of the governor of Bengal, Alan Wilson sneered at the governor's poor performance. What he sneered at most was not Andrew, but the praise for Andrew's speech from all walks of life in India. How could this governor of Bengal, who was fat in the drought, receive such praise? Alan Wilson had no doubt that, if the Bengal famine had not been faced by the current governor of the United Provinces, Burke, but by the current Andrew, the death toll would have been even higher. But what did the newspapers say about the governor of Bengal? Mr. Andrew is one of those decent old-fashioned English gentlemen, like so many of the role models before us today. He is a family man, as our dear British brothers say, family-oriented and kind-hearted. This newspaper was either paid, or blinded by lard, or perhaps both. Alan Wilson agreed very much with Andrew's love for his family. He had been the governor of Bengal for less than a year, and 3 children had been born. Considering Andrew's age, he was afraid that this Bengalese lord would die suddenly from overwork. However, the most difficult time had passed, and it was impossible to sing a different tune at this time. After the high efficiency of the Portuguese central government, Pedro sent a telegram that the brand from Africa, food, had been shipped to British India. Portugal showed great sincerity and finally arrived late after the peak of death in British India had passed. This is certainly not the norm, at least from Alan Wilson's point of view. His other suggestion, taking advantage of the famine to absorb peaceful Christians and establish a quarantine zone for Goa's residents, was implemented quite resolutely, and it can be described as immediate action. During the drought, Goa absorbed nearly 200,000 peaceful Christians and settled around Goa, changing the population ratio of the 2 major ethnic groups around it. The distribution of land and the gift of rations ensured that these new residents would not starve to death. The series of actions were not ambiguous at all. The matter of transporting food from Africa alone seemed a little slow, either because the distance was really far, or it was intentional. Salazar was the only one in Portugal, and Alan Wilson was inclined to the latter. Just as he was thinking this, the commissioner's secretary Edel pushed the door open and said, "Assistant Alan, the commissioner wants to talk to you about something." "Thank you, Edel." Alan Wilson stood up and asked, "Do you know what it is?" "I have a duty to keep it secret." Edel pretended to be serious. "I heard that 100,000 tons of food from Portugal is about to arrive, and the blockade of the Andaman Islands cannot continue forever. It must be resolved. You are very confidential." Alan Wilson thanked him solemnly. "Is the arrival of Portuguese food still useful at this time?" "Of course it is useful. The current situation in British India can be divided into two parts. The part that is open to the public is, the most dangerous stage has passed, and this fight against drought has achieved a phased victory. This time, British India has demonstrated the spirit of self-reliance and self-improvement, which shocked the whole world. Indians have won respect from all over the world with practical actions. This is of course false. Among the colonies that the British Empire can still influence, the monkey show of the Congress Party and the Muslim League on the London stage is far more eye-catching than British India's efforts to fight drought. In fact, the current situation in British India can be said to have passed the most difficult period. In simple terms, the curve has been flattened. If 10,000 people starved to death every day before, and it lasted for many days, now that period has passed, and now about 9,500 people starve to death every day. The British Indian Governor's Office said that the most difficult time has passed because the data has reached a turning point. It is no longer refreshing the growth day by day, and the curve has been flattened. This can be seen from the smile on Sir Beran's face. Seeing Alan Wilson coming in, he asked easily, "Did you see Andrew's speech?" "I saw it. It has a deafening effect." Alan Wilson nodded with a smile. This time, Bengal's performance in fighting famine is far better than the mistakes a few years ago. The premise of Alan Wilson's words is that this drought did not actually affect Bengal. This drought is different from the Bengal famine. That time it affected the lower reaches of the Ganges, and this time it affected the upper reaches of the Ganges. Bengal was not affected much. In other words, the performance of Chief Executive Andrew is simply creating tension. However, it is not true to say that there has been no soaring food prices in Bengal, because the increase is indeed outrageous. However, the reason was not famine, but the consequence of expelling the Rohingya after the communication between the Assistant Commissioner of British India and the Commissioner of British Burma. 1 million Rohingya means 1 million mouths. How long can the rations they carry last? They still have to open their mouths to eat. However, Andrew is very impressive in this regard. While expressing the severity of the drought, he arranged for people in the name of the Chief Executive of Bengal Province to let the Rohingya who fled here drink a bowl of porridge every day, so that they would not starve to death. The consequence is that after doing this, Andrew has more reason to establish his image and watch the price of food rise at the same time. Since the food is given to the Rohingya, the insufficient demand will of course rise. As for how much profit is made, the gentlemen of the British Empire will know when the accounts are divided after the drought ends. The Portuguese ship will arrive in a few days. Sir Beran frowned as he said this, fearing that the Congress Party would protest. Nehru is indeed a difficult person to deal with. Nehru should be more concerned about the refugees in British Burma now. Hasn't he been protesting against Burma's expulsion of Bangladeshi immigrants these days? Alan Wilson said with a thoughtful look on his face. He shouldn't know about the Portuguese. We can completely hide it from the Congress Party. London has already recognized it. We can sign it secretly and not announce it. We will admit that there is such a secret agreement on the day we leave British India. Nehru can't do anything about it. Sir Beran nodded. Secret operation is an enduring means. Through Sir Edward's message, the Portuguese Ministry of Foreign Affairs persuaded the British Empire with reason and emotion, and asked the British Empire to confirm the status of Goa for the sake of past friendship. Originally, the cabinet was not polite, but with the reply of the Muslim League of the Congress Party in London, especially the Conservative leader of the Congress Party Patel, there was a little disregard for the colonial power in his words. After the second defense, the British Empire's Foreign Ministry remembered the time-honored routine, the secret operation. It was decided to sign a secret agreement recognizing the status of Goa in the name of the Governor's Office of British India and the Governor's Office of Goa in Portuguese India. After the signing of this secret agreement, the Portuguese were much more efficient in raising food and soon announced that they would set sail to save the people of the subcontinent from the water and fire. Since London has already nodded to sign the secret agreement, the details of how to sign the agreement are up to British India. Alan Wilson thought that this matter was not difficult. What's wrong with Portugal's help in this famine? As for the fact that the worst stage of the drought has passed, it is because the Indian Ocean is wide and Africa's infrastructure is insufficient, which has delayed a certain amount of time, which is all forgivable. There is also the issue of the Andaman Islands, which should be resolved immediately. It will be difficult to deal with it if it takes too long, and Sir Edward means the same thing. After talking about Portugal, Sir Baron mentioned the riots in the Andaman Islands. There should be a limit to covering up the lid, and it cannot be covered up forever. It has been 20 days since the riots, and even the power of this drought has begun to weaken. It is unreasonable not to deal with the Andaman Islands. We should use courtesy first and then force. Let the planes in Burma drop leaflets to persuade them to surrender. It is better to avoid bloodshed. Alan Wilson is still making the last effort to buy time for the prisoners on the island. Sir Baron nodded and said to Alan Wilson, if the army really needs to be dispatched, General Irwin has mobilized an Indian division to launch a strong attack on the Andaman Islands at that time. That's the best. Alan Wilson nodded, then stood up and said, I will contact Yangon to drop leaflets. Sir Baron will do it first. Regarding the content of the airdrop leaflets, he emphasized in the telegram to Burgess that the consequences of stubborn resistance should be emphasized. In this way, the rioters will choose to surrender obediently under fear. The wording must be severe and airdropped to the Andaman Islands in the form of an ultimatum. Recommend a friend's new book, If I Were the Emperor in the Late Ming Dynasty. If one day you become the emperor, what would you want to do? What would you do? What could you do? This question is now facing Lee Ji, a graduate student in the history department. He wants to turn the tide. He wants to rewrite those regrets. He needs troops, money, everything. But he found that he had nothing besides an old eunuch. So he cast his eyes on the group of courtiers in front of him who were shaking their heads and sneered. Chapter 267. Dream back to World War II. While giving the rioters and the Andaman Islands a last chance, the British Indian military was also stepping up the formulation of a battle plan. Considering that there were a large number of former Japanese prisoners of war on the island, it is not a bad idea to call it a battle plan. General Irwin was still very conscientious and used the existing forces that could be mobilized to formulate a plan to capture the island. It is mainly divided into 4 steps. The first step is that the Air Force under the jurisdiction of the British Army stationed in India and Burma launched an airstrike on the Andaman Islands. However, since leaflets were dropped to persuade surrender, the airstrike would begin the next day. The second step is to mobilize an Indian division to board the ship as the main force to capture the Andaman Islands. Third, carry out a beach landing under the cover of naval guns, and finally annihilate the rioters to restore control of the Andaman Islands. Of course, these steps were summarized by Alan Wilson, and the wording of the battle plan in the written article was as follows. Considering the consideration that the type of war is limited to regular wars, and using the Lanchester Square Law, when fighting at close range, the strength of any party is proportional to the square of its own number. Determine the basic requirements of the warring parties and the conditions that determine the final victory of the battle, so as to make a judgment and general understanding of the initial trend of the entire campaign. Through the coordination of different attributes of various arms, with the goal of minimizing the task completion time, the greatest combat purpose can be achieved. Very spirited. Alan Wilson knew every word in this combat report, but when combined together, he only had a vague understanding. If someone gave him this combat report and told him that it was a physics graduation thesis, he would never doubt it. You still have to learn more in life. In the British Army headquarters in India, Alan Wilson listened to the indescribable discussion of the military staff and felt inferior for the first time in terms of knowledge reserves. He had boasted in front of many women, but now even his survival skills were threatened. If he couldn't boast, how could he attract Margaret and Vivian Leigh? If he hadn't even started the first step, how could he move forward? Alan, you came from the governor's office, right? Does Baron have any suggestions? After General Iwin had formulated the battle plan, he looked at Alan Wilson, who looked quite embarrassed, with a satisfied look, and asked the other party's purpose. General Iwin, the governor's office thinks that we should airdrop a letter of persuasion to surrender first. It would be better if there is no bloodshed. Alan Wilson, who was deeply immersed in self-doubt, suddenly woke up after hearing General Iwin's words. There are also Japanese prisoners of war in Burma, who are undergoing restorative reconstruction. We can use these prisoners who know Japanese to write leaflets, and airdrop them to the Andaman Islands. If the rioters resist stubbornly, it's not our fault. It's a good idea. If nothing goes wrong, you should be the one to handle this matter. General Iwin nodded, wanting to get a positive answer from the rat that fell into the rice jar. Seeing Alan Wilson nod, General Iwin nodded and said, "It takes a certain amount of time to prepare for the battle. You can use this time to make the final effort. I will do my best to avoid bloodshed." Alan Wilson looked solemn, feeling the heavy responsibility. Prime Minister Chamberlain, who wanted to prevent the world from breaking out in order to maintain peace in Europe, should have had the same mentality when he betrayed Czechoslovakia. British Burma and British Malaya both had a large number of prisoners of war. Soon, the local garrisons who received General Iwin's telegram were waiting for this special mission to airdrop leaflets persuading them to surrender. The airdrop locations were several major islands in the Andaman Islands, hoping that the rioters on the islands would surrender and give them a lot of gold bills. The Andaman Islands are nearly 1,000 kilometers away from India, and much closer to British Burma and the Isthmus of Kra, which belongs to Malaya. At the airports in both places, transport planes are conducting final inspections. The mission this time was mainly undertaken by the Bristol 170 transport aircraft. The Bristol 170 was designed by the British Bristol Company as an economic passenger and cargo or all-cargo aircraft. The prototype first flew in December 1945, but it did not catch up with World War II. However, the war in Southeast Asia was still going on, so it was used for military transportation in the war. The Bristol 170 adopts a high-wing design, with a high cockpit at the nose and a large double-opening cargo door below, which is convenient for loading and unloading cargo. Alan Wilson saw it in New Delhi. Like many British things, it is either the most advanced backward technology or too advanced and immature technology. The Bristol 170 transport aircraft is the former. At first glance, the Bristol 170 transport aircraft will feel that it is a very trendy military transport aircraft. In addition to the huge belly, the layout is not worse than many later US and Soviet transport aircraft. But in the end, it still ended up like a Comet passenger aircraft. Near noon, the pilots who had eaten their fill boarded the transport planes. 12 Bristol 170 transport planes took off from the airports in British Burma and British Malaya. The mission of this batch of British planes was not to drop bombs, but to drop leaflets. There were many Japanese words printed on the leaflets, which basically told the rioters on the island to surrender and stop resisting in vain. An hour later, the Bristol 170 transport plane appeared over the Andaman Islands. Knowing that there were no anti-aircraft weapons on the island, the pilots flew at a low altitude, opened the double doors on the belly of the plane, and dropped the leaflets. The pilots with good eyesight could even see that some rioters appeared and looked at them with indifferent eyes, but this was not the point. The point was that the pilots of the transport planes flying at ultra-low altitude saw the piles of white bones, which were not animal bones. The pilots who realized this risked circling over the Andaman Islands several times and confirmed this fact. The tragic facts on the islands. The rioters looked at the circling enemy planes with numb eyes and began to pick up the leaflets on the ground, but they didn't even read the content on them. They looked for places to enjoy. There was a shortage of everything on the island. They hadn't enjoyed the treatment of using paper to feed their buttocks for a long time. Not far away were the white bones. It was bright daytime, and the atmosphere on the island was chilling. A strange disease appeared on the Andaman Islands. Many people had epilepsy and weakness for no reason. The prisoners of war didn't know what the reason was, but they knew it must be an infectious disease. The key was that no one knew the source of infection, so there was no way to talk about protection. Hunger and plague had made the rioters like zombies. In some wooden houses, sick prisoners of war trembled for no reason. A gust of wind blew over the skulls that were still there in the grass not far away. The empty eye sockets seemed to sneer at these people. Through the report of the returning pilot, Sir Baron and General Iwin knew about the tragedy in the Andaman Islands. They were shocked and speechless. After a long time, they came up with a unanimous opinion that the Andaman Islands issue must be resolved immediately. Mad cow disease. This sentence flashed through the mind of the silent Alan Wilson. Is it related? Of course it is related. The cause and spread of mad cow disease is due to the cattle feed processing technology formulated by the United Kingdom, which allows the use of meat and internal organs of animals such as cattle and sheep as feed, allowing abnormal prion protein to enter the cattle body. In other words, the feed eaten by dairy cows is also made of beef. Cows eating cows is the cause of mad cow disease. Conquer the Andaman Islands immediately and eliminate all the rioters. General Iwin issued a vicious military order. The port of Calcutta and a fully staffed Indian division boarded the ship one after another and left in the confusion of the port residents. At the same time, the British Air Force in Burma and Malaya received orders. This time it was no longer to drop leaflets, but to bomb the Andaman Islands. They even used 4 local Lancaster bombers, loaded with aerial bombs, to join this air raid. I believe that the survivors of Cologne and Essen in the British occupied zone must have fresh memories of the Lancaster bomber, which was the main force of strategic bombing against Germany. With the end of the war, the Lancaster bomber was also placed in the Colonial Air Force Base, which came in handy this time. As if World War II was reappearing, a group of British bombers loaded with aerial bombs arrived over the Andaman Islands. The main island of the Andaman Islands suddenly realized how Germany had been treated by the British and American bomber groups. Aerial bombs were dropped one after another. These Japanese prisoners of war in Southeast Asia did not understand why the mainland surrendered, but now they have seen it. For the unarmed Japanese prisoners of war, this bombing was too cruel, as if the war was not over yet, but they did not have suitable weapons in their hands. Some prisoners of war in desperate situations fired at the sky with snatched rifles and artillery, making a desperate resistance. Of course, there was no effect. Instead, it strengthened the determination of the British Air Force to bomb. The next day, the third day, overnight, the British Air Force in the Asian colonies seemed to have returned to 1945, bombing several settlements on the main island of the Andaman Islands to pieces. A few days later, the Navy carrying the landing troops arrived late, and the main guns of the Tribal class destroyers joined the bombardment to cover the landing Indian troops. On the surface, the 2 main islands of the Andaman Islands were almost unsuitable for human habitation. The twin 120mm main guns roared, and together with the British bomber groups in the air, they made the final landing preparations. The artillery fire had not stopped, and the landing troops had already begun to land on the landing craft at the urging of the British commander. The so-called resistance was not as fierce as imagined. After all, the garrison of the Andaman Islands had only a few infantry guns, and there were only a few thousand things that could pull the trigger on the entire island. The real resistance began after the landing, when the Indian soldiers entered the dense forest. At the same time, these landing soldiers were also shocked by the bones scattered everywhere, and then they were uncontrollably angry. The Indians on the island should have been in great danger. Chapter 268 Rapid Progress. The process of retaking Port Blair was very smooth, and the rioters had no capital to resist stubbornly, at least not on the surface. The real test was the jungle warfare on the island. Both sides were not particularly unfamiliar with jungle warfare, because the Southeast Asian battlefield itself was the main battlefield of jungle warfare, and the British Indian Allied Forces and the Japanese Army fought here for several years. As the vanguard of the landing, the Sikh regiment, led by the regiment commander Das Singh, entered Port Blair. The Sikhs who landed were also shocked by the skeletons on the island. After rescuing the prisoners who were not killed but imprisoned, everyone knew that the prisoners and indigenous people on the island were used as rations. Although there were some speculations before the landing, everyone was still angry when the speculation became a reality. Das Singh had also followed the British to fight north and south, and faced a large number of Japanese troops, but it was also the first time he saw such a large-scale cannibalism. We must completely eliminate them. Leaving one of these lunatics is a blasphemy to the whole world, and the master will agree with us to do so. The commanders of the Sikh regiment were indignant. In the subcontinent, Sikhism is extremely special. Its doctrine is both anti-pacifist and anti-Hindu. As a result, it is mixed together and becomes like a group of normal people. There is no taboo, and it has always been relied on by the British Empire. This reliance has led to a disproportionate number of Sikhs serving in the Indian Army. Sikhs are also willing to join the army and change their lives through war. Naturally, they were not forgotten in this operation. The Indian troops that landed almost immediately regained control of Port Blair, but it was still a long way from victory. Besides, there was not much time left, only 2 or 3 hours of daylight, and it was very risky to enter the jungle to pursue. After discussion, several commanders of the troops, including Das Singh, decided to restore the facilities in Port Blair first. It would not be a matter of one day or one night to clear out the jungle rioters. The telegram was then sent to New Delhi, and New Delhi at this time was discussing how to dump the blame. Well, discussing a perfect solution. After all, this is not a glorious thing. Although it has nothing to do with the gentlemen of the British Empire in essence, it is inevitable that someone will make a fuss after spreading it, leading to some unpredictable consequences. This was not a good thing for anyone. After receiving the telegram from the landing troops, it was not okay not to respond. An overly obvious response would easily give people a reason to criticize. Why don't we give full command to the Indian commanders on the front line and let them do whatever they want? Alan Wilson looked at Sir Berrin and General Iwin. Since they were arguing, he should give the responsibility to the Indians and see what they would do. In Port Blair, all the commanders of the Sikh regiment were present. As the supreme commander, Aliman Takur held the telegram from New Delhi and asked everyone to express their opinions. It is very obvious that the British telegram is asking us to solve the problem. The British have been doing this for 100 years. Division Commander, do the British want us to solve all the problems? Das Singh confirmed. To be honest, it would not be unfair, even if all these people were killed. If the news of what happened on this island spreads, it will definitely be criticized by the whole world. But Japan is a defeated country and will definitely not feel anything. The gentlemen in New Delhi are afraid of getting themselves implicated. Aliman Takur raised his hand and reported, the last statement in the telegram is that the disarmament will never fall on our troops. This is obvious. Everyone knows that the governor's office is now promoting disarmament. Many troops have been disbanded and have been assigned to receive farmland and become farmers. Such resettlement can certainly be called conscientious, but that is for ordinary soldiers. For senior commanders in the army, they definitely do not want the goal of disarmament to fall on themselves. Seeing all the commanders nodding in understanding, Aliman Takur began to formulate a battle plan. The situation was clear. Although the rioters were numerous and had some weapons, they were destined to be no match for the fully armed regular army, especially since the Indian troops who landed knew that the other side did not have many weapons. In essence, this operation was a low-risk, high-reward operation. If it was done well, it was possible for everyone to be promoted together. The war was over, and such opportunities were rare. As long as this matter was handled cleanly, and the British gentlemen in New Delhi were not embarrassed, a large part of the difficulties would be solved. Everyone knows the situation. Let me talk about the current situation first. Aliman Takur cleared his throat and said, first, the goal of destroying the enemy's camp has been achieved, but the results of the battle cannot be expanded. Second, the originally imagined clearing and suppression cannot be realized, because it is difficult for the troops to operate once they enter the jungle. Third, many scattered rioters attacked us in the dense forest. They are familiar with the roads and are flexible in movement. They hide in the jungle immediately after harassing us. We cannot pursue them. Even if there is an open area, when we pursue them, bullets often fly in front of us, and all you see is trees and deep grass. Fortunately, our firepower is strong and fierce. Blindly shooting at the jungle, sometimes we hit the target by accident and kill several people in the jungle. Can we use reconnaissance planes to clearly identify the hiding places of the rioters? Das Singh put forward his own opinion. Aliman Takur shook his head slightly and said, this is an isolated island. The airport on the island has been destroyed by bombing, and the reconnaissance planes that take off from the surrounding land have to return soon after flying over the archipelago. The pressure is still very high. There was silence in the operations room. The planned active offensive suddenly could not be implemented due to various conditions. It was completely unexpected. The operation that was originally thought to be well planned with solid intelligence had to go back to the starting point, that is, to go deep into the jungle and play hide and seek with the enemy. Although the number of rioters is large, they don't have many weapons, so the risk is still controllable. Alimantika was silent for a long time and said, "Prepare to go deep into the jungle to fight. After all, it is an island and they can't run away." "Yes, Division Commander." Several unit commanders including Das Singh nodded at the same time. As a result, this night was safe except for sporadic harassment. At this time, the atmosphere in the command center took a turn for the better. The Japanese prisoners of war also knew that their weapons could not compare with the landing troops, so they did not choose to fight head-on. Alimantika seemed to regret that he was too cautious yesterday and ordered his troops to continue to go deep into the jungle to look for opportunities the next day. Although the terrain on the island is not high, the dense jungle is a trap for ash intruders. The troops changed from encirclement and suppression to advancement, and advanced from the coastline to the mountains in companies. According to the reports from various troops, there were dozens of small-scale attacks, and the troops also suffered casualties, and were extremely tired. Due to the hot jungle, some soldiers were sweating profusely, and had fainted due to dehydration. In fact, the atmosphere in the governor's mansion was no more tense than the front line. Everyone was eager to get good news. Alan Wilson was guilty, and ran to the British Army headquarters in India whenever he had something to do. General Iwin had just taken a shower, and his ruddy face looked energetic under the milky white light. His chin was angular, his nose was high and straight, and under his thick eyebrows were a pair of slightly sunken brown eyes. He was dignified, but not arrogant. However, his eyes towards Alan Wilson were filled with deep sorrow. "Alan, I'm tired of endless military meetings. The war is over, but not here. Not only do we have to deal with mutinies that occur from time to time in British India, but this time it happened again. General Iwin, we stay in British India entirely to buy time for the recovery of the homeland. This is also very important and must be persisted." Alan Wilson spoke to comfort him. "Maybe we did something wrong, but as British citizens, we have no choice. As long as the homeland is restored, citizens can have a good life." Alan Wilson was not a soldier after all. He did not need to show his military insights and talents like the other side staff, but also considered not to steal the show and attribute all the credit to his superiors. Alan Wilson, who was at the British Army headquarters in India, was more relaxed than at the governor's mansion, which was also the purpose of his coming here. There are not many weapons on the island, and they can't resist for long. This is a fact known to everyone. If there is no progress for a long time, it is definitely the Indians' problem. We have to doubt whether the Indians are reliable. After hearing what Alan Wilson said, General Iwin laughed out loud, and finally stopped and pointed at Alan Wilson. "If it were 100 years ago, you would have been an outstanding governor of British India." "I dare not think about it." Alan Wilson shook his head and declined. "I just want to be friends with many people. For example, Ali Khan." Alan Wilson is actually planning to migrate the fish that escaped the net on the island to the subcontinent after the suppression of the riots. You know, the survivors may have been horrified by the experience on the island. Living in a different place will help them forget the psychological shadow. As for the Andaman Islands, they will be under the jurisdiction of the United Kingdom in a legitimate way, and when British India becomes independent, they will be separated from the subcontinent. Alan Wilson expressed optimism about the actions in the Andaman Islands, and this is indeed the case. After the Indian troops landed and began to encircle and suppress, although losses were inevitable, the price they paid was negligible compared to the casualties they inflicted on the rioters. The troops took a resolute attitude to gradually narrow the encirclement until it was compressed on the high ground of the archipelago, Sada Peak. At this time, the real battle officially began. Countless rioters were already prepared for resistance. They knew that they would definitely not end well, so they brought all the food they could eat and resolutely defended. Because of the constant urging of the governor's office, the division commander Alimantika could only order an attack, ignoring the objective reality that the problem could be solved by siege for a few days and completely eliminating these enemies. Chapter 269. Discussion of the Anglo-Portuguese Secret Agreement. The combat effectiveness of the Indian Division in 1946 was still very good. After all, they were still young. It was just that they had to stay in the army for the next 20 years. It was a bit difficult for them to go to the plateau and march quickly. Under the cover of the bombing by the British Air Force flying over the islands, the troops began to attack and completed the final battle to quell the riots. The blood of the soldiers will not be shed in vain. Their sacrifice is worth it and will be exchanged for the opportunity for the troops to stay. Let the commanders of these troops continue to be respected people. The battle officially started at noon under the witness of the glorious sun. It was quite fierce at the beginning. The Japanese prisoners of war fought hard and gave Indian soldiers heavy casualties with the mentality of fighting to the death. Why is this so? This has to start with the construction of the military base. There are indeed no guns and artillery weapons on the island, but due to engineering reasons, a batch of explosives were stored for blasting engineering, and this batch of explosives fell into the hands of the rioters. The Japanese prisoners of war, who were originally soldiers, used these explosives to make simple explosive packs, waiting to be used at this time. As the only commanding height on the island, Sada Peak cannot be said to be dangerous, but the basic conditions for commanding the enemy still exist. The veterans using guns hid behind the rocks and used cold guns to stop the Indian attacks. It would be nothing if it was just like this, but from time to time a Japanese-style ambular hubak appeared, which made the attacking Indian soldiers unbearable. Indian soldiers have not seen the enemy struggling to death, but they have definitely not seen as many as now. The frustrated Indian soldiers had to retreat. This trend is very worrying. You must know that India will be hostile to Pakistan, the sword of Allah, in the future. What if it is not adapted to suicide attacks? If Alan Wilson knew this scene, he would be worried about planning the future for hundreds of millions of people in the subcontinent. Unfortunately, he was not there and was welcoming the good news brought by the friendly neighbor Portugal in New Delhi. On his large desk, there was a photo of him and Pamela Mountbatten, and the flowers in the vase next to him were emitting an attractive faint fragrance. This is a photo of the two of them in the suburbs, when Pamela Mountbatten was still in New Delhi. Behind them are the green fields, willow branches swaying in the wind, and Indian farmers facing the loess in the distance. Above their heads is the vast blue sky with white clouds floating. Pamela Mountbatten's hair flutters in the wind, and the two of them stare at each other. Can't we still see each other when we are not here? It is undeniable that Alan Wilson also has the intention of pulling the tiger's skin and pulling the flag, but the main reason is that he has been quite empty recently. He was about to imitate Delhi's black bus and prepare to make a fortune in the past 2 days. Oh, Alan, it's been a long time. Pedro pushed the door open with a hearty smile, expressing his longing for Alan Wilson. He said it was a long time since we last met, but it was actually not a long polite talk. Oh, Mr. Pedro, you are more charming than before. Alan Wilson sighed pretentiously. Maybe this is the joy of being in high spirits. I wonder if you bring good news, Alan. Otherwise, how did you become the Assistant Commissioner of the entire British India? Pedro smiled knowingly and then pretended to be serious and said, although Africa is a long way away, Portugal cannot sit idly by and watch the suffering of the subcontinent. Finally, it overcame all difficulties and raised a certain amount of food to help British India overcome the difficulties. This is our common difficulty. Ignoring Pedro's perfunctory words, Alan Wilson emphasized that everyone is a colonist. Now is the time to unite, and there is no need to distinguish between you and me. British India and Portuguese India are all colonies. He changed the subject and said, but it is better than the French who did a little work, but wanted to make the newspaper smoke. 3,000 tons of rice. I really thank them. Everyone knows that France's agricultural conditions are the best in Europe. Even if half of the country is in war, there is no problem of food shortage. What is the result? Alan Wilson was indignant and was still brooding over the failure of using drought to blackmail France. The French were ungrateful. You have to know that the British Royal Navy contributed to the French Expeditionary Force's arrival in South Vietnam. Now there is a drought in the subcontinent. Even if it is based on humanitarianism, the French should show some appreciation. The French really showed some appreciation, not even a little more. They got 3,000 tons of food from somewhere to express their sympathy for the drought in the subcontinent, and then there was no more news. They wanted to blow up this little bit of food. It was indeed an old-fashioned imperialism that was on par with the British Empire, and their moral standards were comparable. Alan, Britain and Portugal have a traditional friendship of 600 years. Pedro sat down with a relaxed look. As for the mutual ridicule between Britain and France, Portugal is a small country with little power, so it is not suitable to participate. Of course we are in the same boat, and the gentlemen in London are also aware of this. This is the draft of the secret agreement sent from Lisbon. As Pedro spoke, he took out a document from his briefcase, which contained the framework of the secret agreement negotiated by Portugal and Britain in London. Of course, the decision-making power lies with the British and Portuguese Governor-General's offices in India, and London and Lisbon will not come forward. So why did Alan Wilson give up power to the Indian commander at the critical moment of the Andaman operation? Didn't he learn this from those people in London? The times cannot go back. Just as the United States now desires global hegemony, Britain now must make some choices and understand the necessity of unity. At this critical time, both the British Empire and other participants in the Brussels conference must base themselves on this point. Uniting together, taking back the power, and focusing on defense. It is not necessarily impossible to retain some interests. When the situation changes again, there will be a chance to make a comeback. The old imperialism must struggle a little. It cannot be a little brother without saying a word. There is no such reason in the world. Looking through the draft framework of the Anglo-Portuguese secret agreement, it was actually similar to what he had estimated, with territorial exchange, signing of the secret agreement, leaving and then announcing it to create a fait accompli, etc. The specific actions were the business of the British and Portuguese Governor-General's offices in India. Pedro had already met Sir Baron, and then came to Alan Wilson, to discuss the specific actions. First, send 200,000 tons of grain to the United Provinces and the Central Provinces. Alan Wilson thought for a while and said, only 30,000 tons of grain, and the rest is bran. Pedro frowned. How did it become 200,000 tons again? Could it be that the other party wanted to blackmail him when the time came? We announced to the public that it was 200,000 tons of grain, which is only doubled. It's not that excessive. Besides, if we didn't say it was bran, who would know? The local victims now probably can't tell the difference between grain and bran. As long as it can be eaten, who cares about the taste? Pedro nodded, admitting that the other party was right, and said, then let's sign it. There's no hurry. The ethnic ratios in the surrounding areas of Goa cannot be said to be stable yet. Alan Wilson put the materials back and rejected Pedro's request. Within the line I drew for you, the peace believers must account for 70% of the population and completely suppress the Hindus. Only then can it be said that there is a solid foundation. Otherwise, there is no point in signing it. I don't want the secret agreement I signed to appear in the textbooks as a colonialist who overestimates his own capabilities and lags behind the times. If Portuguese Goa had always existed, Alan Wilson would have been fine. If Portuguese Goa could not be preserved in the end, it would inevitably enter Indian textbooks and become a stepping stone for our India to be too powerful. Even if the Indian textbooks mainly criticize Portugal, they will also bring themselves up. If Portuguese Goa is preserved, it will be different. I guess Indian textbooks will not be embarrassed to mention it. Pedro said suspiciously, Alan, you are not going to regret it, are you? Don't forget, it was me who came up with the idea for you. Alan Wilson chuckled. Don't be so anxious. We have to stabilize the situation and completely preserve Goa. The current work is not in place. Actually, it's almost done. Pedro felt a little regretful and still hoped to settle things as soon as possible to avoid more trouble. 90% is not enough. I want 100%. Alan Wilson said firmly, the ethnic composition of Goa must be completely changed, with Christians in the core and Peace Church in the periphery, so as to isolate infiltration. If the future of British India is based on partition, the spiritual homeland of the Peace Church will no longer be India, but it may not be the case for Christians. It is a good thing for Portugal. Although the first 2 generations of Peace Church may be stubborn and unable to convert, once they die, it will be much easier for Portugal to attack the younger group. In 20 to 30 years, India will be independent but still poor. Seeing that the subcontinent has not changed, the residents of Goa will probably not have the idea of merging with the Indians. In fact, in the few colonies of European countries in the 21st century, the local residents all refused independence. They were unwilling to break away from the jurisdiction of the mother country because the wave of independence had passed and the newly independent countries were still poor. On the contrary, as residents of direct colonies, their lives were better than those of neighboring countries. So why should they be independent? Puerto Rico and French Guiana are such examples. They are unwilling to be independent from the United States and France. They are glorious American and French citizens. Alan Wilson felt that, as long as they could hold on for 30 to 40 years, the remaining colonies would probably oppose independence. They were happy to become glorious citizens of the mother country. From this perspective, the first 2 generations of stubborn pacifists were an important ideological barrier to Portuguese Goa. He hoped that Pedro could understand this. Chapter 270 They would rather die than surrender. Alan Wilson also mentioned the difficulties of British India now. Both sides can first finalize the content of the secret agreement, but there is no need to rush to sign it. Stability is what everyone pursues. This is definitely not shirking responsibility. Alan Wilson tried his best to make Pedro understand that the overall harm of the United States and the Soviet Union to the colonial empire is not aimed at a certain country, but all European countries with colonies. So helping Portugal is helping Britain itself. Alan Wilson just hopes that the future of the Goa region will be more certain. It is certain to become an overseas province of Portugal. If nothing unexpected happens, British India will become the future of the 2 countries. It is a foregone conclusion. Only those who deceive themselves are still deceiving themselves. Or they actually know it in their hearts, but they are unwilling to take responsibility and deliberately pretend not to know. The person Alan Wilson was talking about was actually the leader of the Congress Party, Gandhi. As early as 1938, Jinnah had been publicly declared by the Muslim League as the great leader of the All India Peace Christians. During World War II, because the Congress Party was causing trouble for the British Empire, Britain turned to support the Muslim League's demands and focused on dealing with the World War, leaving the Congress Party aside. Therefore, after the Allies gained an advantage over the Axis powers, the Congress Party changed its attitude and wooed the Muslim League. At the Congress Party's Ramgarh conference during the period, Gandhi declared that the Peace Christians had the right to separate in the Indian joint family and established a legislative assembly on the basis of adult citizenship, allowing Peace Christian members to decide whether they wanted independence or to be a member of a joint family. In fact, Gandhi has recognized the Muslim League's right to establish an independent Pakistan. It seems that it has not been a few years. Wouldn't Gandhi forget the promise he made when he wooed the Muslim League? He certainly didn't forget, but he definitely regretted it. With the current situation, the 2 religions are separated, and Goa is far away from the Peace Christian gathering area. The Peace Christians in Goa are like children without mothers, and are definitely more trustworthy than the Christians in Goa. If the partition of British India is a foregone conclusion, then this plan will work. Pedro nodded, but the voices in London were so chaotic that it was hard to tell how to view the future of British India, leaving Portugal at a loss as to what to do. London originally wanted to preserve the integrity of British India and make it independent, but now this voice is disappearing. At present, London has no future vision for British India. Alan Wilson spoke the truth. They are good at opposing those MPs, but it is a bit difficult to come up with any solutions. Then, let's transport the food to the disaster area first. Pedro pondered and nodded. Is there anything else to prepare? Bring more film and Portuguese flags to record the touching moments. Alan Wilson nodded slightly, stunned for a moment, and said, "It seems that there is nothing else. Just establish a positive image of Portugal in this drought. You can brag about unimportant things and do the real important things secretly. I look forward to the next time we meet. The Portuguese governor's office will have made all preparations. I also have to go to Rangoon, and there are really a lot of things to do. Alan is really valued." Pedro smiled. "What's happening over there that you are busy with?" "Of course, it's to see how far the Emerald House plan has progressed." Alan Wilson said easily. "Nothing, just going to visit a friend." This was definitely not a perfunctory reply to Pedro. His trip to Burma had nothing to do with the Andaman Islands. He went to see the progress of the Emerald House nearby. In fact, it was just a byproduct. There was something going on, but it was not suitable for the Portuguese to know. The message from the governor's office to the Congress party was that Alan Wilson would personally go to Yangon to express his concern about the expulsion of the Rohingya. So the rat that fell into the rice jar was really on a business trip this time. Seeing that British India was about to fall apart, the Congress party still had time to pay attention to the Rohingya people with different beliefs. This is what Alan Wilson said: the Congress party was deceiving itself, not wanting to give corresponding rights to peaceful believers, but also wanting to preserve the integrity of British India. It was a beautiful idea to take all the benefits and not want to bear some of the responsibilities. He felt that the future of British India envisioned by the Congress party might be like this. The British Empire suppressed the Muslim League that sang against the Congress party and then completely handed over British India to the Congress party. It was a standard daydream. If this could become a reality, Alan Wilson thought that the British Empire could consider punching the US imperialists and stepping on the Soviet revisionists. After giving instructions to Hyderabad, Alan Wilson boarded a train to Calcutta while the battle in the Andaman Islands was in full swing, and took a boat to Yangon to handle another major matter. This major matter was not the so-called concern of the Rohingya people, but a profitable matter: the reform of the Burmese currency. The currency used in Myanmar now is called the rupee, which is linked to the Indian rupee. Like many fields, because of the special status of British India in the British Empire, except for the dominions such as Australia, Canada, and New Zealand, the Indian ethnic group appeared as an auxiliary force in the vast colonies, and this was true in any field. Now the British Empire urgently needs to restore the economy, and British India is clamoring for independence, and it is time to kill the donkey after it has done its job. The expulsion of the Rohingya is only part of the problem of the Indian forces in Myanmar, and it is far from the whole problem. After the British occupied Myanmar, they established a bank in Myanmar, but it was only a branch, and the head office was in India. British banks issued currency in the form of loans, etc., and the name was Indian rupees. During this period, the Burmese also tried to run banks, but they did not achieve anything. They were very small, and not worth mentioning. The currency of Myanmar is called rupee, and the banking system naturally has a share of India. Therefore, for the British Empire, the currency reform of Myanmar this time is to take back the share of Indians and hand it over to reliable people. The state issues new currency and abolishes the old currency without compensation. It is equivalent to the silver that can buy many things, which is immediately worthless, disrupting the order of currency circulation. Many people oppose it, especially the economically weak groups, who are more resistant, so they hold rallies and marches and confront the government. It can be seen that the currency issue involves people's livelihood, economy, society, and national security, which is not a trivial matter. Therefore, this matter must be carried out for the purpose of patriotism. The scapegoat must not be the British Empire, so only India is more suitable. In Alan Wilson's vision, this will be the first step for Myanmar to regain its monetary sovereignty and become an independent country. It is completely worthwhile to pay some small price. At this moment, he is not fighting alone. Modi, who will implement the demonetization order in India decades later, is with him. At the order of the old immortal Modi, the 501,000 rupee notes were immediately stopped from circulation. The existing notes must be deposited in banks or exchanged for new notes within 50 days, otherwise they will become waste paper. Modi's request to stop using the old version of large denomination currency is to combat tax evasion, tax avoidance, corruption, and other behaviors that rely heavily on large amounts of cash. He can only give 50 days for exchange and declare the remaining currency as waste paper. This consequence has indeed occurred. India is a multilingual country with a higher literacy rate. Some grassroots people may not know that the large denomination banknotes in their hands are waste paper until the exchange time has passed. This is a silent looting of the grassroots people. How can people produce and consume without money? Since the old immortal did this, Alan Wilson felt that he could do it too. Any reasons for tax evasion and corruption were valid. He helped Myanmar regain its monetary sovereignty. Shouldn't he be supported even more? Those who opposed it were not Burmese people, but Indian running dogs. Just as Alan Wilson boarded the ship to Burma, the battle in the Andaman Islands was at its most critical moment. Following Yamashita Tomoki's direct troops sweeping across Southeast Asia, the fighting will was absolutely commendable. But this could not change the absolute gap in weapons. The cavalry of Balakiao was also very brave, and fell under the volley of guns. The gap in weapons between the two warring parties was even greater than at that time. After the Indian troops landed, they mobilized heavy artillery for bombardment. With the cover of fighter planes in the sky and heavy firepower support on the ground, the rioters were just trapped in a jar. In this case, if they were repeatedly frustrated, Alimentaka would not think it was justified. In a tenacious will, it could not offset the huge disadvantage. Having a steel-like will was not really steel. The mood of despair also spread among the prisoners of war who were surrounded. Even the leader of the rioters was desperate. Many squadrons organized according to the wartime Japanese army had been annihilated. Now everyone would die here, but no one knew when death would come. The unarmed prisoners of war were organized, and were not immune to the bombardment. From the beginning, this was a desperate confrontation, especially seeing their well-trained and strong subordinates being killed one after another. Many riot leaders who were determined to fight to the death did not have the courage to stay here. They wanted to escape, they wanted to surrender, and seeing that the catastrophe was about to come, even the crazy people would wake up. However, they were surrounded, and had no place to escape. Similarly, the Indian troops were not prepared to accept their surrender. Bullets were fired, and some leaders who wanted to escape scattered. The Indian troops may not be so well trained as a whole, but there are many soldiers with accurate shooting skills in each unit. After all, the Indian division could not have as much supplies as the British division, and bullets had to be saved. This is how the shooting skills came out. The rioters, who were like headless flies, became a mob again. They were named one by the Indians. The entire hillside, where the rioters were defending, was littered with corpses. Before the sun set that day, New Delhi finally received good news from Alimentaka. All the rioters have been eliminated. They are very crazy, and would rather die than surrender. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271 Aung San. These Indians are deceiving us. After seeing the content of the telegram, the secretary of the commissioner, Etel, found the problem at a glance. Even in a crazy army, it is impossible that no one surrendered. The Indians are lying and deceiving us. Yes, but for this matter alone, I'm happy to be deceived by the Indians, Sir Baron said with a relieved expression. Okay, now everything is settled. According to the previous discussion, send a ship to the Andaman Islands to load the bodies on the ship, and then blow up the ship, so that no one can find them. This method originated from the Argentine military government to suppress pro-Soviet element, and of course it came from the knowledgeable assistant commissioner. In fact, it is very simple. Even if the bones of 50,000 people weigh only 2,500 tons of carbohydrates, there are cargo ships that can carry 2,500 tons everywhere. For a maritime power like the British Empire, it is not a precious legacy. However, at this time, Alan Wilson, who was hiding his merits and fame, was approaching Rangoon, the capital of British Burma, and came to British Burma to continue working hard for the British Empire. The Burmese officials waiting to greet Alan Wilson were getting closer and closer to the destination freighter. Woodington, who was in his 40s, did not witness the British Empire's lobster soldiers marching into Mandalay. Teams of tall and strong men who only eat beef, with red faces, wearing red military uniforms, carrying long rifles on their shoulders, and their boots hitting the ground with a sound, and the rhythmic marching, announced the fact of the demise of Myanmar. But in Woodington's growth experience, a concept gradually became clear: to stand with the British, and rely on their power. As a child, he had already regarded this as his greatest ambition. At a young age, Woodington had already set up great ambitions at that time. At the age of 17, he sought a government position, but did not succeed. Because he was penniless and had no friends, he had to work in the crisscrossing Mandalay market for 3 years, helping rice merchants and stealing from time to time. When he was 20, he was lucky enough to extort 400 rupees from others. He immediately went to Rangoon and bribed his way to a clerk position. Although the salary was not high, it was quite lucrative. At that time, there was a group of clerks who made private profit by constantly embezzling government reserves, and he naturally liked this. After all, U Tin Lun was too talented to be satisfied with a life of small wealth. He found that the government was preparing to select some local Burmese clerks to take up positions due to the lack of junior officials. In another week, the news would be made public, but he got the news a week earlier than others. He felt that the opportunity had come, and he accused all his accomplices before they were alerted. Most of them were arrested and imprisoned, but he was promoted to assistant township clerk as a reward for his dedication to public service. Today, he has become one of the few Burmese officials in Rangoon, the capital, who can be on par with the British. His youthful ideal had been realized. Although Myanmar suffered a round of attacks by the Japanese army, he managed to escape danger and became an important force to rely on after the restoration of British Burma. A pair of sharp eyes that had been tested in the officialdom helped Wood England recognize Alan Wilson, who had disembarked. He took the initiative to step forward and politely spoke in English with an accent. "You must be Mr. Allen. Commissioner Burgess asked me to pick you up." Alan Wilson was stunned and looked up and down at the middle-aged man in front of him. Noticing the newspaper in Wood England's hand, he said, "Thank you very much for your thoughtful consideration. By the way, you are Chinese, right? I recognize the characters you use." Mr. Allen's observation is really sharp. Wood England was a little surprised, but he immediately realized what was wrong and introduced himself with a smile. "I'm the second generation of Chinese. My children can hardly recognize Chinese characters, and they only have a vague understanding of the contents of Chinese newspapers." It turned out that he was almost assimilated. Alan Wilson knew it in his heart, but he took a neutral position on this matter. This was a matter of personal choice. He smiled and said, "Then I'll trouble you to take me to see Burgess. It's been a while since we last met. The commissioner missed Mr. Allen very much and arranged for me to meet you here." U Tin Lun pointed to the car parked in the distance and invited Alan Wilson to get in. The car started and drove along the streets of Yangon to the governor's mansion of British Burma, where the current governor of Burma, Hubert Lance, was located. Hubert Lance had just taken office. The first governor after the British Army returned to Burma. Rednakin Terman Smith, who was the governor of Burma before the war, had returned to his original post. With his reinstatement, he also brought back a British white paper on the Burmese issue. London believed that the primary task of Burma was to restore order and reconstruction, so during this transitional period, a temporary military government was needed to temporarily directly manage all government affairs and work with all forces in Burma. After the restoration work was completed, a general election would be held at an appropriate time. Governor Smith became another victim of a changing era. The governor was then replaced by General Hubert Lance. The Burmese had a good impression of General Hubert Lance. Of course, from U Tin Lun, Alan Wilson also learned that the head of Burma, who had not been in office for long, was a man named Aung San. At the Governor General's office in British Burma, Alan Wilson met Burgess, whom he hadn't seen for a long time. The two hugged each other in a friendly manner. Even though they knew that the other was a homosexual, as long as he didn't have any bad intentions towards them, everything could be discussed. "How was your life in Yangon?" "McLean is having a pretty good time in Ceylon. I heard that he often goes to the golf course," Alan Wilson said in a familiar tone. "Of course, we must also admit that the investigation in Ceylon has been unanimously recognized by the people of Ceylon, and McLean has established widespread prestige. But speaking of this, you are not bad either. I heard that you are very popular among the Burmese now." "It's okay. It's comforting that Alan came here this time. I'm working every day." Burgess sighed and said, "Life is still easier as a diplomat, especially as a diplomat stationed in a big country." Alan Wilson added a prefix to Burgess's words. "Of course, being a diplomat stationed in the United States is the best. The conditions are incomparable. There is no shortage of places to play, and you can also have parties." He is very vivid. Burgess can certainly hear the hidden meaning of Alan Wilson, but he has no interest in that kind of thing. He said, "When I first took office, I was shocked by the hostility of the Burmese towards us. This place has become a fragmented but hostile place. It's normal that the Japanese came." Alan Wilson said, "A world war changed many things. It's not just about Burma, it's the same in the country, right? The problems of British India and British Burma are not just local problems, but also London's problems. Like the problems of British India, British Burma is also an important topic for Mr. Churchill to fire at." As a Conservative MP, Churchill publicly expressed his opposition to Attlee's attitude towards Burma. He opposed not granting Burma autonomy, but the government's eagerness to throw Burma, a broken country that was still recovering, to a group of young radicals. Churchill insisted that Britain should shoulder the responsibility of rebuilding Burma, let the Burmese understand the true meaning of elections and autonomy, and then choose the right time to hand over in an orderly manner. One of the main reasons for opposition was that some Burmese leaders, represented by General Aung San, had an ambiguous relationship with the Japanese during the war. If we can't appease them, we might as well try other methods. Learn from British India. Since it is national self-determination, all ethnic groups in Myanmar should self-determine. Alan Wilson raised his eyebrows and said, "As far as I know, there are many ethnic groups in Myanmar, but not everyone has a good relationship with the Burmese. That's not a good solution. It will only increase future conflicts." Burgess shook his head firmly. The glory of the Cambridge Five appeared again at this time, indicating that he and Alan Wilson, a thorough colonial bureaucrat, are not the same kind of people. Burgess agreed to expel the Rohingya, on the one hand, because Myanmar is indeed extremely dissatisfied with the existence of the Rohingya. Now Britain must find a way to gain a foothold and win the support of local Burmese. On the other hand, the Rohingya are indeed an external colonial auxiliary force for the local Burmese. And Alan Wilson also promised to accept the Rohingya and pay attention to their settlement work in British India. Thinking of this, Burgess asked, "Have the Rohingyas been resettled after returning to British India?" "They have been fully resettled by Chief Executive Andrew." Alan Wilson assured solemnly, "I believe in Chief Executive Andrew's ability." "That's good." Burgess nodded and breathed a sigh of relief. "Since you are here, just rest here. I heard that there was a drought in British India, and I also suggested that the Governor General help British India. Emergency relief, not poverty relief. The population of British India is not something that Myanmar can save." Alan Wilson shook his head and said, "I also believe that Indians have the ability to resist natural disasters. In fact, the worst time has passed, and everything is fine." Unwilling to talk too much about this topic, Alan Wilson immediately changed the subject and asked what the local elites in Myanmar think about the issue of currency reform, whether there are more supporters or more opponents. "It's hard to say. I'm also asking Aung San and others, but I haven't received an answer yet. After all, it is a new thing, and it may take some time." Burgess told the truth. Chapter 272 Blackmailing Aung San. "That's right." Alan Wilson frowned and thought, if Aung San didn't object, everything would be fine. And it's better not to object, otherwise he would not have no way to deal with General Aung San. You know, the Japanese prisoners of war and pro-Japanese factions in the Andaman Islands are destined to have a tragic end. Then why didn't Aung San's behavior during the Japanese attack on British Burma be liquidated? This question is actually very simple. Britain only liquidated the general pro-Japanese factions. Except for British Malaya, the capable pro-Japanese factions in Southeast Asia were not liquidated. The high position and power itself is a kind of protection, and General Aung San is one of them. Now whoever blocks the British Empire's local revival is the enemy. Alan Wilson doesn't care how many parts Burma will be divided into in the future. If this Burmese national hero doesn't cooperate, he may have to talk to the pro-British armed forces of Karen and Kachin. Since the division of British India is almost settled, it's okay for Burma, which was once a province of British India, to follow suit. In fact, Alan Wilson immediately asked Burgess to meet with the leader of the Karen Kachin tribe to discuss the issue of the Jade House. The Japanese prisoners of war in Burma are now mainly supervised by the armed forces of these two ethnic groups. Official business cannot be delayed, but on the basis of taking care of official business, it is also possible to ask about private matters. If possible, Alan Wilson even wants to build an Jade Palace as a gift to Pamela in British Malaya. He came here on a business trip, but he didn't want to live in the governor's mansion. Burgess arranged for Wood England to arrange accommodation. Alan Wilson was also very curious about this second generation Chinese, and did not object. Do you have your surname yourself, or did you learn it from the Burmese people? Alan Wilson was quite curious about this question. Burmese people basically have no surnames. Ordinary Burmese names are just names, and there is no surname that represents family inheritance. This is not surprising. This is very common in Asia. Before the 20th century, the names of Japanese and Thai people were also like this, with only names and no surnames. It was after the Meiji Restoration that Japan forced all citizens to choose a surname, while only a few nobles had surnames before. And until now, the Japanese royal family has maintained this tradition. All Japanese royal families have no surnames, only names. Wu, the so-called Burmese surname, actually means Mr., so the name Wood England confused Alan Wilson. My surname comes naturally, and it coincides with the honorific of the Burmese. Wood England replied with a respectful attitude. The Burmese have bad relations with many ethnic groups, but General Aung San is a runner. Maybe. Alan Wilson looked at Wood England and suddenly asked a question. If you want to kill your competitors, what method will you choose? Don't say you don't know. You can be a regional sheriff, which is no longer a low-level official. You are not a real Burmese yet, and it's not that easy without some extra means. After hearing what Alan Wilson said, Wood England wanted to deny, but was held back. While thinking, he said, we want to slander him, ruin his reputation, and eventually make him completely finished. This will be a very thorough plan. This is not a good idea. Alan Wilson thought about it and rejected it. It's too low end. Mr. Wu, you have to understand that we don't want to discredit an unlucky clerk or a policeman or something. We want to discredit a senior official, and for senior officials are different from clerks after all. How to deal with a clerk? It's very simple. Accuse him, bring 20 or so witnesses, dismiss him from his post, and put him in jail. But it won't work here. Gently, gentleness is my trick. No scandals, and most importantly, no official investigations. Mr. Wu is qualified to be a regional sheriff, but to move up, he must have a certain international perspective. This international perspective is not just relying on the British to do things, but to have insight into the changes. Not to mention you, Aung San and his friends may not necessarily have this. After sending Alan Wilson to the British residential area in Yangon, Wood England left and returned home to relieve the fatigue of the day. Behind the curtain in the living room of the house, a table was set up with a large bowl of rice and a dozen plates of curry, dried shrimp and cut green mango. Wood England staggered to the table, sat down with a grunt, and immediately began to eat voraciously. His wife stood behind him to serve him. He quickly stuffed the rice into his mouth with his greasy fingers, and the bottom of the bowl was almost touching his nose. He always ate very quickly, with a full mood, and ate a lot. Rather than saying it was eating, it was more like a kind of fun, indulging in curry and rice. After sleeping for a night, he had to go sightseeing in Burma with the Assistant Commissioner of British India. After putting on the uniform of the sheriff, he left home in a hurry. Mr. Wu, have you seen this kind of wood? Does it exist in Burma? Alan Wilson took out a photo of Huang Huali and handed it to Wood England. How can a house be built without furniture? Huang Huali is very valuable in later generations. Alan Wilson doesn't know whether there are such trees in Myanmar. It should not be a problem. After all, the latitudes of Kyongdao and Myanmar are similar. There is no reason why there is no distribution of Huang Huali in Myanmar, which has such a large forest in the same latitude. It's just that the details of the texture may be different. This is not rare in Myanmar. Although I don't know where it is, I can ask about it. Wood England recognized the tree at a glance, and immediately said that everything was up to him. Thank you very much. Alan Wilson thanked politely. I believe my trip to Myanmar should be very pleasant. The next itinerary includes meeting with the leaders of Kachin Karen, but the first thing is the issue of Myanmar's currency reform. The British Empire needs to increase revenue and reduce expenditure, and model civil servants cannot be vague on this matter. And it takes time for the leaders of Kachin Karen to come, unlike Aung San and his friends who are in Yangon. Yangon is the largest city in Myanmar and the capital of British Burma. It is located in the Irrawaddy River Delta in southern Myanmar. As a coastal city, Yangon is in the sea breeze and has a pleasant climate. The first formal communication on Burmese currency reform began in this pleasant atmosphere. Aung San Suu Kyi and others were very familiar with Burgess, the British Burmese commissioner, but they were not so familiar with Alan Wilson, the younger assistant commissioner of British India. Burgess affirmed the benefits of Burmese currency reform from a big picture perspective. Striving for the rupee currency outside of British India was the first and very important step for Burma to move towards independence, and there were many other benefits. Currency is a symbol of a country's sovereignty. I believe General Aung San and everyone here understand this. Burgess said very sincerely, it has an important position in the national economy. This reform plan will benefit Myanmar enormously. Commissioner Burgess, we believe that this change is certainly necessary, but many important issues have not yet been resolved. General Aung San raised his head and said, now many things are more important than currency reform. For example, Alan Wilson, who had been silent, chuckled and spoke in a very disrespectful tone. Sleep today and drive the British away early tomorrow morning. The Japanese prisoners of war in the mines thought so too. As soon as Alan Wilson said this, the atmosphere in the entire conference room froze to freezing point. Compared with Burgess, Alan Wilson fits the image of an annoying colonial official very well, which makes Aung San and others very disgusted. Mr. Allen, this is Burma. Wusu, who was next to Aung San, said with eyes wide open, at least you should have a minimum respect for Burma. Thank you for the reminder, this place is still called British Burma. Alan Wilson leaned on the table, his chin opening and closing, and said, maybe I should follow Nehru's advice and merge British Burma and British India into one, so that more problems can be solved. As we all know, British India has a surplus population and a large food gap. It is still in a drought. If Burma can be merged, a large part of the problem will be solved. What is meant by dare to be angry, but dare not speak, is a true portrayal of the mentality of some Burmese senior officials now. British India and British Burma have merged before, and the consequence of the merger was the emergence of the Rohingya. Now that the Rohingya problem has finally been solved, British India and British Burma are going to merge again. However, before Aung San and others digested the news, Alan Wilson started to think and jump, and asked another question. We hope to extradite some accomplices who were inclined to Japan during the war against Japan. For the dignity of the British Empire, we should refuse. However, if some people do not cooperate, then for the overall interests of the Allies, we do not mind restarting the investigation. During the restart of the investigation, we will first transfer the suspects to detention. I wonder if everyone agrees? Alan, in fact, the matter is not that serious. Burgess saw that the atmosphere was too solemn and spoke to smooth things over. If you are willing to help us solve some unstable factors, we should be happy to see it happen. Alan Wilson stood up without giving in, and brought the topic back to currency reform. I have finished my words. Now, who is in favor of Myanmar's currency reform, and regaining monetary sovereignty? Stand up, the number of prisoners of war in mining is not enough. Alan Wilson shouted angrily, slamming the table. After a long time, no one answered. Alan Wilson asked the secretary to bring up the document and said, since no one objects, then sign it. Chapter 273 Flexible Aung San. What if we can't accept this kind of forced attitude? Wusu stood up unwillingly and spoke in a rather tough tone. That's simple. Restart the investigation. You are all big figures in Myanmar. In order to prevent unnecessary interference during the investigation, it should be understandable to detain you in a different place, right? Alan Wilson said with a look of hope. After completely defeating the Axis powers, we will carry out some necessary cleansing. I believe the United Nations will definitely agree with this attitude. Our duty in the UK is to send you to China. Of course, whether you can come back is uncertain. Before the other party could refute, Alan Wilson said to himself, you are very prestigious in the eyes of the Burmese. There may be some confusion after being detained by other countries. I can communicate this with Nehru. I believe he is very supportive of the Indian army entering Myanmar to maintain stability. However, as with the previous question, whether they will leave after they come is also uncertain. Alan Wilson connected these two things together to tell these Burmese independence leaders in front of him, don't expect justice to come. Even if they go to the International Court of Justice, they will definitely be treated as pro-Japanese factions due to their ambiguous relationship with the Japanese army. There will be no other way out. The only thing is, whether anyone will pursue them. Maybe not. It depends on whether they cooperate with the policies of the British Empire. New Delhi Telegram. Commissioner Burgess's secretary walked in from the door, holding a telegram from New Delhi. Just read it directly. Burgess was helpless, holding his forehead absent-mindedly. He was still thinking about how to mediate the current tense atmosphere. The riots in the Andaman Islands have been quelled, and the rioters have been brought to justice, very cleanly. The secretary read out the contents of the telegram. Wow. It seems that all of Yamashita Tomoki's elite troops have been killed. The Indians did a good job. Alan Wilson didn't say anything at first, but when his secretary read half of the message, he suddenly realized that this telegram came at the right time and said in a high-handed tone, Indian soldiers are not bad either. 70 or 80,000 people were killed without any hesitation. This is blackmail. Aung San Suu Kyi. I could tell without watching the British performance in front of him. But he had to admit that this blackmail was very effective. Although these Burmese officials didn't know the inside story of the Andaman Islands, they also knew some recent actions, such as the British Air Force mobilization. But they didn't expect that the British would be so straightforward. It seemed that they had razed the island to the ground. Don't just stand there, sign quickly. Alan Wilson urged in an encouraging tone. Now that the island is empty again, as a necessary democratic procedure, I will propose a second solution. You can choose not to go to China or to the Andaman Islands. Choose one for yourself. The rustling sound of signing documents indicated that Aung San and others had made their choice. They would not go to China or to the Andaman Islands, but would continue to stay in Yangon and contribute to the struggle for national independence. That's right, I seem to see the scene of you leading Myanmar after its independence. Remember, as long as you are alive, you are qualified to enjoy the glory. Myanmar will be independent in the next few years. Don't fall in the darkness before dawn. Alan Wilson clapped his hands and cheered for Aung San and others. And to be honest, Myanmar's independence will definitely be after British India. I hope you are mentally prepared. Alan Wilson was the only one left in the conference room to perform a solo. Of course, he did not forget Burgess, who was stunned. Pointing at this one of the Cambridge Five, he said, my friend Burgess is a kind person. But you should not regard this kindness as weakness. As long as British India has not gained independence, mobilizing the Indian army to suppress Myanmar is a trump card that the British Indian Governor General's office can use at any time, and the Congress party is very supportive. In the final time, I hope that both sides can live in peace. We will leave naturally after we have finished our business, but there is one thing I hope you remember. What the British Empire gives you is yours, and you cannot rob it if the British Empire does not give it to you. Since Aung San and others had already signed the document, Alan Wilson temporarily put away his colonialist face and began to present facts and reason, clearly telling the other party what cards the British still had in their hands, so that both sides would have a clear understanding of each other's strength, which would be good for everyone, so as to avoid strategic misjudgment. The British Empire just has no money now, which does not mean that it cannot beat you colonies. It is okay to make a fuss because of freedom of speech, but don't take it seriously. It's not good. When Aung San and others were about to leave the meeting room, Alan Wilson said to General Aung San's back, the leaders of Kachin and Karen will arrive in Yangon in a few days. If Aung San has time, he can come and listen. This day was an unpleasant day for these leaders of Burmese independence, but Alan Wilson was in a good mood and joked with Burgess. Alan, you will cause resentment among the Burmese people. Burgess frowned and was somewhat dissatisfied with Alan Wilson's impromptu performance just now. It will increase the instability of Myanmar. Instability is the problem that Myanmar faces after independence. We are all leaving, so why should we care whether the Burmese people will be in dire straits in the future? Alan Wilson snorted, as long as there is no big chaos within 2 years and the local needs are met, it will be fine. Other problems are the Burmese people's own problems. Besides, isn't the effect very good? Did you really make a request? Burgess asked the questions he had just blackmailed when he heard Alan Wilson say this. Of course not, but it's not difficult. We can bribe the provincial governors of neighboring Myanmar and write a notice in the name of the central government, and we will send people over. Alan Wilson's face flashed a smile of success, and his smugness was like the reappearance of yesterday when Pokina and Anna were together. In fact, with the level of the artillery party, it is not difficult for Alan Wilson to operate. Changong is just a large-scale governor of Liangjiang. What control do he have over the border provinces? Just give him some benefits and this matter can be done. The key is to make it clear to Aung San and others that they will suffer if they break up. The British Empire may not be as powerful as it was before the war, but it was just submissive to the United States and the Soviet Union, and it could still strike hard in the colonies. What about Nehru? Burgess drew out a long tone, looking at Alan Wilson's forehead and waiting for the next words. If there is a rumor of India and Burma merging, Nehru will really jump for joy. Alan Wilson answered in an affirmative tone. Whatever the price, Nehru will agree. India originally had an eastward strategy after independence, with the aim of establishing influence in Southeast Asian countries that were deeply influenced by Indian culture, and the scope was probably all Southeast Asian countries. In fact, this judgment is not wrong. Except for Vietnam, Southeast Asian countries have been influenced by Indian culture in history. This is a fact, but modern India itself is not strong enough, and it cannot make use of its cultural advantages. On another occasion, Aung San and his friends were also discussing today's experience and criticizing Alan Wilson's outright colonial face. If we don't agree, what can he do? Wusu said indignantly. He can really send us there. He is also very honest. Didn't he say that maybe he would, maybe he wouldn't? Aung San said with a wry smile. In fact, the most worrying thing is that when we left, he mentioned the Kachin and Karen, and of course other tribal armed forces. These tribes are really close to the British and are not of the same mind as the Burmese. As soon as Aung San's words came out, the atmosphere became silent. In fact, the threats issued by Alan Wilson were all real threats, whether it was imprisonment in a foreign land, or asking India to send troops, or even the Karen and Kachin armed forces. Every word was true. The problem was that it was too real, and people like Aung San would be scared. Everyone did cooperate with the Japanese, so it was possible. Indian nationalists did not have good intentions towards Myanmar, and some tribes in Myanmar did have a bad relationship with the Burmese. Everything was real. Once implemented, Aung San and others had no way to crack it. Once the ruling class becomes shameless, the ruled can only stare blankly. As long as they dare not rise up, or their dissatisfaction can only be suppressed. They can't rise up without relying on external forces. Aung San and others really have no confidence in their hearts. We are not familiar with this person yet. We should learn more about him. So I decided to accept his invitation and listen in when he talks with the leaders of Kachin and Karen. Aung San did not come up with a good solution and finally took a step back, showing flexibility in the struggle. If he couldn't win, he would temporarily join. Aung San's goodwill soon reached the ears of Alan Wilson, who smiled at Wu Dinglan, who was receiving him in Myanmar. See, don't think that fighting for independence is such a great person. You Chinese have a saying, good birds choose trees to live in, which can be applied to Aung San. Gandhi is into the play enough, right? He said he would go on a hunger strike, but he went back on his words to the Muslim League, didn't he? How can Aung San be compared with Gandhi in character? It is natural to show flexible moral standards. Alan Wilson and the Karen Kachin leaders met in a club in the British residential district. In the Asian colonies, including Burma, the European clubs were the spiritual fortresses, the real seat of the British Empire's power, and the paradise that the indigenous officials and millionaires longed for in vain. Although most of the club members were white, they also accepted the local elites of the colonies. There were very few clubs that did not accept the locals. The locals in the clubs were also an extension of the power of the colonial government. Chapter 274, A Man of Distinction. Myanmar is divided into Upper and Lower Burma. Lower Burma is the Burmese inhabited area with Yangon as the core, while Upper Burma is larger and has areas where other tribes live besides the Burmese. Unlike the coastal Lower Burma, Upper Burma is regarded as the heartland of the country, because although the Burmese rule in Lower Burma is more stable, Upper Burma is the place where they started, equivalent to the central plains of China. The areas where the Kayin, Kachin, and Shan people live are small in number, but large in area, and the areas where these tribes live occupy half of the entire British Burma. On the steps of the club stood a tawny-haired Englishman with his hands in the pockets of his shorts. He had a stiff beard, light grey eyes that were far apart, and his calves were surprisingly thin. This man was the District Sheriff West. He stood on his heels and rocked back and forth in boredom while pouting his upper lip hard so that the beard would scratch his nose. He tilted his head slightly to the side as a greeting. Alan Wilson, Utin Lewin, and Aung San, who came specially, nodded in response. On both sides of the club, there are patches of British flowers such as hollyhocks and petunias. These flowers have not been killed by the sun and are still blooming colorfully. Alan Wilson was quite surprised that Aung San could show up. After all, he was indeed rude to Aung San and his people. Of course, there was a reason for this. During World War II, Aung San and his people did have an ambiguous relationship with the Japanese army. After a little thought, Alan Wilson made his own judgment. It was not surprising that Aung San joined because he couldn't beat them. There was no need to deliberately avoid anything. Alan Wilson still had to do what he should do. The three of them entered the club, and the tribal representatives inside were already waiting. When several representatives saw Aung San himself, they all flashed a trace of surprise in their eyes. They didn't know why Aung San appeared here. They even thought that the British had an old problem and were playing the game of waiting for a price. Alan Wilson had no such intention. He was just used to hitting hard in the colonies, and he didn't take Aung San seriously in his heart. It was that simple. There was no special reason. Mr. Allen, why is Aung San here? Shin Wenan, the leader of the Kachin armed forces, said with a dark face. He was quite disgusted with Aung San's appearance, but he still tried to be polite. Whether he is here or not, it won't change anything. Alan Wilson said indifferently, since the facts exist, you can't solve them by not meeting. Let's talk about our affairs, as if Aung San doesn't exist. The relationship between the Burmese and other ethnic groups living in Myanmar is really very tense. The so-called European club has such conditions. There are only a few rooms in the club. One of them has a poor reading room with moldy novels, and another has a shabby billiard table. There is also a bridge room and a lounge. The lounge looks directly at the river across a wide balcony, but at this time, all balconies must be covered with green bamboo curtains. The lounge doesn't feel like home at all. The floor is covered with mats made of coconut leaves, and there are a few wicker tables and chairs, on which some shiny illustrated newspapers are thrown randomly. The colonists only have some privileges in the colonies, which does not mean that the life in the colonies can really be compared with the local life. Alan Wilson was not a picky person. He sat down leisurely, facing Shin Wenan, the Kachin leader with a ruddy complexion, good looks, and a little fat. Thank you for the help of the Kachin and Karen to the British Empire during the war. Alan Wilson expressed his gratitude to the leaders of these tribal armed forces. The British Empire will not forget your contributions in the war. The problems of Myanmar, like the problems of India, are all of London's concern. Mr. Allen, in fact, our Kachin's request is very simple. We want autonomy. Many people think that we and the Burmese are not suitable to be in the same country. We know their morals too well. Even if Aung San himself was here, Shin Wenan did not restrain himself. His attitude towards the Burmese was undisguised, and he simply hated them. I will report your opinion to London truthfully. Alan Wilson nodded with a smile. This request is not excessive. The ice is not formed in a day. There must be a reason. General Aung San looked serious, and his eyes wandered back and forth between Alan Wilson and Shin Wenan, the armed leaders. He wanted to say something, but didn't know where to start. Alan Wilson had a general understanding of the situation in Myanmar. The conflict between the main ethnic group and the minority ethnic groups was not a rare thing. Before encountering the British Empire, the Konbaung dynasty of Myanmar was considered to be full of martial virtues, conquering the east and the west to expand its territory. The lives of other ethnic groups under its rule were also like that, similar to the relationship between the Han people in the Ming dynasty or the Manchus and other ethnic groups in the Qing dynasty. Alan Wilson, who had his own experience in keyboard politics, had actually joined similar discussions in the past. When the ethnic forum was still there, he once again entered a minority forum and saw the topic of long experience, the dispute between the Ming and Qing dynasties. I was curious in my heart. This topic has been brought to the third-party battlefield. I went in to take a look and was impressed by one of the answers. The Han people ruled the world in the Ming dynasty, and the Manchus ruled the world in the Qing dynasty. Two bastards with their own opinions asked us which ruler is better. The Great Wall of the South was built from the Ming dynasty to the Qing dynasty. Whose share was missing? This is the attitude of the Kachin and Karen tribes towards the British and the Burmese. The Konbaung dynasty forced these tribes to assimilate. The British Empire suppressed the Burmese instead, and the divide and rule gave these tribes a breathing space. Nothing has changed for them. What has changed is that the Burmese, who are high above them, are now ruled like them. Alan Wilson promised to report the voices of the Karen and Kachin to London, which made Wilson himself uneasy. These tribes are not populous, but they live in a large area. If the British really do this, the whole of Myanmar will be hurt. Mr. Aung San, what are you thinking about? At some point, Alan Wilson tilted his head and stared at Aung San with a smile. Are you thinking about how to take remedial measures? If you can really think so, it means there is still hope. Bringing Aung San here is partly to prove the previous threat, that the British Empire has a way to harm Myanmar. Don't think that only Myanmar has the ability to cause trouble to the British Empire. If Britain restores its imperialist nature, and in turn, causes trouble to Myanmar, Myanmar will definitely suffer more losses than Britain. Turning around, Alan Wilson promised to find a way to support these armed forces with some materials. At the same time, he also hoped that these armed forces would do what they asked for. Then he took out the photo of Huang Huali and gave it to Zinwenan and others to express the need for this kind of tree. There was no secret operation in the whole process, and it was all done openly, allowing Aung San to experience the style of old-fashioned imperialism. It happened that British India was disarming. In line with the idea of waste utilization, these remaining weapons could be handed over to people who were trusted by the British Empire. Aung San Suu Kyi asked himself, the people that Alan Wilson said he could trust did not seem to include the Burmese at present. The negotiations between the two sides were carried out in a friendly atmosphere. Alan Wilson received a series of guarantees, including but not limited to jadeite and Huang Huali wood. He solved all his personal affairs and handled his official business at the same time, which was the best of both worlds. Seeing that it was lunchtime, Alan Wilson asked everyone to do as they pleased and went to find West, the organizer of the club. Mr. West, it seems that the local Burmese are not very welcome. Alan Wilson said vaguely with food in his mouth. In fact, there is no need to be like this. This is not our place. Being able to cash out and leave is more important than anything else. Since you are a guest, there is no reason to offend the owner here. Wouldn't it be better to return to the country in glory? My god, but I just can't accept it. I just don't want those black and smelly pigs to enter the only place where we can have fun. The gentlemen here are all considerate and support me. I don't care if some people make friends with those scum in the market. If they are happy to contact them and drink whiskey with those black friends, that's their own business. They can do whatever they want outside the club. But god, if blacks are recruited in, it will be another matter. Okay, just ignore me. Alan Wilson listened to West's long speech without taking a breath. After a while, he realized that the blacks were referring to the Burmese, so he gave up the idea of correcting the other party's three views. Even in the future, there are many people who hate racial discrimination, and I hate black people. West just didn't hide it. There's nothing to blame. In general, apart from the West episode, today's results are still very fruitful. Before leaving, Alan Wilson took a jadeite stone given to him by Zinwenan, about 30 centimeters square. Although he didn't know much about jadeite, judging from the emerald green color, it should be of very good quality. If the materials of the Jade Palace were all of this standard, it couldn't be built in British Malaya. It's too dangerous. It's not afraid of thieves stealing, but it's afraid of thieves thinking about it. It's safer to put it in the UK. Mr. Allen, do you have some prejudice against Burma? Actually, there is nothing wrong with us striving for national independence. Aung San, who had a flexible moral bottom line, seized the opportunity to speak. This does not mean that we have to be hostile to the British Empire. Oh, really? I would like to hear whether you think that the British Empire can come back when you cooperate with the Japanese army in the war. Alan Wilson said with a smile of watching a good show. What is Mr. Aung San's Japanese pseudonym? Aung San had just started to speak, and Alan Wilson jumped back and forth and said, of course, this is not important. The British Empire's expectation is to ensure the stability of British Burma in the next 2 years, so some of the previous mistakes can actually be ignored. It depends on General Aung San's choice. On the third day after Alan Wilson arrived in Yangon, Aung San personally presided over the Burmese currency reform aimed at getting rid of colonial influence, which kicked off amid the expectations of the public. Alan Wilson smiled very happily when he received this news. He who knows the times is a hero. Chapter 275 Vivian is back. As long as Aung San and his people support the Burmese currency reform plan, it will be passed naturally. This is the achievement he made in just 3 days after arriving in Burma, and of course it is worth celebrating. The most fundamental reason is that Aung San and his people were not clean during World War II, and they were frightened by his soft and hard tactics, saying that he was ready to tear off the ugly face of imperialism, to deal with Burma at any time. In fact, Alan Wilson would not do anything to Aung San. Since Aung San was assassinated in history and only got a false name, he would find a way to let Aung San live. Anyway, he had seen the future of Aung San's death. The British Empire did not get any benefits, so he tried another possibility. Burgess was also very surprised to get the support of Aung San and others so smoothly, so he invited Alan Wilson to come over and talk about how to deal with Burma. The butler brought a few bottles of beer. Burgess sat opposite Alan Wilson, stroking a bottle of cold beer with his 2 small hands. His forehead was sweating, and he looked depressed, but he was no longer angry. No matter what time, he was always angry, stubborn, and willful, but his anger faded quickly, and there was no need to apologize for it. Burgess was annoyed that Alan Wilson took over the leadership and might intensify the situation in Myanmar, but now he had to admit that the other party made the right bet and subdued these Burmese who had always pursued independence. Alan Wilson understood this point. The second generation of rich people are not bad in nature, but they are a little self-centered. It's hard to imagine that they would support currency reform so easily. I thought it would take some effort. Burgess took the initiative to pour a glass of wine for Alan Wilson and said strangely, maybe I made a wrong judgment. In fact, you just need to know that even after the trauma of war, the colonies still have fewer cards in their hands than the British Empire. Alan Wilson took a sip of local Burmese beer, which was not as hard to swallow as he imagined. He continued, Aung San and his people have no stance, and they may not even be united. When Myanmar becomes independent, they may immediately start internal strife. Who can say for sure? The assassination of Aung San in history was not necessarily done by Britain. Maybe it was the internal fighting in Myanmar. This is not a new thing. There are too many similar examples in history that people can share adversity but not wealth. Many places don't respect us because we are too soft on them. The only effective policy is to treat them like stinking mud. This is a critical moment. We should not miss any prestige we can get. We must work together and say that we are the masters and you are beggars. Alan Wilson sighed in his heart. There is still a lot to learn from the Cambridge Five in working in the colonies. But it doesn't matter. There are many opportunities. He will definitely be able to rescue these heroes of the empire from the clutches of the Soviets and keep working for this goal. Alan is too harsh on these colonies. In fact, what they are pursuing is not so excessive. Burgess listened to the outright imperialist remarks and couldn't help but refute. My request is not excessive. I just want to restore the mainland to the state of peace as soon as possible. But now the United States is forcing debts and the Soviet Union is pressing in Europe. What does the empire have now? Only these colonies that can be cashed in. It's not that they can't be independent, but they must pay a certain price. Independence is not something that can be achieved by praying. There are gains and losses. Those who pursue independence should understand this truth. Regardless of whether Burgess's beliefs are great or not, Alan Wilson grasped one point. He must restore the mainland before discussing other things. Don't be a fool who tickles others with lice. But I still want to thank you. Without your blackmail, it might not be so smooth. Burgess told the truth. According to his method, it would take a year or two to discuss and a few months to prepare. Even if Burma is independent, it may not be possible. This credit is yours. I just came to visit my friends here. By the way, Alan Wilson did not say the second half of the sentence, creating evidence that the Andaman Islands were not present. Alan Wilson did not hide the fact that he just wanted to watch these idealists serve the British Empire out of helplessness. The British Empire has many colonies, and it can always arrange these members of the Cambridge Five. Alan Wilson cannot be the only one who betrays the revolution. These 5 Cambridge men with thick eyebrows and big eyes must also betray the revolution. If these people are not given something to do, they might lead the Soviet Red Army here. Burgess, some voices in the country believe that Britain will come back, but in my opinion, once the colonies are separated, they will never come back, so I will use all means to realize the assets of the British Empire and plug the deficit in the mainland. I will not be a good person for the sake of false reputation. This may be the difference between you and me. Alan Wilson said this, and changed the subject. I have sent a telegram to the mainland. London will let some economists come to help Burma reform its currency. They should return immediately. After all, there are not many people who are afraid of airplanes. Maybe you think that people who take soft measures to treat colonies are cowards? Burgess's words are not without irony, and he indirectly said that Alan Wilson is a cold-blooded person. I really think so, but I won't say it publicly. Alan Wilson smiled with a hint of cunning. I dare not say that I know all the ethnic groups in the Asian colonies, but I can find out their concerns from history. So when I proposed to send the Burmese who cooperated with the Japanese army to China, Wilson and others immediately gave in. China is a great comrade in arms of the Allies. It is not too much to borrow their potential power. Looking at the history of Myanmar after its independence, it can be said that even when the United States was trying its best to win it over, Myanmar did not take a hostile attitude towards China, and of course it was not very close. After all, the United States after World War II was really too strong. You must know that the United States was really powerful in the Cold War. In Indonesia, it destroyed the 3rd largest Indonesian Communist Party in the world with one action, and turned the pro-Soviet and pro-China Indonesia into a bridgehead for itself overnight. The means were so clever that they had to be feared. In order to build a complete encirclement, the United States also tried hard to win over Myanmar, but Myanmar finally restrained itself. Did not dance to the whip of the United States. He knew the deep concerns of these Southeast Asian countries. Of course, Myanmar's situation was special because it was next to India, so it was also very concerned about India. With a two-pronged approach, playing the China card and the India card in succession, Wilson and his people had to think carefully. In any case, the result was good. Now it depends on how much benefit the British Empire can get from the currency reform. The local finances may be more relaxed. It was almost afternoon, and the weather was too hot to bear. The faces of the people in the room were piled with flat and shiny beads of sweat, and the same was true on the forearms of the two. The sweat marks on the back of Burgess's coat were getting bigger and bigger. The dazzling light outside somehow shot in through the window with green bamboo curtains, making people's eyes hurt and their heads dizzy. It was enough to drink to this extent. Alan Wilson decisively ended his greedy behavior. Considering Burgess's orientation, he was really afraid that he would drink too much and Burgess would do something to him. This was something that he had to guard against. Alan Wilson didn't stay in Yangon for long. On the one hand, Burmese politics had nothing to do with him. On the other hand, a telegram was forwarded from Hyderabad saying that Vivian Leigh had already set off to return. Vivian Leigh agreed to the invitation of the American Broadcasting Corporation to shoot a documentary. All expenses incurred by the documentary would be borne by the other party. Not only that, there was also a performance fee of $30,000 US, but that was not all. The total performance fee was $100,000 including Hedy Lamarr, Joan Crawford, Bette Davis, Greta Garbo and Ingrid Bergman who came to British India together. What is this for? Hollywood conquers British India? Maybe the Burmese beer was strong enough. Alan Wilson was still groggy when he received the telegram. He didn't understand why Vivian Leigh came back and brought so many people to establish the image of Americans in British India. But then, Alan Wilson sobered up. The six of the Golden Zodiac were all big stars. Even if it was just a look, it would be bragging capital for his future political career. Unlike Alan Wilson, these female stars don't have a fear of airplanes. They boarded the plane from Los Angeles to Hawaii, then to Manila, and landed in New Delhi after a series of transfers. Alan Wilson calculated the time and went directly to the Burmese governor's mansion to say goodbye to Burgess. Are you in such a hurry to go back? Burgess seemed to remember that Alan Wilson had just said that he had nothing to do recently. We are all fighting for the British Empire. We can't say we are in a hurry. We can only say that it is the arrangement of fate. Alan Wilson said calmly, "Thank you Burgess for your hospitality these days. The matter of Burmese currency reform will be handed over to you. If you need any help, just telegraph directly. Don't be polite. When are you leaving?" Burgess was still digesting Alan Wilson's words and asked instinctively. "Now." Alan Wilson said this and suddenly slapped his head and said, "The regional sheriff named Woodington is actually a person who can be relied on. He has a very active mind and should be promoted. The most important thing is that he can balance the Burmese." "Okay, I will pay attention." "Now?" Burgess nodded blankly before coming to his senses. "Leaving now? Then contact me when you have time." Alan Wilson waved his hand and left the Burmese governor's mansion in a hurry. She took a plane, while he took a boat, which might not be faster than Vivian Leigh. Only by getting back to New Delhi before her could he show his importance. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.